Chapter 27. He had actually rejected their offer. He had actually rejected their offer. Countless people had their eyes on Yi Futian. Just a while ago, Yu Sheng and Yi Futian defeated the people of Haiyan Academy and saved the honor of Qingzhou Academy. In combination with his astonishing gift, everyone knew that the ban was as good as gone. These two young men were definitely going to be well favored by the higher-ups of Qingzhou Academy. The reality was exactly as had been expected. Many of the school leaders extended a welcoming hand to the two, and it seemed as if this whole fiasco was coming to an end. They would have never expected such an ending. Everyone had obviously underestimated Yi Futian's stubbornness and pride. If he were still the Yi Futian of the past, no one would have cared about him. Now he was a genius prodigy. He was able to inscribe top-notch spell scrolls in the blink of the eye and defeat a same-plane mandate sorcerer. He had every right to be prideful. Everyone fell into a deep silence, even the authoritative figures of Qingzhou Academy. At Qingzhou Academy, outer sect disciples received guidance and basic knowledge on cultivation from instructors. However, they had to put in a lot of work themselves for cultivation. Even at the library, they were only allowed on the ground floor. They did not have the privilege to make use of many other resources at the academy. The battle also now involved the honor of the entire academy. So when Yi Futian had said that this victory was a sign of gratitude for being able to cultivate at the academy for the past 3 years, no one could blame him for anything. From the looks of it, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng stepped up to battle together not only for Hua Jieyu, but they had everything thought out in advance. At the thought of this, none of the authorities had a thing to say. Yi Futian had studied at the academy for 3 years, and not a single person was able to see his immense potential. In the fall quarter examinations, Yu Sheng should have been ranked first and Yu third. This will be written down in the academy's records, Lung Qingfeng said to Yi Futian. In the crowd, Murong Qiu's expression darkened immediately. This was so embarrassing. 2 months ago, it had been announced that Murong Qiu ranked first in the fall exams. Now the academy was going to break tradition and alter its records by taking him off the ranks. This was sure to cause a huge ruckus. If the news got out, how was he going to look to the world? He would be a giant laughingstock. There was not a word from any of the other students. They could not help but look over at Murong Qiu. It was true. He had had no right to be ranked first. When Haiyan Academy attacked, he had not even had the courage to step up and fight. Yu Sheng, on the other hand, had been able to do everything Murong Qiu could not. I object, Shi Zhong spoke up. He was not pleased. He stared at Yi Futian and said, "The results have already been announced. How can we change them so easily?" Even though Yi Futian's performance today was impressive, we cannot ignore the fact that he used his victory in today's battle as a bargaining chip and threatened the academy. What's the use of having a student like this, even if he is immensely gifted? Threatening the academy? Yi Futian stared at Shi Zhong. It looked like it was Earth Elemental Pavilion Lord Shi Zhong who put Murong Qiu in the first-rank position. It was most likely his idea to place the ban on Yi Futian as well. As for Cabinet Master Long Qingfeng of the House of the Swordsman, he had always been friendly to Yi Futian. He probably had nothing to do with any of this. Looking at Shi Zhong, Yi Futian could not hold in his smile. "I'm just an outer sect disciple. What ability do I have to threaten Qingzhou Academy? On the contrary, I would like to ask Pavilion Lord Shi Zhong, what have I done to offend you?" "What do you mean?" asked Shi Zhong. During the fall quarter examinations, Yu Sheng obviously had the upper hand in terms of both gifts and capabilities. Today's battle was proof of that. When you gave first place to Murong Qiu, I was being reasonable to object your decision. Even if you thought I was purposely going up against you, I was already punished when you removed me from the ranks and banned me from class. I cannot understand why removing the ban on me is the only thing you are willing to offer after all the work Yu Sheng and I put in today to protect the academy. Does the honor of Qingzhou Academy mean that little to you? Yi Futian looked at Shi Zhong and continued, "Or should I ask, what exactly have I done for you to dislike me so much, and what about Murong Qiu is so great that you had to give him first place? You even placed a ban on me under his influence, is that not true?" "How presumptuous!" shouted Shi Zhong. His eyes shot daggers at Yi Futian. "Utter nonsense. Is this the attitude you use when speaking with your elders? Even if we groom you into the best of the best, a treacherous student like you will only bring disaster in the future." "Treacherous?" Everyone could obviously tell that there was something deeper going on behind the results of the fall exams. Every word Shi Zhong said was an attempt to get Yi Futian expelled. Besides, just like Yi Futian had said, Shi Zhong's ban on Yi Futian was influenced by Morong Chiu. Thinking about what might have been going on behind the scenes gave the students of Qingzhou Academy shivers. Shi Zhong, that's enough, said the Pavilion Lord of the Thunder Elemental Pavilion. The 7 Pavilion Lords of the School of Divination Arts were all acquainted with each other. There were some unspoken rules between them, and a blind eye was turned as long as it did not interfere with the interest of Qingzhou Academy. However, none of them expected the 2 young men, who were unfairly judged during the fall exams, to be this talented, as well as stubborn and prideful. Yi Futian, in today's battle you did a really big favor for the Academy, so the Academy will not mistreat you. There will surely be Pavilion Lords interested in accepting you two as official disciples. You guys will be able to focus on cultivations, and in the future, the 2 of you will definitely make a name for yourselves and achieve great things. You shouldn't be too stubborn regarding other things. Pavilion Lord Li Jiang of the Wind Elemental Pavilion tried to persuade Yi Futian. Hearing these words, Yi Futian began to laugh at himself. It looked like he was still too young and too confident in himself. No matter how exceptional his gifts were or how much work he put in to protect the Academy, it did not change anything. All it had done was help him gain the attention of a couple authoritative figures and speed up the process for him to become an official disciple. But was this really enough? Pavilion Lord Li Jiang wanted Yi Futian to stop being so stubborn. It was obvious that he wanted Yi Futian to stop while he was ahead. Li Jiang most likely shared Shi Zhong's opinion that Yi Futian was simply trying to threaten the Academy. He was not really going to drop out of the Academy. After all, Qingzhou Academy was the holy land for cultivators in the city of Qingzhou. Should Yi Futian really just forget about the events of the fall quarter examinations? Was there really going to be no explanation for his punishment and the ban on him? As for the secrets behind the exam results, it seemed to be forbidden to expose. Maybe he was just too young, too naive. But there was one advantage of being young. You had the right to be stubborn. At the thought of this, Yi Futian smiled and lightly bowed to the Academy elders. Everyone watched him. What was the meaning behind his actions? I will remember everything Qingzhou Academy has taught me in these past 3 years. I will take my leave now, Yi Futian said with a smile. Yu Sheng, he shouted after. Beside him, Yu Sheng hummed in response. His eyes stared coldly at the elders, evidently unhappy. Let's go, said Yi Futian as he turned to leave, stepping into the white snow. Yu Sheng stopped his staring and followed closely behind Yi Futian. In that instant, their backs looked lonely but their footsteps determined. From this, it was possible to feel the pride they had. They were really leaving. The elders were all dumbfounded. They did not expect Yi Futian to take this so seriously. The house master of the battle house, the cabinet master of the house of the swordsman, and multiple pavilion lords stared coldly at Shi Zhong. The looks on their faces said it all. This caused Shi Zhong's expression to darken, and he called out reluctantly, "Wait." Yi Futian's steps halted, and he turned around to look at the person speaking to him. Is there anything else you need from me, Pavilion Master Shi Zhong? What kind of place do you think Qingzhou Academy is? Coming and going as you please, said Shi Zhong. Yi Futian squinted his eyes in confusion and asked, What exactly are you trying to say? You're rebellious by nature and hold a grudge against Qingzhou Academy. Now that you're leaving the Academy, do you plan to join Haiyan Academy to get revenge on Qingzhou Academy? Shi Zhong asked. The temperature dropped at his words. Everyone could feel the iciness in his voice. Was Shi Zhong trying to give Yi Futian the death sentence by saying this? Haiyan Academy and Qingzhou Academy were rivals. Therefore, as soon as Shi Zhong instilled the thought in everyone's heads that Yi Futian and Yu Sheng could betray Qingzhou Academy, what awaited them was not a pretty ending. Pavilion Lord Shi Zhong, Yi Futian had already rejected Haiyan Academy's offer. It's impossible that he would go join them, Qini said with worry. Yi Futian's performance today really surprised her, but his stubbornness left her speechless. However, she felt that she must speak up against Shi Zhong right now. Of course, he wouldn't accept the offer in front of all of us, but how about when he steps outside? Asked Shi Zhong. Beside him, Long Qingfeng observed him. Shi Zhong was trying to force Yi Futian into a dead end. Even if Yi Futian had no such thoughts, The consequences of Shi Zhong's words had already been placed into action. "What do you want?" asked Yusheng. The rage he felt radiated off of him. "Rid yourself of all the powers you gained in the past 3 years," Shi Zhong said. It was dead silent once again. Everyone was stupefied. No one was able to make a sound. It was a long while before soft steps could be heard. A perfect silhouette appeared like a goddess descending from heaven. It was Hua Jieyu. She stopped beside Yi Futian and took a look at him. This made Yi Futian lose his train of thought. She really was a fox. Hua Jieyu then shifted her gaze toward Shi Zhong and smiled lightly. "I think it would be best if you took back the words you just said." Her voice was so soft and peaceful. It was almost able to put everyone under her spell. Was she threatening the Pavilion Lord of the Earth Elemental Pavilion? A while ago, it was Yi Futian who had stepped up to protect her. Now, it was her turn to protect him. Many people in the audience were envious and jealous of Yi Futian right now. In the snow, Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu stood side by side. The Holy Qingzhou Academy did not seem so impressive anymore. Chapter 28. The snowflakes still flew around Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. The snowflakes still flew around Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. No one had anticipated that Hua Jieyu would stand up for Yi Futian this time, not to mention the fact that she had protected Yi Futian by directly threatening a director in the academy. So many hearts broke. Were they already dating? However, their viewpoints had changed slightly. They didn't feel pity for Hua Jieyu. In fact, they understood that Yi Futian was the only boy qualified enough to become her partner. Subconsciously, their views about Yi Futian had transformed entirely after the fight. He now symbolized dedication and talent in their minds. Even Yang Xiao and Ling Xiao, who used to look down upon Yi Futian, had changed. The one they once ridiculed was the only one able to defeat a mandate sorcerer, challenge the rules of the academy, and utterly reject the idea of becoming the disciple of a hall director. He had never taken them seriously before. Feng Qingxue was also staring at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. It looked like she had tears welling up. She thought maybe the goddess of this academy was the only one that deserved a boy as great as Yi Futian. She had used to believe she was out of his league, but now, she knew that it was the other way around. Shi Zhong had not expected to see Hua Jieyu stand up for Yi Futian. She had even threatened him for this boy's sake. He couldn't help swearing to himself. Undoubtedly, love among young people was so consuming that even a girl as wise as Hua Jieyu could get lost in her feelings. "Hua Jieyu, this is none of your business. Step away," Shi Zhong spoke gently to her. He knew how powerful this girl was and how influential her family was, so he didn't dare act harshly to her, even after being obviously threatened. "You don't get my point, do you?" She was still smiling in such a beautiful manner that it totally contradicted her cold tone of voice. She was utterly humiliating Shi Zhong in public. Shi Zhong became even more upset and stopped trying to hide it. No matter how remarkable this girl was, he was still a director at the academy, and he was the elder in this conversation. How frustrating it was to be threatened twice by a young girl, in front of the students no less. "Listen, this should be taken care of by the academy. Even your father wouldn't interfere." Shi Zhong's tone turned rigid. Hua Jieyu looked him in the eye and kept talking. "So you're telling me that you'll never regret the decision you just made, right?" "Of course," Shi Zhong responded. "Yi Futian betrayed this academy with all the powerful talents he gained there. If he ever attended Haiyan Academy and turned his back on us, the damage could be tremendous. His abilities must be taken to prevent this treachery." Hua Jieyu was laughing at Shi Zhong's statement. She did not even try to hide her contempt. Was he being serious? "I gave you a chance to redeem yourself, but it's gone," Hua Jieyu mumbled as if talking to herself. The moment she stopped, the snowflakes surrounding them turned into a frenzy. The wind blew harder in the area, and everyone was feeling frostbitten. A general sense of threat was impending. Even though people had tried to attribute this to the snow, they believed it was actually anger from the beautiful girl. "Whose power are you going to strip?" A cold voice sounded on the far side of the space. There was a path between the rows of trees, already white due to the massive snowfall, and someone was walking down the road toward them. The man was wearing a white fur coat and had long black hair that casually covered his shoulders. He was middle-aged and truly handsome, like a melancholy scholar. He was walking slowly, but his pace was magically attracting the attention of all the bystanders. In fact, he was walking faster than his pace seemed to allow. In a short while, he was approaching the crowd, and people had the chance to look clearly at his face. This gentleman is unparalleled by the rest of the world. People were amazed by this incredibly handsome man. Both his appearance and temperament were just perfect. People believed that when he was young, he must have been a real ladies' man. Mr. Hua, the big chiefs of the academy, even the directors, greeted him. Shi Zhong, however, looked upset at the fact that he had arrived. The students of Qingzhou Academy were shocked to suddenly see someone that was called Mr. by all the big chiefs, even the directors. Who was he? Father? Hua Jieyu greeted. The students finally realized why Hua Jieyu had such superior power at this academy, even strong enough for her to confront a director. It was no wonder anymore, when even the directors had to greet her father respectfully. Plus, his face definitely explained where Hua Jieyu's beauty had come from. Hua Fenglu nodded, then turned to look at Shi Zhong. Answer me now. Mr. Hua, excuse me for the misunderstanding. I would never dare to strip the abilities of your daughter. I did not mean any harm to Ms. Hua. Shi Zhong said politely. I know. Hua Fenglu understood that Shi Zhong didn't have the guts to threaten his daughter. He turned back and looked at Futian. Then he is your target, right? Shi Zhong nodded and pointed to Futian. Mr. Hua, this boy is a student of Qingzhou Academy. He was committing treachery by trying to quit the academy and join our enemy. To prevent further treachery, his abilities and talents must be removed. Jieyu was trying to stop me for a reason I do not understand. Is he telling the truth? Hua Fenglu asked the boy. Professor, how could this be true? Futian shook his head with a wry smile. He knew that Mr. Hua should have been informed of what really happened. Professor? Shi Zhong was shocked by this form of address. His face suddenly became pale. He could not believe that Futian had been a disciple of Hua Fenglu, and that Hua Fenglu had come here not to stand up for his daughter, but for this boy. Shi Zhong now felt cold, his back dripping with sweat. He felt the temperature around his body drop. Even with his plane, he felt true coldness. My disciple just fought for the honor of Qingzhou Academy, but now you're trying to deprive him of all his power? Hua Fenglu sounded peaceful, but everyone realized that he was concealing his anger. He stepped forward a bit toward Shi Zhong. People noticed that Shi Zhong was actually trembling. Hua Fenglu gave his ultimatum. Looks like you have been the director of the Hall of Earth element long enough. His beautiful eyes suddenly turned white and glowed. Horrifying lights shot out of his eyes. His hair flew around his shoulder from the storm wind he had caused. The storm took a moment to form, then suddenly rushed toward Shi Zhong. Shi Zhong had no choice but to defend himself. He summoned the earth element spiritual chi of the universe to form a wall to protect against Hua Fenglu's attack. However, it didn't work at all. The wall was shattered in a moment, and Hua Fenglu reached his hand out toward Shi Zhong. The wind around his body formed an invisible hand that clamped around his neck and lifted his body into the air. Mr. Hua, forgive me. I did not know he was your disciple. Shi Zhong was yelling for mercy, but his voice was hoarse from his throat being clamped. Now you know. Hua Fenglu became frenzied. The white lights from his eyes were horrifying. He smashed Shi Zhong's body to the ground so hard that a fissure appeared. The big chiefs could not do anything but watch as Shi Zhong was being smashed to the ground and lifted into the air repeatedly. Two sounds were resonating around the space. The sound of Shi Zhong hitting the ground and his screams. People could only feel pity for Shi Zhong, because even as a director, he shouldn't have pissed off someone as powerful as Mr. Hua. After a while, the torture finally stopped. The earth wasn't shaking anymore. Hua Fenglu put his hand down, and his eyes became peaceful again. He explained to those who were still shocked by what had happened, Sorry, I have bad temper. Futian's eyes widened, and he couldn't stop looking at Mr. Hua. He had never imagined that a gentleman like his professor could be as violent as this. However, he believed it was cool for a real man to switch between being calm and collected to as violent as Mr. Hua was. Other directors of Qingzhou Academy could only smile wryly. Lung Qingfeng started speaking, Mr. Hua, I feel so sorry for our mistakes. We will definitely make compensation to Yi Futian for our errors in the future. Future? There is no future. This academy does not deserve him. Mr. Hua sounded peaceful again. Lung Qingfeng stopped talking because he understood that as long as Mr. Hua had already accepted Yi Futian, it would be unnecessary for Yi Futian to become an official student at the academy. But in this case, there was also no way Yi Futian would betray this academy. They just wondered when Yi Futian had become his disciple. Soon, Long Qingfeng was reminded of a past occurrence. Before the fall quarter exam, there was a dragon wandering in Mount Tianyao. They heard that a daredevil boy had gone deep into the mountain and was attacked by the dragon. Later, the boy was taken away by Hua Fenglu. People were focused on dealing with the dragon since it was so late at night, and didn't pay attention to who was attacked. When they finally tried to find the boy, he was already gone. It had been months, and people had forgotten about this. Now they finally realized that Yi Futian was the boy who was attacked by the dragon. "Let's go," Hua Fenglu said. "Okay." Yi Futian nodded, then Hua Jieyu, Yu Sheng, and him left with Hua Fenglu. "That was just awesome, Professor. What was that? A spell or a martial arts technique? Why have I never seen that before?" Yi Futian kept asking. "You will know in the future." Hua Fenglu smiled at him. Yi Futian could not stop his curiosity. He looked at Hua Jieyu and asked her, "Fox, mind telling me?" Hua Jieyu smiled back at him. "Sorry, no comment." "Phew." Yi Futian sighed and mumbled, "I thought you were in love with me when you stood up for me. Am I wrong?" The smile on her face was suddenly gone. She gave Yi Futian a malevolent look, then ran to her father. However, Yu Sheng was looking at Yi Futian with admiration. This guy had just flirted with the daughter of his professor. He believed the professor would become Yi Futian's father-in-law someday in the future. Chapter 29. Even after Yi Futian departed with Hua Fenglu, the people of Qingzhou Academy were still unable to calm down. Even after Yi Futian departed with Hua Fenglu, the people of Qingzhou Academy were still unable to calm down. It was going to be difficult to forget the image of a determined Yi Futian. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng did not say much about being treated unfairly during the fall quarter examinations, nor did they say anything when the academy decided to punish Yi Futian. Despite receiving unfair treatment from the academy, it was the two of them who still stepped in to protect the honor of Qingzhou Academy. However, they were resolute in their decision to leave after gaining the attention of the most influential people at the academy. Finally, the relationship between Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian was clear, and the hatred that everyone felt for Yi Futian in the past disappeared. Everyone used to think that Yi Futian was unworthy of a goddess like Hua Jieyu, but now, he was the only person of the outer sect disciples that was worthy of standing by her side. Naturally, this only made the hate Murong Qiu felt for Yi Futian grow stronger. Pavilion Lord Shi Zhong of the Earth Elemental Pavilion was badly hurt, but only one of his colleagues went over to help him up. The others just left, obviously unhappy with him. As a result of his actions, Qingzhou Academy might lose 3 of their most gifted students. If the 3 of them made a name for themselves, would Qingzhou Academy be able to tell the world that they made any contributions to their success? Yi Futian returned to his master's residence, where he had left just a little while ago. It felt weird to be here again. Yi Futian called out Hua Fenglu as he took his seat. "Master," replied Yi Futian. He was still trying to figure out his master's true identity. This was most likely the doing of Shi Zhong alone, as he harbors bad intentions. "I will have Qingzhou Academy deal with him. Qingzhou Academy has contributed so much to the city of Qingzhou. There's no need to harbor vengeance against them for the doings of one person," Hua Fenglu reasoned. "Yes, master. I understand," nodded Yi Futian. "I am confused as to why you're so adamant about leaving the academy. If you choose to stay, then it would only be a matter of time before one of the pavilion lords set their sights on you. You would be highly valued," Hua Fenglu asked, puzzled. "I know the other pavilion lords are different from Shi Zhong, but still, none of them prevented his actions toward me even though they knew what he did was wrong. It's obvious that they were not willing to make an enemy of Shi Zhong for a mere outer sect disciple like myself. One might say that it was because I was not worth fighting for back then, but even after today's battle, they were still unwilling to help Yu Sheng and me. I can't tolerate this, so naturally I made the decision to leave the academy. Besides, now that Shi Zhong has a bone to pick with me, Staying will only make things harder for myself. Should I have to fight against a pavilion lord while in the awakening plane? Explained Yi Futian. Yi Futian continued, a bit confused himself. As for being valued by the pavilion lords, none of them can surpass you. Under Master's guidance, would I even need them? This? Yu Sheng listened from behind Yi Futian. He was impressed. With this level of brown-nosing, no wonder Yi Futian was able to turn his master into his father-in-law. Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian with disdain. At the same time, she could see that her father was nodding in agreement with Yi Futian. Hua Fenglu looked very satisfied at his response and replied, "You have a very good point." Yu Sheng widened his eyes. Hua Fenglu was definitely not the modest type. Master, the outside world is too dangerous. A small issue is enough to warrant a request to rid me of my powers. I think I should just stay here by your side and cultivate from now on. Yi Futian saw an opportunity and took it. No. Hua Jieyu opened her mouth before her father could say anything. What did he mean the outside world was too dangerous? Did he plan on just staying indoors for the rest of his life? Father, you said that cultivation isn't simply about putting work into training and practice. You must also have actual battle experience. If I have to regularly go to Mount Tianyao for battle training, then he should definitely have to as well. Since his gift is so great, he needs to go out and gain actual experience to aid his cultivation, said Hua Jieyu. Master, what she said is correct. So, from now on, besides cultivating here, I should go out regularly with Hua Jieyu. Under her care, Master shouldn't have to worry about me, said Yi Futian. You? Hua Jieyu was completely speechless. She felt wronged as she looked toward her father. Father, are you really not worried he might do something to me? Of course I'm not worried. You've been cultivating longer than he has, and you have more experience. Would he even be able to bully you? Asked Hua Fenglu jokingly. But Hua Jieyu had more to say but was cut off by Yi Futian. Thank you, Master. Am I the third wheel? Yu Sheng asked quietly. He scratched his head in confusion. Yi Futian looked back at him and thought that Yu Sheng was getting smarter and more observant by the day. Hua Fenglu smiled at Yu Sheng and said, Yu Sheng, you're a natural warrior and need to continuously refine your skills through battle. I will give you a spell scroll for defense later. You should also pick out some books on battle tactics and some spell books for cultivation from my library. Then, head to Mount Tianyao to train. You should keep challenging higher-level demons to help yourself improve. Okay, nodded Yu Sheng. It seemed like he really was the extra wheel. Master, what about me? Asked Yi Futian with anticipation. He had already learned to inscribe spell scrolls and could not wait to see what Hua Fenglu had in store for him next. Since you're cultivating in martial and divination arts, you'll need to break through the planes for both at the same time. You've got tons to do, said Hua Fenglu. Yi Futian nodded and headed towards the study. Hua Fenglu had a large collection of books in his library, including books from all categories. It was a smaller version of Qingzhou Academy's library. Awakening Level Thunder Elemental Sorcery, Thunderlash, and Fire Elemental Sorcery, The Burning of Silence. Yi Futian picked these two spellbooks to study. As he continued to study the spells, night fell. The snow was still falling, and a crescent moon hung in the night sky. The sound of a string instrument resonated throughout the residence. It was a guqin. The song was peaceful and brought serenity. Yi Futian was drawn in by the sound of the guqin. He left the library and walked toward the main residence. There, he saw Hua Fenglu plucking away at the strings of the guqin. Basking in the moonlight, he looked so graceful. Freedom meditation kicked in by itself. Yi Futian could almost see the music notes floating through the air like tiny fairies. His eyes closed. Yi Futian sat down in the snow and emptied his mind. He could feel the moonlight washing down on him, the cool light cleansing his body. The music flowed into his body, into his life palace. There, the world tree began to rustle. Each leaf danced as the music notes wafted. The notes floated around and eventually formed a picture. It was a guqin. The guqin continued to play. Yi Futian entered a state of oblivion. Only the music continued to enter his mind, relaxing his entire being. His worries were all tossed into the back of his mind. The song ended. Yi Futian still had his eyes closed. In his life palace, a third type of life spirit appeared in addition to the natal spirit and the world tree spirit. It was the Guqin spirit. Yi Futian was shocked. He knew that even by using the freedom meditation, life spirits could only be created in very special conditions. However, all it had taken for him to create the Guqin spirit was one piece by Hua Fenglu. Yi Futian opened his eyes slowly and asked Hua Fenglu, "Master, what piece was that?" "Purification of the night moon," replied Hua Fenglu. "I felt something change within me after listening to Master play. My ability to perceive energy has strengthened. I want to learn to play the Guqin," said Yi Futian with great determination. Energy determined the level of a sorcerer, so if pieces played on the Guqin could help improve that, then it would definitely aid in cultivation. "Okay," said Hua Fenglu with a smile. Hua Jieyu watched everything unfold off to the side. She looked at her father and knew that he purposely played the Guqin to test Yi Futian. Hua Fenglu wanted to pass down this skill to Yi Futian. "Let's start by learning some basic pieces. Hua Jieyu, bring the sheet music." "You will teach Yi Futian," ordered Hua Fenglu. "Me?" Hua Jieyu blinked in disbelief and looked at her father in distress. Yi Futian felt touched. Master was too good to him. "Be a good girl," Hua Fenglu tried to persuade Hua Jieyu. She glared at her father and left to get the sheet music. Moments later, the moonlight was shining down on Hua Jieyu as she sat elegantly in front of the Guqin. She unwillingly explained something to Yi Futian. "Hey Fox, how do I play this note?" Yi Futian pointed at the music score and accidentally touched Hua Jieyu's hand. Hua Jieyu immediately turned to look at him. In response, he said, "Sorry, it was an accident. I can't see clearly since it's dark out here." "How many accidents have you had already?" Hua Jieyu asked with a smile on her face. Her hand touched Yi Futian's waist. Her fingers grabbed hold of him, and she began to pinch down hard. He gasped and looked at the beauty in front of him. At least he could enjoy the view while in pain. Yi Futian learned quickly, acquiring all the basic knowledge. He then began to play sheet music. Slowly, his skills matured, until he was able to play smoothly. It got deeper into the night. Hua Fenglu had already gone to bed, but Hua Jieyu was still by Yi Futian's side, teaching him the ropes. At that moment, Yi Futian had his hands on the instrument and a bright aura emitted from him. When his fingers plucked at the strings, the music flowed and sent shivers down Hua Jieyu's spine. She watched as Yi Futian kept his eyes closed. His Guqin spirit harmonized with the Guqin, giving life to every note that resulted from a stroke of his fingers. Under the moonlight, his handsome face looked peaceful. His hands were like magic. They had the ability to get the listener moving with their every stroke. Hua Jieyu became more and more relaxed, her eyes closing as well. She was immersed in the music and eventually fell asleep sitting in the snow. "A prodigy," remarked Hua Fenglu, who was listening from his bedroom. He was very pleased. He too closed his eyes, drifting off to sleep with the music. Yi Futian was spellbound by the music, unable to pull himself out of the state. He continued to play throughout the night, but felt no fatigue. On the contrary, he felt clear-minded. The next morning, he opened his eyes and felt a change within himself. Using the freedom meditation to perceive the spiritual chi of the heavens and the earth, he knew that he had broken into the 8th plane of awakening for sorcerers. He could not help but smile. Yi Futian looked ahead and saw Hua Jieyu laying in the snow, her body covered in a layer of white snow. The jacket laid out on top of her was now drenched. He walked up to her and carefully removed the jacket. At that moment, Hua Jieyu opened her eyes and looked up at Yi Futian. He smiled at her and retracted his hand. "The jacket's wet. I didn't want you to get sick, so I took it off for you," he explained. "Really? You didn't have any other intentions?" she asked with a faint smile. "Am I that type of person?" Yi Futian saw her smile and took a step back. "What do you think?" laughed Hua Jieyu. Suddenly, they heard something. It was the door to Yu Shang's room. He stepped out and saw Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian. He then gave them a strange look. "I'm going to leave now. Please feel free to continue whatever you guys were doing," Yu Shang said as he took giant steps to bring himself away from the two. They were flirting in front of him so early in the morning. How inconsiderate. How was he supposed to feel about this? Chapter 30. Yi Futian was living in the guest room at Hua Fenglu's house. His days consisted of playing the guqin, practicing his inscribing, and enjoying the company of a beautiful girl. With this comfortable life, time flew and the new year was fast approaching. Yi Futian was living in the guest room at Hua Fenglio's house. His days consisted of playing the guqin, practicing his inscribing, and enjoying the company of a beautiful girl. With this comfortable life, time flew and the new year was fast approaching. One day, a giant monster flew into Guqingju Academy, a huge black condor. Even though the guards of the academy had tried to stop her, she flapped her wings so vigorously that the wind prevented anyone from approaching her. There were several people mounted on the condor. The leaders of this group were an old man and a young man. That way, the older man pointed toward the academy. The huge black condor flew as directed, and on the way, the director of the Hall of Earth Element, Shi Zhong, showed up, trying to stop this monster. Stop right now. However, the condor just ignored the warning, and so did the people on top of her. The wind from her wings was so intense that the fierce power knocked Shi Zhong yards away in a second. The people on her back didn't seem to be affected by his interruption. The condor was heading to Hua Fenglio's house. The gentleman in white came out of his house and walked to the black condor without making much noise. Hua Fengliu, the old man started speaking with a sneer. It's been 3 years since our deal. Where is Ms. Hua Jieyu? It has not been 3 years yet. You promised me that you would not interfere with her, Hua Fengliu responded coldly. The new year is coming in a few days, so it has, in fact, practically been 3 years. She's too talented to waste so much time with you. This is just enough for our deal, the old man said. Time is time. I insist it has not been 3 years yet. Hua Fengliu did not give in. Mr. Hua, the Guqin devil, I am Zhoumu, the young man who bowed slightly to Hua Fengliu and greeted him. It was just general courtesy. In reality, the smile on his face showed that he was too young to be genuinely humble and had a faint sense of disdain. Hua Fengliu glanced at him and asked, Who are you? My master, the art saint, has been feeling somewhat guilty over the years since he destroyed your natal spirit. He sent me here to see if you were doing well. Zhoumu smiled as he spoke. Hua Fengliu's eyes soon turned sharply to this young man, but he was not going to attribute this humiliation to Zhoumu. He turned to the older man and asked, Why did you bring his disciple to my home? I did not bring him here. The art saint actually sent him. Zhoumu, 16 years old, a glory plane invoker, the old man told Hua Fengliu. Suddenly, Hua Fengliu understood what the art saint was trying to do. He started laughing so hard that his hair flew around him. Then he said, He lost to me in the past, and he wants his disciple to win in the present? Is that correct? My master destroyed your natal spirit and banned you from entering the city of Donghai forever. How did he lose? Zhoumu rejected. A win or loss is not judged by you, young man, Hua Fengliu said with a smile. Just go back. I do not have time for this. Then I will come back for Hua Jieyu after the new year. If you try to stop me at that time, my family will not make it easy for you, the old man sneered, and suddenly the black condor swayed upwards and flew away. Hua Fengliu looked at the shrinking image of that black spot and laughed. You already lost in the past, and now you're putting your hope onto your disciple. That's not going to work. In the guest room, Yi Futian had finished a song. He opened his eyes, but the feelings from that song were not gone. Mr. Hua had not taught him any songs other than the purification of the night moon. Yi Futian's activities these days were just cultivation and music practice. In fact, his plane of martial arts had reached metamorph, the 8th plane. His plane of sorcery had broken through 2 planes directly, and now he was in the 9th plane of awakening, the unmaker. Yi Futian understood that the purification of the night moon played an essential role in this fast improvement. At this time, Hua Jieyu was inscribing. Yi Futian went to her side and asked her gently, Fox, do you want me to keep playing? No. Hua Jieyu did not even look at him. Then I guess it's time for us to have a couple's talk. Yi Futian kept teasing her. Hua Jieyu put down the pen and started smiling at Yi Futian. However, the spiritual qi around her gathered, almost like she was going to attack. Yi Futian stepped away and said, Gentlemen fight with words rather than actions. I am a gentlewoman, thank you. Hua Jieyu condensed the power into a wind element spell and sent it toward Yi Futian. Don't kill your boyfriend. Yi Futian ran away quickly. Hua Jieyu was already a mage in the glory plane. There was no chance he could take that damage. Hua Fenglu came in from outside and saw the scene. Jieyu, stop it. Hua Jieyu stopped according to his demand. She glared at Yi Futian and complained, Dad, this guy keeps picking on me every day. Hua Fenglu ignored the complaint and asked them to come with him. Just follow me. Yi Futian understood that there was something serious going on for Mr. Hua, and he stopped his joking attitude at once. Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian followed Mr. Hua to a room. Hua Fenglu led them to his own book collection room. There were shelves in his book collection room and a chamber that was concealed in the wall behind them. Yi Futian was surprised when Mr. Hua opened the chamber and took out something that seemed to be very important. There were some books in the hidden chamber. Hua Fenglu took them out and handed them to Yi Futian. Futian, they are all yours now. Yi Futian knew that these books were the true treasures. He took the books and read the names on them. Dragon Roar in the Mountain, The Fiend's Carnival, The Dance in Flamboyant Feathers. These books were actually Guqin music sheets. Professor, these are all music spells, am I right? Yi Futian asked. Okay, so you do know what they are. I used to be good at this specific kind of spell, and in fact, when I was young, people gave me the title of the Guqin Devil because my natal spirit was a Guqin. Someone destroyed my natal spirit and totally prevented me from making any progress on my cultivation since then. Now, it's your turn to take over, Hua Fenglu said inside. Yi Futian was surprised. He had already known that the professor was a mandate sorcerer, but he never knew that his natal spirit had been destroyed. Don't ask me why, or try to avenge me. I just hope you cultivate hard enough to not to waste all the talents you have been granted. Hua Fenglu looked him in the eye and kept talking. This city is too small for you in the long term. Next year I believe you will reach the glory plane. Do you want to sail through the East Sea and go inland? My godfather asked me to leave here after I turn 18, but I still need to consult with my father and my godfather about this, Yi Futian responded. The new year is coming soon. You should get home. I'll tell Yusheng to go home when he gets back, Hua Fenglu told him. Yi Futian nodded a little reluctantly. He looked at Hua Jieyu and said, Fox, take care of your father after I'm gone. Hua Jieyu, however, felt angry. In fact, during the whole time this boy was living at their house, she had done all the household work. Now he was just telling her to take care? Oh my, you're finally leaving. Hua Jieyu seemed excited. Hey, what's with the attitude? Yi Futian felt heartbroken. What do you think? Hua Jieyu laughed at him. I'm leaving now, Yi Futian told her. Okay. Hua Jieyu smiled. Yi Futian walked to the door and looked back at her. Seriously, I'm leaving? Just go. She was still smiling. Yi Futian sighed and waved to Mr. Hua. See you next year, Professor. Then he left for home. After he left, the room became quiet suddenly. Hua Fenglu shook his head with a wry smile and said, He made this place so lively, and now that he's gone, this silence almost feels unfamiliar. You're too into this boy, Dad, Hua Jieyu joked to her dad. Then what about you? Hua Fenglu smiled at his daughter. Me? Hua Jieyu blinked her eyes and said, I'm happy that he left. The 3 years is up. Someone already came here from the city of Donghai to inform me. Actually, you might also have to leave after the new year. Hua Fenglu turned his eyes to the snow outside. He felt lost. Hua Jieyu was shocked. She was reluctant to leave her father. She looked at the lonely figure of her father and said, I don't want to leave. I want to stay here with you, Dad. Silly girl, your mom is also missing you. Your family is not going to let you stay with me anymore. I am happy to have enjoyed your company over these 3 years. He patted his daughter on the head and kept speaking gently. You may never see Yi Futian again. Moments ago may have actually been the final farewell for you guys, and you were just making fun of him. Hua Jieyu was tremendously shocked. Several minutes ago the boy had left, and they were joking with each other. Now, it was their farewell? Jieyu, tell me, do you like this boy? Hua Fenglu suddenly asked her. What are you talking about, Dad? Hua Jieyu was surprised again. She looked at her father, and it seemed that she was shy about answering this question, That's just impossible. Really? Hua Fenglu smiled at his daughter. You're turning 16 this year. You do have the right to decide your future, including whom to be with. You have not experienced much, so you don't understand that there are things and people in this world that once you miss them forever. I do like that boy. He's smart and talented. It seems to me that he's not going to waste his talents. More importantly, he looks like a playboy, but he is truly devoted to love. I'm pretty sure he is the same as I was at his age. Make your own decisions. Don't miss someone you really love forever. Think about my words these days. Remember, life is short. Do not have any regrets. Hua Jieyu was dumbfounded by what her father had just said. She hadn't realized that she might miss someone forever. The boy has been spending so much of his time with you, and you just take it for granted. But if you disappear from each other's lives, another beautiful girl will appear in his. You are not a couple yet, so do not just think that you are the only one for him in this world. Hua Fenglu smiled and left his daughter alone. Hua Jieyu started to think about this seriously for the first time. The feeling was intense, but the concept of love seemed to be pretty faint and unfamiliar to her. She always felt annoyed when Futian was around in the house. However, when he was suddenly gone, she actually felt as if something was lost and even needed time to adapt. Her father had told her that she could miss someone forever, and thinking about this indeed gave her a sense of fear. Fear of the thought that she had just lost something precious. Chapter 31. The city of Qingzhou was an island city, located in the East Sea, surrounded by the water. The city of Qingzhou was an island city, located in the East Sea, surrounded by the water. On the vast ocean waters sailed a big ship, headed in the direction of Qingzhou City. On the deck stood multiple people suited in armor. They were a group of knights. There were 3 figures, a middle-aged man, 1 young man, and a young lady stood on the edge of the deck. The man looked dignified and imposing. The young man beside him was handsome, his eyes giving off a hint of evilness, and the young lady on his side looked cold and arrogant. However, her sex appeal was off the charts. So, this is the city of Qingzhou? The young man spoke while looking straight ahead. That's right. Qingzhou City is an island city in the East Sea, but because there are many similar island cities in the East Sea, it doesn't stand out. So, you've probably never heard of it before, explained the man. That's true. If it weren't for you, I never would have found out about this island city. Did someone like him really come from this small place? Asked the young man, unable to believe this. Even though the young man has always been haughty, when they spoke of him, he could not stop the fear-induced palpitations of his heart. The information we have should be accurate. We were able to find some traces from the history books found in the East Sea Prefecture. The only thing we don't know is if he left anything behind in Qingzhou City, said the man. Hopefully this won't be a wasted trip, said the young man, his lips curling into a smile. It was hard to imagine that the most legendary character in the divine prefectures of the East originated from this little island city. Emperor Yi Qing, a legend in the divine prefectures, along with the great East Phoenix, ruled the divine prefectures for over 300 years. He died suddenly 15 years ago. His death is a mystery to this day. Nobody was brave enough to investigate the cause of his death, and his name had since become a taboo. However, traces he left behind in the East Sea Prefecture pointed to him leaving the prefecture and ending up in the city of Qingzhou. The ship sailed quickly, and as they got closer to shore, their view of Qingzhou City became clearer. On the shore stood many high authority figures. The city lord and authoritative figures of the Morong Chamber of Commerce waited deferentially. The people of Qingzhou City had no idea some very important people had arrived. Yi Futian was also oblivious to this. Walking down the familiar streets, the Yi house came into view. Yi Futian's steps relaxed. He had missed his family. Yi Futian is back, shouted a street vendor selling bing, a type of flat cake. Hello, Annie Shi, greeted Yi Futian. Then, he turned to 2 older males playing chess not far away and called out, Uncle Wang, Grandpa Yun. Oh, you sweet boy. The Lin family's daughter is home. After the new year she'll be 15. She's looking prettier every day, laughed Uncle Wang. Uncle Lin, is Xiao Qing here? Yi Futian asked the shopkeeper of the restaurant next to where Uncle Wang and Grandpa Yun were playing chess. No, she's not here. You haven't been home in a while. Hurry home, ushered Uncle Lin with a quick smile. He then turned to Uncle Wang with a glare. Yi Futian is home? A crisp voice rang throughout the restaurant. Go back to work, you brat, the shopkeeper reprimanded lowly. Yi Futian smiled and was on his way. He waved as he left. Shao Qing, I'll come hang out another day. After he left, Uncle Wang said to shopkeeper Lin, Hey Lin, Yi Futian is the young master of the Yi family. Shouldn't you be glad that he wants to hang out with your daughter? Excuse me, that little devil has never taken anything seriously. How many girls around here have fallen for his words already? How can I let my daughter be around him? Shopkeeper Lin looked worn. He pitied the man whose daughter would fall in love with that little devil. Yi Futian weaved through the streets and came upon a private residence, separate from other buildings. Yi was engraved on the plaque above the main entrance. Two people stood guard on either side of the entrance. By the door was a white-haired, hunched figure. He looked out onto the streets, and when he saw Yi Futian, his eyes lit up. Godfather, Yi Futian greeted the man. He made his way to the entrance of the residence in a light jog. What are you doing here, Godfather? Although his face did not look old, his white hair and hunched body made Yi Futian's godfather look oddly aged. He smiled at Yi Futian and said, It's already December. I thought it was about time you came up, so I was waiting here for you. By the way, why don't I see Yu Sheng with you? Yu Sheng is training on Mount Tianyao, explained Yi Futian. He walked closer to hold the older male by his arm. Godfather, your white hair has grown out even more. That's fine. I'm just happy and honored to see that you have grown up, smiled the old man. Godfather, you're talking nonsense again. Yi Futian did not know what to say when his godfather used the term honored. What do you mean, nonsense? A day will come when you understand what I mean, said the old man. He smiled and continued, Come now, let's go home. Okay, let's go, answered Yi Futian. With a skip in his step, he arrived at the courtyard. His father, Yi Bacon, said, You brat, you have finally come home? Is it already the end of the year? Where have you been? Picking on girls? Yi Futian was speechless. Pops, I just got back. Can't I get some fatherly love? Yi Futian, don't mind your father. Let me take a good look at you. A beautiful and elegant woman walked out. It was Yi Futian's mother, Yi Ro. It was said that Yi Ro was not originally from Qingzhou City. She had met Yi Baichuan when he was traveling around to gain experience. Later, when she had gotten pregnant with Yi Futian, they came back to Qingzhou City together. I don't know how you lucked out and ended up with such a beautiful, genial woman, sighed Yi Futian as he looked at his father. Do you want to get beaten? Let's see if you're capable of bringing home a woman as great as your mother, Yi Baichuan said as he walked up to stand next to his wife. That's an easy enough task for me. It's just that I don't want to do it, said Yi Futian without shame. Yi Futian, you're boasting again, a beautiful girl said from outside. She looked to be a little younger than Yi Futian. She walked towards Yi Futian and his parents. She was an equally beautiful woman. It was Yi Baichuan's younger sister, Yi Rong, and her daughter, Yi Shaoqin, who had taken her mother's surname. Behind the two females were two more people. A middle-aged man was leading a young boy around the age of 13. They were Yi Baichuan's younger brother, Yi Donglu, and his son, Yi Mo. Uncle, Auntie, greeted Yi Futian. Then he looked at the smiling girl and said, Are you itching to get hit, Yi Shaoqin? Yi Shaoqin hid behind her mother. You're bullying me again. Don't forget, your dad is watching you. The whole lot began to laugh. Yi Mo stepped up and said, Yi Futian, your dad said that you're really powerful now. Is that true? Of course it's true. I've been cultivating in martial and divination arts. I'm approaching the glory plane, and countless people at the academy look up to me. Yi Futian said with a smile. Yi Mo looked at Yi Futian with distaste as he said, I almost believed you. Same, Yi Shaoqin chimed in. Yi Futian, enough with your lies. When are you going to bring a girl home? You better keep an eye on Feng Qingxue. She's pretty and talented. You might lose her to someone else, teased Yi Rong. Feng Qingxue. Yi Futian shook his head with a bitter smile. Seeing his reaction, everyone seemed to have everything figured out. It seemed like Yi Futian couldn't get her to be his. All right now, It's rare to have the family gathered together like this, so let's go catch up while we eat, Yiro suggested. Everyone nodded in agreement, and they all headed for the dinner table. They chatted happily over a delicious meal that night. After dinner, people made their way back to their own homes. Futian asked his father for a guqin and headed back to where he was staying. Not long after, the sounds of the instrument filled his room. Under the moonlight, everything seemed at peace. The next day, Yusheng returned. He was now officially in the glory plane of martial art cultivation. Futian was very happy for him. In the blink of an eye, it was the last day of the year. The night came, but Qingzhou City was illuminated with lights. The streets were buzzing, and the skies were decorated with fireworks. At the Yi house, there was an area occupied with the sounds of the guqin. One person was elegantly playing the guqin while another person at his side sat cultivating on the ground. However, at this moment, Yusheng opened his eyes to look at Futian. Something did not seem right. The music stopped and Futian lifted his head to stare at the moon. His mind was not at ease. Futian, a white-haired elder, walked in from the outside and looked at Futian. This piece can put the mind at ease, yet you are restless. A messy mind results in a messy performance. I don't know what's going on either, said Futian with a bitter smile. From your music, I could feel happiness, longing, and melancholy. You have truly grown up now, the elder said lightly. Who's the girl? Godfather. Futian was shocked. He looked to Yusheng, only to see him shake his head in denial. He had not told his father about Futian. So, there really was longing, questioned his godfather. Futian shook his head with a bitter smile. Godfather, did I let you down by not focusing on what I was supposed to? Silly child, this is the journey to adulthood. Who in history hasn't been troubled with matters of love? Asked the white-haired elder. He approached Futian's side and continued, I'm not opposed to you dating, but she should be worthy of your love. You must remember, your other half will become a motherly model to the nation in the future. Futian lifted his head to look at the elder. Naturally, Futian knew that his godfather held high hopes for him since childhood. His hopes for Futian were so high that they exceeded his own expectations. Godfather, I'm afraid of letting you down, Futian said quietly. Believe in yourself, just like I believe in you, the elder said as he patted Futian's shoulder. Let's go. Your family is waiting for you. The guests from the Feng family have also arrived. Okay, Yusheng, let's go together, Futian said to Yusheng. Yusheng, you stay. I have something I want to talk to you about, said the elder. All right, Futian nodded and left the quarters. After his departure, a gust of wind shut the doors of Futian's living quarters. The elder looked at Yusheng. Show me your life spirit. Yusheng stood and focused. His eyes glowed fearfully with a bright light, and a course of energy radiated from his body fiercely. The spiritual qi in the surrounding area began to flow crazily. A suit of armor appeared on his body, and his life spirit appeared. Right now, Yusheng was godlike. That's good enough, nodded the elder. Yusheng withdrew his life spirit. The look in his eyes returned to normal. Yusheng, you must remember, you will forever be Futian's deadliest weapon and his sturdiest shield. There will come a day when your name will be written down in the history books, urged the elder. Yusheng was not sure he completely understood his father's words. All he knew was that he would forever protect Futian, and it was not only because his father told him to do so. Chapter 32. The Yi family gathered to spend New Year's Eve together with a feast. Feng Rahai's family came to visit as well. Even though the two families had been good friends for decades, it was the first time Feng Rahai had come to visit on New Year's Eve. The Yi family gathered to spend New Year's Eve together with a feast. Feng Rahai's family came to visit as well. Even though the two families had been good friends for decades, it was the first time Feng Rahai had come to visit on New Year's Eve. Uncle Feng, Futian greeted Feng Rahai, then sat in between Yi Shaoqin and Yi Emo. You will officially be 16 years old after tonight, Futian. You look more and more handsome, Feng Rahai complimented. As a result of the constant cultivation that Futian was going through, he now looked more charming than ever. He had become a thin young man with a handsome face, like a model. Feng Qingxue kept looking at Futian from afar. She still couldn't forget what had happened at the academy 1 month before, when the young man had been standing with another beautiful girl in the snow, and they fought against the authority together. Futian had used to make fun of her all the time, and she had believed that this boy would be around her forever. But now, there was a certain distance between them. What if she had never talked to Futian in that horrible manner? This boy has only inherited about 30% of my looks, Baichuan said. But Qingxue is growing ever more beautiful. She's just too gorgeous to be your blood, Baichuan joked. Feng Rahai was speechless, so he gave Baichuan a stare. Stop boasting. Why have these kids not gotten engaged? Yirong, Futian's aunt, smiled and cut into the conversation. Futian was shocked by this while panic flashed across Feng Qingxue's eyes. She lowered her head to avoid the glances cast on her. Feng Rahai looked at Futian, and Yirong kept talking. Brother, why are you looking at him? I know this boy so well. Really, he would be laughing all night if Qingxue said yes to this engagement. Yes, Futian loves beautiful girls. Xiaoqin was speaking for her mother. Looks like you're getting lucky, bro, Imo mumbled to Futian. Futian felt awkward that no one had even bothered to ask what his opinion was. Qingxue, my girl, what do you say? Yirong looked at Feng Qingxue. Feng Qingxue's face turned red from all the attention. She snuck a look at Futian and soon was reminded of the time when another girl was standing up for Futian. She suddenly felt disappointed and shook her head. He's too good for me, Aunt Yi. She had just rejected the suggestion. Yirong was a bit embarrassed, but she smiled and said, It's fine. You're still young, and there is enough time for you to foster your relationship. Nah, it's not happening. Xiaoqin was trying to relieve her cousin. That's too bad, bro. Imo mumbled to his cousin. Futian, you need to work harder, and I believe Qingxue will finally accept you someday, Yi Donglu, Futian's uncle, also said. They all thought that Futian had just been rejected by the girl. Futian remained silent and nodded. Actually, he didn't care about what the others were thinking. Soon, someone approached the home. A guard from the house came in with a message. Someone is looking for Mr. Futian outside the door. For me? Futian had no idea who it was. Go ahead, Baichuan told him. Sure, Futian nodded and followed the guard. After he left, Yirong started talking with Feng Qingxue again. Qingxue, you guys have grown up together for so many years. Just give him some time and a chance to prove himself. Feng Qingxue was now even more embarrassed. Still, she was curious about who was waiting outside. Right at that moment, Futian stepped out of the door. He recognized the gorgeous figure waiting outside quietly. He was so surprised that suddenly a bright smile showed up on his face. Wow, you missed me? Hua Jieyu glared at him and said, Dad told me that the city would be lively tonight, so I thought I should go out for a walk. I noticed that this is the Yes place, so I was wondering if it was your home. It looks like I guessed right. Wow, such a coincidence. Futian fluttered his lashes, and he looked at the girl with a weird expression like he was concealing his laughter. Deep inside, he felt really surprised by this unexpected visit. Mind if I join you for the walk? Futian asked. I'm right outside your home. Why don't you be a friendly host and invite me inside? The cute manner in which Hua Jieyu asked the question almost melted Futian's heart. Futian was surprised by this offer. Bringing a girl home on New Year's Eve was like meeting the parents for an engagement? You're not willing to? Hua Jieyu asked with a smile, sensing the boy's embarrassment. How could I say no? Even if you're ugly, I would still be willing to bring you to meet my family. Futian was picking on her, and Hua Jieyu pretended that she was mad about the joke. She smiled at Futian and condensed the power around her again. Ugly? Huh. Gentlemen never fight. Futian felt the threat in her gesture. He turned back and ran. Am I ugly? Tell me. Hua Jieyu chased after him, laughing. Fine. What if I call you my pretty wife? Futian responded. Futian. They ran away. The guards exchanged glances. One said with awe, Jesus, he's so good with girls. Too good, another guy agreed. This fairy-like girl just asked to meet the parents? They realized that being shameless was somehow attractive to girls, even beautiful ones like Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian walked into the feast together. Hua Jieyu asked him, "Is your whole family here for New Year's?" "Yes, it's our tradition." Yi Futian nodded, and soon they were beside the table. People in the room were quite shocked that Yi Futian had brought a gorgeous girl to the table at this specific moment. "What a beautiful girl." Yi Mo was shocked by his cousin. Yi Rong blinked. She looked at Hua Jieyu, then Feng Qingxue. She had to admit that the newcomer was so much more beautiful. Feng Qingxue had never imagined that Hua Jieyu would just show up at the Yi family's home at that particular moment, in such a meaningful situation. She felt extremely disappointed. She lowered her head and clenched the hem of her skirt in her hands. "Futian, introduce the girl, please," Yi Rong said. "This is Hua Jieyu." Yi Futian started introducing. "She is, my professor's daughter." "Professor's daughter?" The people smiled and some type of understanding showed in their eyes. Hua Jieyu's cheeks turned a bit hot and even felt a little panic, but she did not reject this feeling. In fact, she even felt happy about it. "Why are you still standing there? Come have a seat." Yi Baichuan soon recognized who she was. He had a feeling that something was going on between this girl and his son when they had met after the fall quarter exam. However, he never anticipated that his son was good enough to successfully bring her back home in such a short time. Yi Mo gave his spot to Hua Jieyu so that she could sit next to Yi Futian. After the introduction, Hua Jieyu started greeting the family members one by one in a sweet manner. Yi Futian was surprised. She had never treated him in such a manner before. "Hey, Yi Futian, how did you manage to trick her into coming here?" Yi Shaoqin asked her cousin. "My amazing looks, obviously." Yi Futian smiled at his cousin. Yi Shaoqin looked at her cousin with contempt. No matter how handsome he was, the girl sitting next to him had no match. In fact, Yi Shaoqin never imagined that there could be a girl as beautiful as Hua Jieyu. After sitting down, Hua Jieyu did nothing but sit there quietly. However, the whole atmosphere had changed since her arrival. Soon after, Feng Qingxue mumbled to her father, "Dad, I'm full now. Let's just go home." "Okay," Feng Rahai nodded. Then the Feng family said goodbye and left. Yi Rong noticed that Feng Qingxue's eyes avoided the boy and girl sitting together. She suddenly realized that what Feng Qingxue had said was right, rather than an excuse for rejection. "Dad, Mom, I'm going to take Jieyu out for a walk," Yi Futian said. "Sure, go ahead. Take care of her," Yi Baichuan responded. "Sure, we will," Yi Futian answered. Then they left the house together. Colorful fireworks were everywhere above the city, and the area of Qingzhou Lake had the best view of them all. People were rafting in the lake, some of them families, and others couples. The restaurants on the shore were full of people. All of them were enjoying the beautiful scenery while drinking. "It's beautiful here." Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian had come to a stop. While looking at the scenery around them, the happiness could be read in the girl's eyes. "It is not as beautiful as you are," Yi Futian said. Hua Jieyu gave him a spiteful glance, but deep inside she was happy from being complimented like this. She had never felt this unique happiness before. This was apparently the first awakening of love for the 16-year-old girl. Hua Jieyu walked all around the place. There was a lot of entertainment going on. Lantern riddles, magic tricks. Yi Futian kept following her. The cute smile on her face suddenly melted all the depression he had had these days. He finally realized that he could not be at peace without her. They had only spent 3 months together, but it was such a joyful time that they were already attached to each other without realizing it. On the shore of the lake, Hua Jieyu saw many tourists placing wish lanterns onto the water. She bought one, put it on the lake, closed her eyes, and made her wish. "I'm done." She opened her eyes and told Yi Futian, "What was your wish?" Yi Futian asked. "I'm not telling you." Hua Jieyu smiled at him. Then she looked at the sky, where the bright fireworks show was going on, and mumbled to Yi Futian, "Are we in a relationship now?" Yi Futian hesitated. He had not expected to be asked like this. What kind of relationship? Yi Futian blinked his eyes. Hua Jieyu looked up at the sky rather than at Yi Futian. But in the next moment, Yi Futian felt a tender hand touch his arm as if looking for something. Yi Futian reached over and grabbed the hand. A smile appeared on his lips. Feeling the softness of the hand, He squeezed it a little. Hua Jieyu blushed. She mumbled, "That kind of relationship?" Yi Futian closed his eyes, then opened them again. Together, they enjoyed the bright fireworks together, holding hands, like all happy couples would do. It was the first time Yi Futian realized that a fox could be so cute and silly. It seemed like time had stopped and everything had fallen silent. Neither of them spoke to the other. However, Yi Futian believed that the smile on Hua Jieyu's face was even brighter than the fireworks. Chapter 33. The two coasts of Lake Qinghai were where the best restaurants in the city were. All of them had a picturesque view of the water. The two coasts of Lake Qinghai were where the best restaurants in the city were. All of them had a picturesque view of the water. There was a group of people seated at the best table in one of those restaurants, enjoying the beautiful sight. Murong Qiu sat amongst this group. However, he was just a side character. Seated at the same table were people of a higher position than him. At the head of the table was a young man, Xia Fan. He was a big character from the East Sea Prefecture, and beside him sat the son of the city lord, Wei Feng. Murong Qiu, any news from Mount Tianyao? Asked Xia Fan. Our people are still clearing the mountains. We got some news this afternoon saying that they found a mysterious area. It's possible that something could be hidden there, Murong Qiu reported. If this goes on, my people will have to be buried on Mount Tianyao. Shouldn't both of our groups send some more people over? Suggested Xia Fan. I will bring it up with my father when I return, said Murong Qiu. Wei Feng also nodded in agreement. Okay, said Xia Fan. He then added, I hope you were not mistaken. The pavilion lord of the Earth Elemental Pavilion is my father's. My younger brother and I took care of everything personally. There's no way I could have been mistaken. There was definitely something that looked like a dragon at Mount Tianyao, Murong Qiu reassured him. All right. Xia Fan turned his attention to outside the window. As fireworks filled the sky, two figures by the lake stood out to him. He was captivated by the girl's beauty. He pointed in their direction and asked, Who are they? Murong Qiu looked over. His face frowned when he saw who Xia Fan was pointing at. Hua Jieyu, the daughter of Qingzhou City's ace, Hua Fenglu, and Yi Futian. He used to be a disciple of Qingzhou Academy, but left after rebelling against the academy. He is now Hua Fenglu's disciple, Murong Qiu explained. Hua Fenglu? As in the Qin devil Hua Fenglu? Asked the man sitting beside Xia Fan. My father did some research on him. He really is known as the Qin devil in the city of Donghai, Murong Qiu replied. If this is true, then that must be the daughter of Hua Fenglu and her. The man went into deep thought. He's the one who had his powers disabled by the art saint? Xia Fan began to show interest. He would never have expected to meet such a legendary character from Donghai City here. That's right, confirmed the man. That girl is a member of that family, so it's best if you don't try anything with her. It'll only be trouble. He knew exactly what type of person Xia Fan was and felt the need to warn him. I know my limits. Let's go say hello, said Xia Fan. He smiled, then got up and began walking out of the restaurant. The man followed behind him, as did the rest of the group. They all left the restaurant and headed toward Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. At this moment, Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were enjoying the view, but something felt amiss. They turned their heads and saw the lot headed in their direction. Yi Futian noticed Murong Qiu amongst them and was curious as to what he was up to. Miss Hua Jieyu, I am Xia Fan of the East Sea Prefecture. Xia Fan stopped in front of Hua Jieyu. His devilish eyes could not hide his admiration for her. No female he had ever met could compare to her beauty. Can I help you with something? Hua Jieyu's tone was cold and aloof. I've always admired the Qin Devil's skills, but have not had the honor of meeting him in person. To be able to run into you here is such an honor. Sorry to have disturbed you, but if you are willing, please come join us at the restaurant for a meal, said Xia Fan. His smile was warm and inviting. Yi Futian furrowed his brows. He was completely invisible to this guy. No, said Hua Jieyu. Even though she was smiling, one could feel that she was trying to distance herself. Besides Xia Fan, everyone had a strange look on their faces. Was she really going to be so blunt with him? I shall be excused then. It took a minute for Xia Fan to speak again. As soon as he turned his back, the smile on his face disappeared, replaced with a stone-cold demeanor. Mood ruined, complained Futian. His hand reached out to try and grab Hua Jieyu's. What are you trying to do? Asked Hua Jieyu. She laughed and pulled her hand away. I thought our relationship was now confirmed, said Futian innocently. Yeah, hasn't our relationship already been confirmed? Teased Hua Jieyu. Fox, how can you do this to me? Futian felt wronged. So, he couldn't touch her now that they're dating? Doing what to you? Laughed Hua Jieyu. Now that we're dating, you are forbidden from flirting with other girls. Also, you have to come to me, no matter where I am. No, our relationship hasn't reached that point yet. Futian felt like he was being scammed. Just you try. Father said that you're not trustworthy and told me to hurry home. I have to go back. Hua Jieyu looked at Futian. She did not want to leave him. They were going to have to part tomorrow. Would he be upset at her for leaving? Futian looked sad. Hua Jieyu could not bear to see him like this. She reached her hand out to him. However, Futian did not take her hand. He continued to look at her. Do you really have to leave? Hua Jieyu knew when Futian said, leave, he did not simply mean they're parting right now. Parting ways after falling in love with one another, followed by a long journey to reunite. I never imagined my love life to be so melodramatic. Don't you think you're being a little unfair to me? Futian searched for something in her eyes. He obviously knew the kind of person she was after having spent months together. Even after realizing her feelings for him, there was no way she would pursue him actively. Plus, after what she had said before, Futian knew exactly what was going on. Hua Jieyu had a sad look in her eyes. She looked down when she felt her eyes begin to water. She did not know how to explain it to him. What do you want me to do? She whispered, lifting her head to meet his eyes once again. Looking down at her flawless face and puppy dog eyes, Futian felt his heart melt. If it's going to be melodramatic, so be it. Who told me to fall for a fox? The power of beauty was so great. Hearing his words, she smiled, and her mood picked up. She looked at Futian and said softly, Okay, I'll make it up to you. What if I don't leave tonight and stay with you? Aren't we going a little too fast? Asked Futian, bright-eyed. Tonight? Stay with him? Upon seeing the perverted look on his face, Hua Jieyu lifted her foot to stomp on Futian. What kind of dirty thoughts are you having? I didn't mean it like that. Like what? Futian blinked at her innocently. I regret everything I just said, she said. Before she could turn to leave, Futian grabbed her by the arm and said, I'll walk you back. Okay, Hua Jieyu nodded quietly, not trying to fight him on the subject. She let Futian take her hand as they walked. Let's go take a boat, said Futian. She nodded again, and they walked to the dock. After boarding the boat, they sailed down Lake Qinghai. On the lake were many other boats. The surface of the water reflected the sky, lit up with fireworks. The couple sat next to each other at the front of the boat, leaning on one another like a picture, which a trace edge looks of admiration from passengers on passing boats. From across the water, a boat occupied by several people approached them. Two of them were shocked to see Futian and Hua Jieyu. General Qin, Senior Sister Qin Futian called out to greet them. General Qin was dressed casually. He looked like any ordinary person, spending New Year's Eve with his family. Seeing who Futian was with, General Qin gave him a thumbs up. How romantic, teased Qin Futian chuckled as if he was caught doing something wrong. Another boat floated past them and they heard someone say, Senior Sister, you have a really nice figure. By reflex, Futian nodded and he hummed in agreement. He realized what he had just done immediately and turned towards Hua Jieyu, only to see her smiling wryly at him. But I still like you better, he blurted out quickly. She huffed and turned away from him to stare ahead. Next, she felt an arm wrap around her waist. At first, she froze, but then her body relaxed, tilting toward him, and she laid her head on his shoulder. At that moment, everything was peaceful and beautiful. They felt closer than they ever had. By the time Futian and Hua Jieyu made their way back to her residence at Qingzhou Academy, it was already late at night. Compared to the busy city streets, the campus was dead silent. Hua Fenglu had already gone to sleep. Stepping into her room, Hua Jieyu realized Futian was still following behind her, and her face flushed red. You're not going to kick me out this late at night, are you? It's dangerous out there. Yi Futian got his words in before Hua Jiu could say anything. When he saw how hard she was glaring at him, he added, Do you have the heart to do that? You have your own room, she said to the shameless young man. You're leaving tomorrow. I just want to spend a little more time with you. I don't even know when I'm going to be able to see you again, he told her in a soft voice. Even though Hua Jiu knew he was just trying to sweet-talk her, her heart still softened. She'd allow this as compensation. Walking next to the bed, she took off her outerwear, revealing her curvaceous figure. Yi Futian's eyes lit up. Hua Jiu chuckled as she watched him. How's my figure? Perfect, answered Yi Futian, feeling a bit warm. Hua Jiu felt proud. She then climbed in between her sheets and had her back facing him as she blushed hard. What a tease, complained Yi Futian. Women really did hold grudges. I can't see you this way, said Yi Futian, but Hua Jiu ignored him. However, she turned around to face him moments later and said, Stay there. Don't come any closer. After that, she closed her eyes and tried to fall asleep. Yi Futian sat there quietly and admired her beauty. Looking at her brought him warmth. It seemed like a long time had passed when Hua Jiu opened her eyes again to find that Yi Futian was still watching her. Gently, she whispered, I can't fall asleep. Let me play a song for you, he said lovingly. He left his seat, and seconds later the sound of the guqin floated into her room. It was peaceful and serene. The song flowed beautifully, full of love, but also with a hint of sadness. Hua Jiu closed her eyes once again and drifted off to sleep. Quietly, 2 streams of tears rolled off her smiling face. So, this was love. The warmth of a first love, the fluttering of your heart when he held your hand, and the sadness of parting. Divine Prefecture Calendar, Year 10,000. The morning of the first day of the new year. A large black eagle descended upon Qingzhou Academy. It waited outside of Hua Fengliu's residence. Inside, Hua Jiu was getting ready. Dressed in a long green dress, she lived up to her name as a goddess. Her beautiful smile never left her face. As she approached the entrance of the residence, she looked back at Yi Futian. He was still playing the guqin. However, his eyes were fixed on her. They looked into each other's eyes and shared a smile. The look they shared bore a million unsaid words. There was no promise to be together forever. No promises of, till death do us part. Just one smile. After that, Hua Jiu left. She settled atop the black eagle and then was off into the sky. Very quickly, they disappeared into the clouds. Yi Futian continued to play his instrument. Beside him, a handsome figure dressed in white stood silently and watched Yi Futian. Chapter 34. Yi Futian played the guqin for a long while before he stopped. He sighed with a particular sadness. He felt empty deep inside after his fox was gone. Yi Futian played the guqin for a long while before he stopped. He sighed with a particular sadness. He felt empty deep inside after his fox was gone. Stop your fake sadness. The city of Qingzhou belongs to East Sea Prefecture, and the city of Donghai is the capital. You can get there simply by sailing through the East Sea, and I don't believe that you don't know this. Hua Fenglu looked at Yi Futian and said, I know you'll leave once you reach the glory plain. With your talent and effort, it would be several months at most. Don't tell me you have no interest in this. Yi Futian blinked his eyes and looked at Hua Fenglu. As much as you already know, could you please just save me some honor? To reveal my plan like this makes me sound like a horrible person. How far did you go last night? Hua Fenglu asked Yi Futian with a smirk. Yi Futian felt really embarrassed and stressed. He had finally realized there was a difference between a professor and a father-in-law. Apparently, Mr. Hua was transitioning between the two roles smoothly. His embarrassment actually made Hua Fenglu laugh. He told Yi Futian, just stay here until you reach the glory plain. You'll make it soon. Sure, father-in-law. Yi Futian understood Mr. Hua's plan. Now his professor was supervising him on behalf of his girlfriend, and the only way to regain freedom was to reach the glory plain. You glib-tongued boy, Hua Fenglu smiled at him and said, I will teach you the songs I gave you before. Yes, sir. Yi Futian nodded. Since this man was going to be his father-in-law, there was no reason not to obey his orders. Time passed by, and the students of Qingzhou Academy came back to school after the break. Yu Sheng went to Mr. Hua's place to look for Yi Futian. Sometimes they went to Mount Tianyao for cultivation, sometimes they practiced songs in the yard. One day, Yi Futian was sitting in the pavilion with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he felt that something was happening in his soul. He focused, and all the fire element spiritual qi of the universe gathered into a scarlet form around his body. It was dusk, and the orange sunlight fell on his body. Yi Futian started freedom meditation to perceive the vast essence of the universe. Soon after, constant flames concentrated over his body. It was not merely just spiritual qi at all. In fact, it had taken solid form, and the space around Yi Futian was turned into flaming territory. Now his spiritual qi comes into form. Hua Fenglu happened to pass by and noticed the new progress made by Yi Futian. He smiled, genuinely pleased and proud. Yi Futian opened his eyes. He laughed and mumbled, "That's the glory plane of sorcery for me." "Professor," he greeted Hua Fenglu. "Since you have reached a new level of sorcery, the next step should be to break through in your martial arts." Hua Fenglu smiled and told him, then gave Yi Futian a letter. "Hua Jieyu sent it." "Fox sent me a letter?" Yi Futian's eyes twinkled. He snatched the letter and could not wait to open it. The letter said, "You lecherous boy. I dare you not to flirt or even talk with other girls while I am away. I know it's just unfair to you that I had to leave, but I promise you that when you come to Donghai City, I will compensate you for everything, big time." Compensate me for everything? Yi Futian felt excited about this everything. He could not stop thinking about Hua Jieyu's beautiful face and her curvy body that he saw the night before she left. In fact, he almost wanted to leave now. This girl knew him so well that she was throwing him a daring temptation. "How do you want to reply?" Hua Fenglu smiled at Yi Futian. "Professor, you peeked at the letter before giving it to me, didn't you?" Yi Futian demanded when he saw Hua Fenglu's eyes. On the envelope of the letter was written, "Yi Futian's eyes only." "Huh, why do you think that I would do that?" Hua Fenglu tried to sound harsh. However, it didn't work at all. The way Yi Futian looked at him indicated that he didn't believe him at all. "The messenger bird is still here. Reply soon, or I'll let her go." Hua Fenglu changed the topic. Yi Futian was frustrated. His professor was shameless too. "Help me reply, and just say, Fox, wait for me," Yi Futian told Hua Fenglu because he didn't dare add anything else to the reply, since it was apparently being monitored by his father-in-law. "Okay." Hua Fenglu smiled and left. This snooping had severely damaged the image of his greatness in Yi Futian's mind. Bang, bang. Someone was stomping on the ground outside. Yi Futian felt like it was almost as strong as an earthquake. Soon, he saw it was Yu Sheng who was charging into the place. He was running so fast that his harsh steps actually cracked the ground. What's going on? Yi Futian knew that there must be a reason for him to be in such a rush. A monster tide is coming. Yu Sheng was serious. Yi Futian was shocked by this news. According to the historical profile, there had been several monster tides over the course of the city's history, and every one of them had been considered catastrophic. Countless people died because of these disasters. The tide stopped 300 years ago when the nation was unified. In fact, the main reason that Qingzhou Academy was built near Mount Tianyao was to prevent the monster tide. Fortunately, a monster tide had not come once during the last 300 years. It had been such a long time that people had almost forgotten how horrifying it was. Hua Fenglu heard what he said, and he suddenly rushed to Yu Sheng's side. "Yu Sheng, are you sure that this is a monster tide?" "Definitely," Yu Sheng nodded, "and it was possibly man-made. I actually saw some powerful sorcerers driving the monster herd." Man-made? Yi Futian and Hua Fenglu felt terrible about this. The people who had started this monster tide were committing such a serious felony. If the monster herd in Mount Tianyao broke out of the restricted area, thousands of people would die. "I will inform the academy." "Yi Futian, go find General Qin and his daughter," Hua Fenglu commanded. Yi Futian nodded. He knew that the Dark Kylan Knighthood under the command of General Qin was the most reliable force to help guard the city. If there was indeed a monster tide coming to the city, the force of Dark Kylan Knighthood needed to be activated. They didn't even think about seeking any help from the city lord. He had been nominated by the provincial government and was not a native of the city. It was possible he would be the first one to leave when such a crisis came. Hua Fenglu hurried to the academy right after he made the command. "Let's move," Yi Futian told Yusheng. They left the house, then ran to the location of the Dark Kylan knighthood. The official students and general students of Qingzhou Academy were located in different regions. The areas for the cultivation of martial arts and divination arts were also separate. The School of Martial Arts was located on the mountainside. The arrival of Yi Futian and Yusheng quickly raised a lot of attention. They had become quite famous even among the official students. In fact, most of the students had witnessed the fight when Haiyan Academy intruded and challenged them. "Why are you here?" someone asked. "I'm here for Ms. Qin. Do you know where she is?" Yi Futian said. "Looks like it's an emergency." The student looked at Yi Futian. "However, since you have quit the academy, you are not allowed to enter according to the rules." "This is urgent," Yi Futian insisted. The student realized that Yi Futian was here to warn of something serious. Then he said, "I saw Ms. Qin go to the place of the Dark Kylan. I guess she was going to hone her riding and archery skills. Go ahead and find her." "Thanks," Yi Futian responded, then ran to the practice area of the Dark Kylan knighthood. However, on his way there, some people blocked him. Imo Lanshan looked at Yi Futian with contempt and said, "This is the School of Martial Arts. You are not allowed to enter this place. Leave now. I have an emergency for Ms. Qin. A monster tide is coming to the city." Yi Futian remembered this guy. The first time his natal spirit awakened, Imo Lanshan had invited Yusheng to join the Dark Kylan and then tried to humiliate Yi Futian badly. A student from the School of Sorcery had once told Yi Futian that Imo Lanshan had feelings for Ms. Qin. It looked like he was jealous now. A monster tide hasn't occurred for more than 300 years in this city. How could this be true without even a slight sign? Even if it was true, how are you the first one to see it coming? "Stop trying to look for Qini with such a lame excuse, boy," Imo Lanshan responded in a cold voice. When he was with Qin Yi, he had always talked maliciously about Yi Futian, but what Yi Futian had done just made him look like a total fool. Qini had a bone to pick with him because of his contempt for Yi Futian. What was intolerable for him was that Yi Futian used to flirt with Qini so often. They had even hugged. "I have no time for games with you. Back off." Yi Futian meant it. He knew that Yusheng would not give a false alarm for such an emergency. If the city were unprepared for the monster tide, buildings would be wiped out and thousands would die. Imo Lanshan was humiliated by Yi Futian's attitude. He believed that Yi Futian was embarrassing him only because of his contempt in the past. "People say that Hua Jieyu has left the city. No wonder you're so desperate. Even someone as talented as you can't be matched with a perfect beauty like her. Am I right? And you just changed your target?" Imo Lanshan started to humiliate Yi Futian, believing that Yi Futian was after Qini because he had failed to pursue Hua Jieyu. Bang! Yusheng stomped on the ground, a frenzy of energy all around his body. The group around Imo Lanshan frowned at Yusheng, and they prepared to fight. Someone said, "This is our place. You better not try to fight us here." Yi Futian stared at Imo Lanshan. He was determined, knowing that it was the only way to solve this meaningless quarrel. "Yusheng, are you ready?" Yi Futian asked. "Sure," Yusheng nodded. Yi Futian gave a simple order. "Go!" As soon as he finished the command, Yusheng charged right toward the group to attack them. Chapter 35. As Yusheng took a few steps forward, a golden force field surrounded him, just like golden armor. As Yusheng took a few steps forward, a golden force field surrounded him, just like golden armor. Imo Lanshan and his people looked very serious. Everyone charged at Yusheng with long spears gripped tightly in their hands. A loud explosion erupted from a single punch from Yusheng. Even his fist that he used to enclose the tip of an attacking spear was golden. The point of the weapon was enveloped by his fist when a cracking sound was heard. The point had been broken off by the enormous amount of strength exerted by Yusheng. Yi Futian continued to charge forward. He had no time to waste on these people. However, Imo Lanshan had no intentions of letting him pass. Avoiding Yusheng, Imo Lanshan aimed his ice-frosted spear at Yi Futian. Yi Futian did not slow down his steps. While in a light sprint, He reached out both of his hands. In a second, bursts of lightning flashed around him. With the movement of his hands, a storm of lightning and thunder was projected toward Emolanshan. Excursive sorcery. You're a glory plane sorcerer. Knights observing the battle were shocked. The speed in which Futian was cultivating was unbelievable. Sorcerers had a natural advantage in battles with knights. Even though Emolanshan was a 3-starred glory plane knight, he still did not dare underestimate his opponents, especially if it was Futian. The intent of battle flowed through the spear, forming a white light around the weapon. Emolanshan waved his spear around, and the white light enlarged to cascade around his body, but it was no use against Futian's storm attacks. However, his defensive spear spell was able to create an impenetrable force field around him. Futian still did not stop proceeding. He was closing in on Emolanshan. As a sorcerer, he was supposed to keep his distance while battling with a knight, but he chose to ignore this rule. It was easy to tell how confident he was. How presumptuous! Emolanshan looked a bit embarrassed. Then, he saw Futian swipe downwards. Almost simultaneously, the thunderous force formed into a flash of lightning, cutting straight through his force field. A spell, the Thunder Lash. Even though it was only an awakening-level spell, when used by Futian, it was different. It collected an enormous amount of thunderous force and contained the powers of the glory plane. To add to this, Futian was a mandate sorcerer. His ability to perceive these spells was naturally stronger than others. When he applied these things to his spells, every attack he made would be more powerful than that of others in the same plane. The lash continued cutting down. The spear in Emolanshan's hand shook and was ready to take on the lash. However, at that same moment, Futian's body became engulfed in flames. Raging flames were radiating off his body and made their way towards Emolanshan. Another spell, the Burning of Silence. Although it exhausted a large amount of fire elemental spiritual chi, its destructiveness was frightening. It was considered a close-range spell. The look on Emolanshan's face changed drastically. He quickly summoned all the spiritual chi in his body and created a force field. It acted as an armor to protect him against the attack of the Burning of Silence. Futian's attacks were so quick that it made it difficult for Emolanshan to retaliate. The Burning of Silence was a spell feared by bi-elemental sorcerers because it was able to continuously release spells of different elements for a short period of time. Boom! A fist came down on Emolanshan's poorly defended head. He was propelled directly to the ground, blood gushing violently from his wound. Futian simply stepped over Emolanshan's body, not even bothering to spare him a glance. Onlookers felt bad for Emolanshan. Though Futian had not said a single insulting word, his disregard for Emolanshan was even more insulting. Sorcerers were, indeed, stronger than cultivators of martial arts, but Futian was not exactly an ordinary sorcerer. When the bystanders looked back to the other battle going on, they saw that Yusheng had defeated multiple high-leveled martial arts cultivators. They were confused. Yusheng was not using any sorcery, just the pure power of martial arts. These two were monsters. When Futian made it to the training grounds, he saw Qin Yi sitting on top of a black qilin, practicing archery. Qin Yi gave off an air of valiance with her hair tied up. Her figure looked extraordinary in the tightly fitted clothing she wore, but Futian was in no mood to stop and admire this view. He called out to her, "Senior Sister Qin." She followed his voice and was confused to see him. She dismounted the black qilin and jogged towards Futian. Still a distance away from him, she asked, "What are you doing here?" "There may be a monster tide erupting on Mount Tianyao. You should inform General Qin as soon as possible," said Futian. Her gaze froze and her face fell. She then sprinted towards the black qilin and mounted the creature. As they were about to pass by Futian, she said, "Hop on. We'll talk as we go." Something sparked in his eyes, and he got on behind Qin Yi without hesitation. "What happened?" asked Qin Yi, worried. "A monster tide could only mean calamity. Yusheng has been training on Mount Tianyao and noticed it," replied Futian. Qin Yi looked serious and said, "Hold on to me."
Ugh.
Futian hesitated, but eventually grabbed onto her when he lost his balance as the black qilin rose into the air. He smiled bitterly and thought to himself, Fox, I'm not doing this on purpose. On the ground, the people of the School of Martial Arts were speechless as they looked up at the sky to witness this scene. Why was his shameless jerk so popular with beautiful girls? First, it was Hua Jieyu, and now that she was gone, he was trying to make a move on the goddess Qin. You bastard! Imo Lanshan had just gotten his senses back when he witnessed the scene as well. Boom! He did not notice when Yushang came back. A punch landed on his face, and Imo Lanshan was thrown on the ground once again. After hitting Imo Lanshan, Yushang looked up to see Futian leaving with Qin and quietly made his way back home alone. He was mentally cursing Futian as well. He really was a bastard. In the sky above the city of Qingzhou, the black Qilin soared in one specific direction. It was going fast, and the wind was whipping against their faces. The situation that Futian and Qin were in was rather questionable, but he had no time to think about that. His only thought was that they had to reach their destination quickly. However, before they could get there, they noticed a whole flock of black Qilins up ahead soaring through the sky. Seeing this, Futian thought, could it be that word had already reached General Qin? They caught up with the group very quickly. The person leading the group looked surprised to see Qin. Young Mississippi, what are you guys doing here? Qin was equally surprised. A monster tide is about to wash through the city of Qingzhou, the leader answered. I came for the same reason. Looks like father already knows. Where is he? Asked Qin. He's taking care of some business by Lake Qinghai. We rushed here first, explained the leader. Okay then. You guys head there first. I'll go to father, suggested Qin. The two parties separated once again. The Knights of the Dark Qilin Knighthood turned to take a quick glance at the young man sitting behind Qin. At that moment, outside a restaurant on the lake shore, stood a group of people from the knighthood. Their gathering attracted a lot of attention. General Qin was having his people surround the restaurant. What was going on? Naturally, when Futian and Qin arrived, they were met with this scene. They stood behind Qin Shuai, trying not to disturb him. He must be busy with something. In the restaurant, a group of people appeared. Leading them was a young man. Upon seeing this group, Futian furrowed his brows. He had seen these people before. It was on the night of New Year's Eve, and the person leading them was Xiafan. Would General Qin like to join me for a drink upstairs? Asked Xiafan frivolously. Is this the doing of your people? Qin Shuai asked coldly. I don't seem to understand what General Qin is saying. Xiafan played with his cup and did not look at Qin Shuai. The monster tide on Mount Tianyao. Are you really going to put the whole city of Qingzhou in danger for your greed? Questioned Qin Shuai. I already said I don't know what you're talking about, and please be aware of the tone you use when speaking to me. Xiafan smiled with his eyes, but his attitude was still as arrogant as before. He did not give a crap about the protector of Qingzhou City. When he finished speaking, the people beside him took a step forward, and the tension intensified. I can't believe that the city lord's office and the Murong Chamber of Commerce had something to do with it too, said General Qin as he looked at Wei Feng and Murong Qiu. His sharp gaze caused them to lower their heads, not daring to look him in the eyes. Finally, his gaze fell back to Xiafan and told him chillingly, You want to use Qingzhou City to satisfy your ambitions? I already sent people to spread the news to all of the East Sea Prefecture that traces of him were found here. Finishing his words, Qin Shuai turned to leave. Xiafan's expression darkened, and he glared at Qin Shuai's back, wanting to kill him so badly. How dare Qin Shuai try to ruin his plans? When Xiafan had found out about the secret of Qingzhou City, he sent someone to deliver the news back to the East Sea Prefecture. His father then sent a professional. The purpose of that was to keep things under wraps, but if Qin Shuai really spread the news, then it was bound to attract attention. Did Qin Shuai know about this secret early on? Qin Shuai led the group of knights up into the sky. Quickly, Qin, who was accompanied by Futian, followed right behind them. Then, she was beside her father. Father, what exactly is going on? Who are those people? Asked Qin. Sweetie, the city of Qingzhou is in danger, and we don't know what is going to happen next, answered Qin Shuai. The city of Qingzhou is under the jurisdiction of the East Sea Prefecture, and that person before was the son of the prefecture chief. I've been keeping an eye on him since he arrived in Qingzhou City, so I knew that he sent people to Mount Tianyao to search for hidden secrets. I just can't believe he actually found it. Mount Tianyao? Secrets? Chini was even more confused now. Long before you were born, my master wanted to obliterate the big demon of Mount Tianyao to save ourselves from future problems. He sent people into the mountains, but realized that it was an impossible mission after paying a heavy price. However, he did find something important on Mount Tianyao, Qin Shui reminisced. His mind seemed to be miles away. To this day, he could never forget the shocking scene he witnessed all those years ago. What did you guys find there? Qini asked. Qin Shui looked at his daughter and spoke the forbidden name, Emperor Yi Qing. Chapter 36. The ground of Qingzhou Academy kept shaking like an earthquake. The ground of Qingzhou Academy kept shaking like an earthquake. The bell sounded in the academy to call all the disciples. At the same time, along the perimeter of Mount Tianyao, the army of Dark Kylan spread out for the approaching enemy. The words, monster tide, were being spread throughout the whole academy. Now the Dark Kylan knighthood knew that Futian was not joking. A monster tide was seriously approaching this place. Mount Tianyao was such a vast place that no one knew exactly how many monsters were inside. If it was a minor tide, they could still hold it, but if it was a huge tide, the whole city could be destroyed. When Futian and the others arrived, they saw that the battle against the monsters had already begun. Countless monsters were gushing out of the mountain. People from the School of Martial Arts were standing at the front lines, while the School of Sorcery released spells behind them. The whole mountain was nearly engulfed in fire, and the earth was fissured from the battle. The guards were just trying to lock down the entire place. However, there were not only monsters running around on Mount Tianyao. A herd of demons was flying to the battleground as well, and they were about to launch an attack. The big chiefs of the academy saw this from a distance, and they now looked extremely nervous. They realized that once the monsters broke through the front lines and attacked the city, they would be unstoppable. The whole city has now entered a state of siege. Inform the major families to protect the city together. Soldiers of Dark Kylan, I command you to spread out and secure the perimeter of Mount Tianyao, Qin Shui commanded. Then the Black Kylan under him flew to the herd of monsters that were flying toward the army. Dad. Qini was worried about her father. Girl, stay away from Mount Tianyao, Qin Shui told his daughter. Qini was still worried about her father, and she was trying to follow him. Futian yelled at her from behind, Stay here. If you go with your father, you will just distract him. Qini knew that he was right. She was only in the 8th plane of awakening of martial arts, and she was not strong enough to fight against the monsters. Futian, what should we do now? Qini looked back at Futian. She looked really flustered. They were practically pressed against each other. Futian felt Qini's nervousness. He blinked his eyes and asked, Is there anything I can do to help? Qini realized that they were too close and suddenly blushed. She punched Futian's chest with her fist and cursed him, You shameless bastard. She turned around to avoid further body contact. Futian smiled and tried to comfort her. Don't worry. It'll be fine, and so will your father. I know. Qini nodded. She understood Futian was just trying to soothe her feelings. Just get off my side. Her face was still red. Futian actually listened to her order this time. He looked into the distance, and he did not feel as assured as he seemed. This was a dangerous monster tide. The most he could do was comfort Ms. Qin, but he couldn't help much besides that. All the people in the city had been informed of the monster tide outburst. All the significant families were now deploying their military forces. This fight was related to the survival of the entire city, and no one would survive if they lost. The cultivators were also rushing to Mount Tianyao to help secure the perimeter. If they didn't, once the monsters broke through the guards, their homes would be destroyed. Inside the city, a remarkable troop was marching towards Qingzhou Academy. The troop was made up of foot soldiers and knights. The ground was shaking from the force of their marching, and the people who saw them were shocked. Some of them are the municipal guard of this city, some are the soldiers of the Morong family. But who are the other guys? People were curious about this mysterious army. Some people noticed the symbols on their robes, and suddenly they sensed the danger. They are the powerful warriors and mages from the Haiyan Academy. How could that happen? The city of Haiyan is our nemesis. Why are the municipal guard soldiers with the army from the city of Haiyan? I don't know. People were now extremely nervous about this army. The monster tide was going to attack the city soon, but the Qingzhou Municipal Guard was not protecting the city with the Dark Kylan knighthood. In fact, they were marching with soldiers from the city of Haiyan. The city of Qingzhou truly was in danger. This mighty troop was directly approaching Qingzhou Academy. When they arrived, the people of Qingzhou Academy were still fighting against the monsters with the Dark Kylan knighthood. Such a huge army soon attracted the attention from all the people who were fighting. A lot of students froze when they saw the newcomers on the battleground. Wei Ming. Qin Shuai stepped out and stared at Wei Ming, the lord of the city of Qingzhou. His face was ghastly pale. You released the monsters from Mount Tianyao and are now working along with the people from city of Haiyan. This is your territory. I don't understand you. What I'm doing now is completely under orders, Wei Ming said in a cold voice. Xia Fan, what are you doing exactly? Qin Shuai noticed that Xia Fan was in the crowd. An evil light flickered across Xia Fan's eyes. He was looking at Qin Shuai with contempt. He believed that Qin Shuai was only the commander of a private troop of a small city and shouldn't be allowed to talk to him in such a rude manner. Where is the headmaster of Qingzhou Academy? Xia Fan ignored Qin Shuai's question. He looked over the Qingzhou Academy group for the headmaster. The headmaster stepped out of the crowd. His hair was all white and gray, and it was apparent that he was over the age of 70. However, he still looked graceful. He was the headmaster of Qingzhou Academy, Gu Mu. He had left the school business for others long ago and focused on his cultivation. In fact, without the monster tide, he would not have even shown up in this place. Mr. Xia, the lord of EC Prefecture, why are you here? Gu Mu asked Xia Fan. Mount Tianyao has been a potential danger for the city of Qingzhou for many years. As the lord of Donghai Province, I have come here as soon as possible to consult with the city lord about how to defuse the situation. Therefore, I have summoned the army of the municipal guard, the Morong family, and the city of Haiyan. We are going to break into Mount Tianyao, and we need your cooperation. Xia Fan laughed. Gu Mu didn't believe his explanation. However, the crisis of this city had doubled. They were now surrounded by the monsters and the army. If he said no to Xia Fan, they might all be wiped out. Okay, we will cooperate, Gu Mu answered. I believe Mr. Gu is making this decision for the good of the city. General Qin is the ultimate guard of this city, and I believe you agree with Mr. Gu, right? Xia Fan looked at Qin Shuai again. You are shameless. All the people of Qingzhou Academy were cursing Xia Fan in their hearts. They looked at him with contempt. You have summoned quite a lot of powerful people from the city of Haiyan. What promise did you make to them? Qin Shuai asked Xia Fan. General, they're merely here to help. There are absolutely no conditions involved. Now, I know you're on edge, but I hope you can settle your attitude, Xia Fan said arrogantly. He had summoned a lot of influential people from the East Sea Prefecture and the city of Haiyan, so he had the advantage now. Okay, Qin Shuai agreed reluctantly. He knew that there must be some conspiracy occurring under the table. However, with reinforcements breaking into Mount Tianyao, they could actually push the front line and minimize the damage to the city of Qingzhou. In fact, if he didn't agree and the two groups fought against each other right here, the result would be even worse. Then, let's go now. Xia Fan smiled. Mr. Xia, I want someone from Qingzhou Academy. A man from Haiyan asked Xia Fan. Who is it? Xia Fan smiled. The middle-aged man looked through the crowd of Qingzhou Academy and his eyes targeted Yi Futian. Yi Futian suddenly had a bad feeling about it. This middle-aged man was the same man with eagle's eyes who had led the intruders to Qingzhou Academy last time. Yi Futian, have you quit the academy yet? The eagle-eyed man asked him. What do you mean? Yi Futian responded with a smile. Last time I invited you to Haiyan Academy, you turned me down. I believe you won't mind if I raise this question again. I did quit the academy, but I already have my own master, so I'm sorry that I still have to turn you down this time, Yi Futian answered. Who is so lucky to be your master? He kept asking. I am, Hua Fenglu responded from the crowd. It's okay. In fact, Haiyan Academy is still willing to accept you even though you already have a master. The eagle-eyed man would not let him go easily. Haiyan Academy is making a really generous gesture, and I believe Mr. Hua, the Guqin devil, would not prevent this, right? Xia Fan also tried to persuade Hua Fenglu. He had not anticipated that Haiyan Academy would be looking for Yi Futian. He's too good for your academy, Hua Fenglu said peacefully. In the Haiyan Academy crowd, an old man whose eyes had been closed for a long time suddenly opened his eyes and asked, Hua Fenglu, you want to fight? Mr. Hua, you're just causing me trouble. Xia Fan laughed, and the army around him stepped forward. They definitely had not dared to mess with Hua Fenglu when he was young. But now, since his natal spirit had been destroyed, they didn't fear him anymore. Hua Fenglu began condensing power and preparing to attack. However, Yi Futian suddenly started laughing. You know what? I feel so honored you keep inviting me to your academy. I've changed my mind, and I believe Mr. Hua will not stop me, right? Hua Fenglu glanced at him. He knew that this boy was really shrewd, and there must have been a reason he suddenly changed his mind. He agreed and said, Okay, I don't mind, but your academy must make sure he is safe. Otherwise, you will taste my rage. Don't worry, Mr. Hua. The eagle-eyed man was happy. Yi Futian had defeated someone as talented as Yun Tianhao. There were only two options for Haiyan Academy, either accept him or kill him. Yu Sheng stepped forward. Yi Futian knew that he was trying to stop this decision. He shook his head, and Yu Sheng stopped. However, Yu Sheng was still angry and confused. A young girl and a young man came out of the Haiyan group. The girl smiled and greeted Yi Futian. Now that you have been accepted by our academy, come over here. Yi Futian nodded and walked toward the Haiyan group. He ogled the body of the young girl and said, If I knew there was a girl so beautiful in your academy, I would have said yes the last time. You're a smooth talker, boy. The sexy girl laughed. Please take good care of me in the future. Yi Futian naturally held the girl in his arms, and the girl also seemed to feel comfortable. She laughed even harder. Of course I will, you cute boy. You shameless bastard. The people of Qingzhou Academy were swearing at Yi Futian. Traitor. How could a student of our academy be so off color? People kept cursing him. Qini looked sad about what had just happened. Xia Fan was jeering at all of this. He believed Hua Fenglu must be extremely embarrassed now, seeing the boyfriend of his daughter betray the academy and flirt with another girl. However, he was surprised that Hua Fenglu was still calm. It almost seemed like Hua Fenglu had no idea about the relationship between Yi Futian and his daughter. Xia Fan believed it was possible. Otherwise, Hua Fenglu would have been furious. Still, he wondered how such a lame boy could get Hua Jieyu to fall in love with him. What he did not know was that Hua Fenglu was calm because he knew Yi Futian all too well. Okay, let's head in there. Xia Fan made the command. He seemed to be pretty satisfied with all that had happened. Chapter 37. The army of people headed into Mount Tianyao together. The city of Qingzhou had never had an expedition of this level before. The army of people headed into Mount Tianyao together. The city of Qingzhou had never had an expedition of this level before. Mount Tianyao covered a large area of terrain, far larger than that of the main urban areas of Qingzhou City. It was difficult to imagine how many demons and monsters lurked in these mountains. Many people had attempted to clear Mount Tianyao of demons and monsters, but to no avail. Now, because of Xia Fan, Qingzhou Academy and the city's first line of defense, the Dark Qilin Knighthood, were forced to send troops of people into the mountains. In addition, the Qingzhou Guards and Haiyan City's army were following behind them. The sheer number of people there was seemingly more impactful than the monster tide. The Dark Qilin Knighthood charged forward on the path that Qingzhou Academy's School of Divination Arts had cleared for them using sorcery. Their advance forced the demons and monsters deeper into the mountains, but Qin Shui was not excited about this at all. The troop was attacking at full force, but there were still demons and monsters slipping past them left and right into the main city. All they could do now was try their best to eliminate as many demons and monsters as possible. Lead the way, Xia Fan ordered the middle-aged man ahead of him. His people had left markers in the mountains the last time they were here looking for the historical remains of Emperor Yi Qing. Yi Futian and the people of Haiyan Academy were walking at the back of the group. He had already made some inquiries. Yi Futian found out that the girl beside him was named Tangyu, 20 years old. She was definitely a flirtatious beauty. Yi Futian and Tang Yu got familiar with each other fairly quickly. Senior sister, a beauty like you must have many suitors, right? Asked Futian. Why do you ask? Laughed Tang Yu. Do I have a chance? He asked her. She looked at Futian and chuckled. You do look pretty handsome, but it's a shame that you're a little too young for my liking. Senior sister, I'm already an adult. 16 is not too young, said Futian. When Tang Yu saw how serious he was, she could not help but burst out in laughter. The young men of Haiyan Academy glared at Futian when they heard Tang Yu laughing. Senior sister, do you know why we're here? Asked Futian. The elders say that there are historical remains in Mount Tianyao, explained Tang Yu. Futian shook his head. Senior sister, let me tell you a secret. He then leaned in close to whisper softly in her ear. In Mount Tianyao, there is a secret methods index left behind by Emperor Yi Qing. Tang Yu's expression turned serious, and she looked at Futian. Is what you said true? It looked like Xia Yin had, indeed, kept this information to himself. It was hard to blame him, though, because this had to do with Emperor Yi Qing, so, of course, he would keep quiet about it. Of course. My master is the Hua Fenglu, and I also know General Qin. It's only natural that I know this secret. Why else would they have made such a big fuss? Said Futian. Wait for me here. Tang Yu finished her sentence and left. Futian watched as she walked up to speak with the elder that had wanted to challenge Hua Fenglu and made her way back. Come with me, she said to Futian. He followed her to stand in front of the elder, who had his eyes closed. Where did you hear this information? The elder asked Futian. May I ask what your position is at Haiyan Academy? Questioned Futian. The elder opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. Why do you ask? Since I'm going to pursue an education at Haiyan Academy, it's only common sense to want to learn from the best of the best, explained Futian. I am Tang Imo, the headmaster of Haiyan Academy. If you do well, maybe I will think about teaching you myself, said the elder. Beside them, Tang Yu smiled and explained, he's my grandfather. Futian bowed down and began to blabber baseless information. Since you're the headmaster and senior sister Tang Yu's grandfather, I would not dare withhold information from you. There has always been a rumor in the city of Qingzhou that our city was where Emperor Yi Qing originated, and that he had left an heirloom here. To obtain the heirloom was to obtain the right to inherit his position and his secret methods index. A lot of people think it's just a legend, but it's all true. The heirloom is up in Mount Tianyao. General Qin has personally seen it in the past. Why didn't he take it then? Tang Imo was skeptical. Headmaster, do you really think Emperor Yi Qing's heirloom is that easy to obtain? If it were, why would Xia Fan do all of this? Asked Futian. Tang Imo squinted his eyes in suspicion. Do you know what happens if you lie to me? I didn't know that Headmaster was kept in the dark about this. I was simply making conversation with senior sister Tang Yu. Why would I purposely lie to her? It's just that Xia Fan has already gathered professionals from the East Sea Prefecture, but he's using people from both academies to fend off the demons and monsters instead. I think he's up to no good, answered Futian. Are you trying to turn us against each other? Tang Imo was extremely sharp. His great aura was suffocating Futian. When you reach the site of the remains, you'll know whether or not Xia Fan has been lying to you. If what I said was false, then my life is in your hands, but if what I said was true, then you should start being wary, said Futian. Why? Asked Tang Imo. I don't know what Xia Fan promised you, but I'm sure you know what the inheritance of Emperor Yi Qing signifies. When the troops are done dealing with the demons and monsters, it would be easy to get his hands on the heirloom. After he accomplishes his goal, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill off all the witnesses. Headmaster, you must take caution, Futian spoke solemnly. Up ahead, it was loud as the troops advanced, and the boundaries of the mountain were on lockdown by the aces of Haiyan Academy. There would be no need to worry about a leak of information if worst comes to worst. Do you hate the vice chief? Tang Imo asked suddenly. Futian lifted his head to look at Tang Imo. After a short silence, he nodded. Of course. Xia Fan will do anything to get his way. He even started the monster tide to get us all on the mountain. The city of Qingzhou is my home. I can't allow him to bring harm to our city. If his plans succeed, it would be difficult for even me to make it out alive. If you don't believe me, then forget it. But if you choose to believe me, then please join hands with us. My master is Hua Fenglu. and I'm acquainted with General Qin. Even if the two schools have always been rivals, it's not impossible to work together just this once. If we can get our hands on Emperor Yi Qing's heirloom, wouldn't it all be worth it? You would be able to do anything you want, without fearing repercussions from a prefecture chief. Tang Yu, take him away, Tang Emo ordered abruptly with a sullen look. Tang Yu walked towards Yi Futian. He bowed once more to Tang Emo and left with Tang Yu, not saying another word. What do you think? Tang Emo asked the eagle-eyed man at his side. That guy has got quite a mouth on him. We can't trust him completely. The key now is to wait and see if what we find is truly the historical remains of Emperor Yi Qing, reasoned Eagle Eyes. And if they really are his remains? Tang Emo continued to question. Father, if it is actually the heirloom of Emperor Yi Qing, then what would a city like Qingzhou be to us? If we got our hands on the heirloom, not even the entire East Sea area would be able to stop us, said Eagle Eyes. Tang Emo went into deep thought. Even though Yi Futian's words were evidently trying to make the groups question one another, he had a point. With the heirloom in his hands, he would be unstoppable. Do you think he'll be of use to us? Tang Emo asked. Eagle Eyes thought for a while, then shook his head. Whether it be his gift or his personality, he's too hard to control. That's true. Yun Tianhao is naturally prideful and thinks only of cultivation, but this young man is different. Tang Emo agreed with his son. Even though Yun Tianhao lost to this fellow, he is still a mandate sorcerer. Yun Tianhao will only get stronger and more powerful. He has already left for the city of Donghai to seek more knowledge. He will definitely make a glorious return. Yi Futian, on the other hand, if we don't get him under control. Eagle Eyes looked at Tang Emo and then shared an unspoken understanding. The large group was advancing very quickly. Along the way, they stepped over countless carcasses of different types of demons and monsters, but they had also suffered many attacks. Both Qingzhou Academy and the Dark Qilin Knighthood made many sacrifices, some dead, some hurt. The fog on Mount Tianyao grew thicker. It would be impossible to locate anything in the mountains from up in the air. This was the only reason Xia Fan chose to advance on foot. During their long expedition, Headmaster Gu Mu of Qingzhou Academy and Qin Shuai went looking for Xia Fan. When they found him, they made their intentions clear. If everyone else continues to take a back seat while our people from the Academy and the Knighthood clear the way, we will leave the way we came. Are you threatening me? Xia Fan stared at Qin Shuai, who had just listed his terms. Think what you will, said Qin Shuai calmly. They were no longer in the city of Qingzhou. They had initially agreed to Xia Fan's forceful request because of the monster tide, but now that they were deep into Mount Tianyao, things were different. Xia Fan did not dare to push his luck. Fine, Xia Fan gave in and called out, Headmaster Tang Emo, I understand. Tang Emo nodded and ordered his people to take the place of the people of Qingzhou Academy and the Dark Qilin Knighthood at the front line. Yi Futian stepped up with them. This area with the deeper fog housed more powerful demons and monsters. Sometimes, there were even high-level Dharma rank demons and monsters. To defeat these creatures, the elders would have to step in. Time passed, and day by day, there were fewer and fewer people in their expedition, and a large number of those who were hurt were actually their most powerful people in the group. The weaker people were being protected in the back of the group. Nobody would send the weak out to die, so they were the safest. Whenever Yi Futian was met with danger, he ran to hide amongst the Haiyan Academy aces so he would be safe as well. He was not about to risk his life for the Haiyan Academy. A lot of people scorned him when he did this, but he did not care at all. Finally, when they had gotten far enough within the mountains, the fog began to clear. This area was bright, maybe even brighter than it had been off the mountains. Spiritual qi was gathered here. This area is heavy with spiritual qi, but the surrounding areas are layered in fog. Could it be? Someone in the group spoke up. That's right. We're here, said an ace beside Xia Fan. He was excited. The lot continued to advance, and they started to realize that there was not a single demon or monster in this area. What is that? Someone pointed ahead and screamed. As they got closer, the view became clearer, and everyone's hearts began to pound. What they saw was an enormous statue. It rose from the valley below and stood in the middle of the mountains. Everyone was shaking, but they continued to advance until they were all standing on a cliff above the valley, looking out at the statue. Spiritual chi was flowing like crazy through the entire area. Look down. Someone pointed with a shaking finger down at the base of the statue. There, they saw a dragon coiled around the statue. It was an actual dragon. Right now, it had its eyes closed shut, seemingly asleep. That's the dragon, someone from Qingzhou Academy said. Everyone, including Yi Futian, was surprised. This dragon was the same one they saw last fall. Around the statue and dragon, the valley was swarmed by powerful demons. They were revolving around the statue, greedily absorbing its spiritual qi. This was a valley of 1,000,000 beasts. Emperor Yi Qing, someone said in shock as they stared at the giant statue. 16 years ago, the death of Emperor Yi Qing became tabooed, and it became forbidden for anything in his image to exist, but right in front of their eyes was this magnificent statue of Emperor Yi Qing. Chapter 38. The monumental statue in front of them was vivid and dignified. Black hair casually spread across the shoulders. The eyes were so bright that they seemed to be looking through people. The statue had already demonstrated the unsurpassed charm of Emperor Yi Qing. The monumental statue in front of them was vivid and dignified. Black hair casually spread across the shoulders. The eyes were so bright that they seemed to be looking through people. The statue had already demonstrated the unsurpassed charm of Emperor Yi Qing. Emperor Yi Qing was the legend of the divine prefectures of the East. Even though his name became a taboo after he died, it was still mentioned privately. The name had come as a shock. They had never expected that in Mount Tianyao, there was such a lifelike statue of Emperor Yi Qing, and they were wondering whether the dragon was his mount. Wow, look at this, the relics of Emperor Yi Qing. Tang Yimo, the headmaster of Haiyan Academy, narrowed his eyes. He realized that Xia Fan had concealed his true intentions about coming in here. Qin Shui gazed at the coiled dragon in the canyon below. He frowned with doubt. Several years ago, when he had come here with his master, he hadn't seen the coiled dragon. There were only the statue and monsters at that time. The dragon must have come later. Everyone, these are the relics of Emperor Yi Qing. There's an entrance behind the statue, and I believe the treasure of Emperor Yi Qing is hidden inside. Even without the relics of Emperor Yi Qing, the corpse of this dead dragon is a valuable treasure itself. Xia Fan pointed below. He looked so greedy that he would have started the exploration already if not for the monsters lurking below. Tang Fei went to tell Xia Fan that the monsters below were entirely different from the ones in the monster tide. Mr. Xia, these monsters are different. These monsters were just being lazy. They didn't even care about the people and kept laying there. So, we all need to work together, Xia Fan said. I didn't know Emperor Yi Qing was a native of the city of Qingzhou, and that there were relics in this place. How much longer were you going to hide this from me? Tang Yimo asked Xia Fan tentatively. Xia Fan looked at Tang Yimo and then smiled. In fact, I didn't know that Emperor Yi Qing lived in this city until recently. However, it's still unknown whether the relics are behind the entrance of that statue or not. I didn't tell Mr. Tang because I wanted to keep it confidential information. Okay. Tang Yimo nodded. Yi Futian was telling the truth. Emperor Yi Qing had been a native of the city of Qingzhou. However, what he didn't know was that Yi Futian also felt shocked about this fact. He had totally made it up, and he had no evidence to support it. To his surprise, Xia Fan admitted that Emperor Yi Qing had lived in the city of Qingzhou. Time to get to work, Xia Fan commanded. Awkwardly, no one started moving. None of them were going to risk their lives for Xia Fan at this time. General Qin, Mr. Gu? Xia Fan looked at Qin Shui and asked, We have already finished our job. I am not going to let people of the Dark Kylan Knighthood and Qingzhou Academy die for your interests, Qin Shui said coldly. Due to the huge amount of monsters below, Xia Fan would basically be sending them in as bait to distract these monsters from guarding the entrance. Mr. Xia, there are so many monsters and, to be honest, some of us will die if we fight them. If you get the treasure from Emperor Yi Qing, what will we get? I don't want my people to die for nothing, Tang Yimo protested. Xia Fan was caught off guard, then smiled. He realized that Yi Futian had talked with Tang Yimo about his plan. Uncle. Xia Fan looked at the man in black next to him. Then he went silent. The next moment, a fierce storm of sword power burst out of his body. This storm became so intense that it enveloped all the people. People were nervous. The power of this sword storm was so overwhelming that it could destroy everything, monsters and people alike. He's in the Arcana plane. That's incredible. Hua Fenglu realized Xia Fan was serious this time. He had summoned his uncle from the city of Donghai who was, in fact, a powerful swordsman. The treasure of Emperor Yi Qing was so precious that it was hard for Xia Fan to fully trust his army. Tang Imo also looked uncomfortable and shot Yi Futian a despising glance. Do you have other questions? Xia Fan laughed out loud. He had gained control over the situation now. The Dark Kylan soldiers will fight for you. Let the young students of Qingzhou Academy go, Qin Shui responded. You're asking for death? Xia Fan was impatient. His uncle suddenly launched a powerful strike. The strike was too fast to evade. The Dark Kylan under Qin Shui was killed by this strike, and one of Qin Shui's arms was cut off. General! The Dark Kylan soldiers gathered around Qin Shui. They were terrified of what had just happened. Dad! Qini screamed in horror. The man in black hurried into the air. He could have launched another strike at any moment. Any more questions? Xia Fan sounded indifferent. I insist that only the Dark Kylan soldiers join the fight, and the young students of Qingzhou Academy should leave. Qin Shui was persistent. Blood gushed out of his missing arm, but he was still peaceful. Xia Fan was mad. He needed Qin Shui's army to fight against the monsters, but he knew they would not do so without their commander. Okay, let the young students go. Xia Fan then looked at Tang Imo. Mr. Tang, do you have anything to add? I obey your orders. Tang Imo had to comply. He didn't have the same courage as Qin Shui. So, let's move, Xia Fan commanded. The army began to attack the monsters below. The Dark Kylan soldiers were the vanguards of this troop, and those powerful people beyond the Dharma plane level were following them. Xia Fan observed the fight. He wanted to test the power of these monsters with the bait he had just sent. Go away or die. A heavy voice came out of the canyon, which stiffened the members of the army. Soon, they saw a white-skinned monster standing apart from the herd. She soon started to grow huge, and she looked almost as big as a hill. The rest of the herd were awakened by this voice. Suddenly, the whole herd became active. What the? Xia Fan was frightened. He didn't know there was a monster lord in this herd. How could that be possible? He looked at the statue of Emperor Yi Qing. Was the monster lord the guardian of this statue? People were shocked. The monster lord was a snow ape. When it stood up, it was so giant that it seemed invincible. Die, you intruders! The snow ape roared. The mountain began to shake from this roar. Sorry for the intrusion, Xia Fan said. He knew that this was an inevitable failure. They had lost quite a lot of soldiers from their army, and all of that for just a tour of this place. All of the armies retreated back to the top. Tang Imo started speaking. I'm sorry, Mr. Xia. We can't do anything about it. Xia Fan's face was gloomy. It seemed that he needed to release his anger desperately. Go fight the monsters and die there, Xia Fan told Tang Imo. Tang Imo was caught off guard. Mr. Xia, please forgive him. Mr. Tang was encouraged by the others. Murong Qiu approached. Yi Futian knew that the conspiracy had been revealed now. He had tried to cause a crack between Xia Fan and Tang Imo, but he had not expected that Tang Imo would surrender to the power of Xia Fan. Yes, Yi Futian tried to turn me against you. He told me that he was planning to mess with Xia Fan with help from the students of Qingzhou Academy and the soldiers of the Dark Kylan Knighthood. Tang Imo sold Yi Futian out. Tang Yu was embarrassed by her grandfather. She had already started to consider Yi Futian as a friend. So, Qingzhou Academy sent Yi Futian to Haiyan Academy to mess up my plans. Am I right? Xia Fan's voice was gloomy and cold. Mr. Xia, Yi Futian was expelled from Qingzhou Academy long ago. His activity had nothing to do with this academy. I will kill him for you to prove that, Shi Zhong explained. Is that true? Xia Fan looked at Gu Mu for confirmation. Gu Mu gave Hua Fenglu a glance, then nodded. This has nothing to do with Qingzhou Academy. So, I will believe whoever kills him first. Xia Fan was laughing out loud. I'll do it. Shi Zhong rushed toward Yi Futian. Tang Lin also rushed toward Yi Futian. They had already had plans to kill Yi Futian, so even without being interrogated by Xia Fan, he would have been killed anyway. Hua Fenglu appeared next to Yi Futian to protect his disciple. He glanced at Shi Zhong and Tang Lin. Do I not exist? Mr. Guqin Devil, this is none of your business. Xia Fan was complacent. Even your father didn't dare talk to me like that. Hua Fenglu stared at Xia Fan. That was in the past, Mr. Hua, Xia Fan sneered at him. I am in a bad mood. Stay out of this now. The moment he stopped talking, the man in black stepped forward. He soon started to attack Hua Fenglu with the sword storm. I'm also in a bad mood. You better stay away from me before you get in trouble. Hua Fenglu sounded peaceful. Your natal spirit has been destroyed, and I'm kind of curious how bad your temper could be. He urged his power toward Hua Fenglu, and it looked like he was going to tear Hua Fenglu into pieces. Professor, Yi Futian was worried about Hua Fenglu. This man in black was in the Arcana plane. He was even more powerful than the people from Haiyan Academy who were in the Dharma plane. Qingzhou City had never seen someone as powerful as he was. He had no idea what plane Hua Fenglu was in, but the confidence of that man worried him. He has fallen under the Arcana plane since his natal spirit was destroyed. The middle-aged man next to Xia Fan confirmed Yi Futian's fear. You don't have to die for me, Professor. Yi Futian ran away and yelled. Just tell Fox I love her and tell my godfather I have to let him down. The second half was to Yu Sheng. Shockingly, Yi Futian began running into the canyon with the endless monsters. Yi Futian was upset that he had to end his short life in such a way. He was not prepared to die yet. Go after him, Xia Fan commanded. Suddenly, some powerful mages rushed out of the group to pursue Yi Futian. Chapter 39. Hua Fenglu did not expect Yi Futian to be so determined. He even left his last words. Hua Fenglu did not expect Yi Futian to be so determined. He even left his last words. He tried to run toward Yi Futian's direction but was blocked by the sword storm, cutting off his advance. Yi Futian, you get back here right now, screamed Hua Fenglu. You should worry about yourself, suggested the Arcana plane cultivator dressed in black. His body was surrounded by the endless sword storm. When he swiped his arms forward, a row of swords appeared, all charging at Hua Fenglu. Get lost, raged Hua Fenglu. An invisible force descended upon him, and the row of swords stopped right before they were able to pierce him. The sword shook violently in midair. While the two were in this deadlock, Hua Fenglu saw Shi Zhong, Eagle Eyes, and Tang Lin jump down into the canyon to chase after Yi Futian. His heart convulsed. His long, black hair flowed without the wind blowing. The dust beneath his feet blew like a weird storm. I told you I have a bad temper. Why did you have to provoke me? Hua Fenglu's voice was shaking. He felt extremely guilty. His life was just beginning. He couldn't die. A bright light emanated from Hua Fenglu. Then, the light gathered and formed the strings of a qin. From there, the entire instrument appeared in front of Hua Fenglu. At that moment, his aura began to grow, breaking Dharma into the Arcana plane. Life spirit. That's impossible, said the Arcana plane swordsman. He quickly realized what was going on, and his expression changed. Hua Fenglu, this is suicide. Hua Fenglu disregarded him and began to strum the instrument with both hands. Music began to play. An abstract wave was released that pierced eardrums with a dragon-like roar. The swords formed with spiritual qi dissipated. The Tsongshan dragon chant. The swordsman could only stare at Hua Fenglu. The Tsongshan dragon chant was a musical spell that the Qin devil, Hua Fenglu, specialized in. The swordsman watched as Hua Fenglu's pace quickened. His music spread into his surroundings, and the sound waves created a force field, encapsulating everyone around. The force field made its way to the swordsman and Xia Fan. Boom! Xia Fan received a harsh attack and moaned in pain. His face was now pale. Be careful, this is his musical spell. Retreat! Shouted the swordsman. His sword raced toward Hua Fenglu once more. Hua Fenglu's fingers moved even faster. The sound of his instrument was magical, spreading far and wide. Kill him, ordered Xia Fan, blood in his mouth. He felt as if he were about to explode. His people came to protect him in their retreat. Everyone began to retreat, even Shi Zhong and Tang Lin, who were chasing Yi Futian. Kill, muttered Hua Fenglu. His music continued, and an even stronger wave attacked Xiafan. His people tried to use their spiritual qi to create a force field for his protection, but the wave was too strong. The force field was broken, and Xiafan was hit once again. His face was now even more pale than before. Shizhong, on the other hand, was not so lucky. Under the power of the music, he screamed in pain. He was killed by the power of Hua Fengliu's instrument, bleeding from every orifice. The Qin Devil, someone said. Many people had heard of this name, but seeing him in action made them realize how truly extraordinary Hua Fengliu was. "Let's go," said the swordsman. Protecting himself with a force field, he went to Xiafan's side to retreat together. Seeing this, Tang Emo and Gumu also ordered an evacuation. Qing Shui led the dark Qilin knighthood away from this place of trouble. Hua Fengliu attempted to chase after his enemies, but stopped after taking a single step. He began to cough up blood. This was going to be the end of the legendary Qin Devil. He could no longer chase after them. Even so, the sound of his instrument never ceased. Futian jumped down the canyon and felt the wind around him. Just as he was about to land, he was swept up in the wind, but not even the wind could defy gravity. He began to fall once more, and Futian felt no strength in his legs. Would he die like this? He did not die, but he did see the demons and monsters gather around him. They looked as if they wanted to swallow him alive. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" asked the snow ape. Just as he spoke, Futian's thunder dragon spirit was released. "Senior Dragon and I are linked by fate. I have my life spirit thanks to him, so I came to express my gratitude," said Futian loudly. He was not going to give up a chance to live even at a dead end like this. Demons and monsters stormed towards him, not paying attention to anything he said. Futian could smell blood. It came from the mouth of a demon boa. He was out of hope now. Pang! A large hand smacked the demon boa far away. The snow ape stood in front of Futian like a large mountain. It looked down on Futian and asked, "This life spirit, it was given to you by the old dragon?" Futian's eyes twinkled and he spoke, "Last year when I was training on Mount Tianyao, Senior Dragon's image appeared. After observing it, my life spirit was created." "You created the life spirit by observation?" The snow ape stared at Futian. "Show me your natal spirit." Futian nodded. The world tree appeared. The ancient tree swayed in the wind, just like a real tree. The snow ape shuddered, his eyes suddenly turning red. His large body fell to the ground, his head landing in front of Futian. "What's wrong?" asked Futian, withdrawing his life spirit. The snow ape looked extremely sad. "Child," the snow ape stuck out its finger to caress Futian's face. Tears formed in his large red eyes, and he began to cry. This was enough for Futian to share his deep sadness. "Why is it you?" The snow ape's body shook as he continued to cry. "Do you know me?" Futian's voice lowered, seemingly affected by the snow ape's emotions. "You poor child." The snow ape was unable to pull himself out of his melancholic state. Slowly, he stood up, lifted his head, and let out an earth-shattering scream. His fists pounded down on his chest repeatedly. The snow ape's scream resonated throughout the mountain, and the demons and monsters bowed down as they shook in fear. The snow ape then got down on his knees and gave Futian a deep bow, one fit for royalty. "Senior," Futian was dumbfounded. The demons and monsters of the canyon were bowing down to him. "May you bring me back up there?" asked Futian. He was worried about Hua Fengliu. "Of course," answered the snow ape. He lifted his head and held on to Futian with his huge hands. His feet stomped down on the ground, shattering it, and in a second they were catapulted back to the peak of the mountain. The whole mountain shook along with their movements. Letting go of Futian, the snow ape placed him on the ground. "Master!" Futian's heart squeezed at the sight of Hua Fengliu. He was still strumming away at his instrument, the strings now tainted with blood. "Futian," called out Hua Fengliu. He could not believe his eyes. Futian was safe and sound. A cord snapped, and his instrument disappeared. Hua Fengliu spit out blood once again and fell to the ground. "Master!" Futian sprinted to his side and held Hua Fengliu in his arms. "There's someone over there." The snow ape looked ahead. Yi Futian raised his head to see that the swordsman had returned. When he saw Yi Futian and the snow ape together, the swordsman's heart pounded. How could it be? Kill him, Yi Futian said coldly. The snow ape took big steps toward the swordsman, who began to run, but his speed was no match for the snow ape. The snow ape gave out a loud growl and stomped down on the swordsman. Before his demise, he managed to shout out a warning to his companions, "Run!" 3 roars came from the snow ape, and from a distance the swordsman's companions shook in fear. What was the Demon King doing outside the canyon? Hua Fenglio's life was hanging on by a thread, but he still smiled at Yi Futian. Don't worry, this isn't enough to kill me. My powers were disabled once, doesn't matter if it happens a second time. I told you to leave me be. Why did you do this? If I was already dead, then you would have died in vain, shouted Yi Futian. His eyes were red. As your master, I couldn't just let you be driven to your death and do nothing about it. That's humiliating, laughed Hua Fenglio. Besides, you know I have a bad temper. So, you feel good about yourself now? Well, I'm pissed. If something had happened to you, what would I do about Fox? Asked Yi Futian. You would marry her, chuckled Hua Fenglio. Yi Futian lowered his head, tears streaming down his face as he closed his eyes in pain. Why are you crying? My daughter is beautiful. Are you not willing to marry her? Hua Fenglio was acting as if nothing had happened. I'm crying because you messed up my life. If you die, then I don't even get the chance to kick you to the curb when I'm successful, said Yi Futian as he placed Hua Fenglio on his back, carrying him into the canyon. You make it sound like you got the short end of the stick here, Hua Fenglio said from behind. Of course. If I become emperor, then you're the emperor's father-in-law, Yi Futian answered nonchalantly. Hua Fenglio lifted his head to watch the sunset and smiled. Yu Sheng approached them from the edge of the canyon. Yi Futian stared at him. What are you trying to do now? Are you also trying to die with me by jumping off? No, replied Yu Sheng, shaking his head. Yi Futian was even madder now. What happened to being loyal to friends? If you had died, then I would have avenged you. Yu Sheng lifted his head, finally looking Yi Futian in the eyes. His eyes were also red. Fine, I forgive you, said Yi Futian. He looked over at the snow ape who had just returned. Can you bring me to the statue? Okay, but anyone who sees us together has to die, said the snow ape seriously. Yi Futian was shocked at his words and looked over at Yu Sheng. They are some of my closest friends and family. Don't even think about it. As for the others, leave it to me. The snow ape nodded and brought the 3 to the entrance of the statue. Yi Futian pushed open the door and entered alone. The inside was empty. All that was there was another statue of Emperor Yi Qing, but this one was life-sized. The spiritual qi inside was packed as if there was a matrix somewhere. When Yi Futian took a step inside, the matrix lit up by itself. It got brighter as endless amounts of spiritual qi rushed into the life-size statue. This caused the statue to break apart, releasing a virtual image. It was Emperor Yi Qing. The 2 met eyes and Emperor Yi Qing spoke softly to ask, What is your name, child? Senior. My name is Yi Futian, he answered. He was not sure why he felt so at peace, even though the most legendary character in history was standing in front of him. We share a surname. Release your life spirit for me, requested Emperor Yi Qing. Yi Futian did exactly that, as requested. Upon seeing his life spirit, Emperor Yi Qing froze. Then, he let out a pained expression. It was the same reaction that the snow ape had. It seemed like he was about to cry. His virtual image approached Yi Futian and embraced him. He then said, My dear child, why is it you? Why must it be you? His voice cracked as he cried. Yi Futian wanted to cry with him. Softly, he spoke, Senior, haven't you been waiting for me? Who exactly am I? You are not the one I have been waiting for. I didn't think it would be you. His voice was filled with sadness. His virtual image returned to its original place. Emperor Yi Qing looked at Yi Futian with gentle eyes and told him, Child, you are the future emperor of the divine prefectures, the ruler of the world. Chapter 40. Yi Futian was looking at Emperor Yi Qing with confusion. His godfather had used to tell him the same thing. He was curious why they had such high expectations for him. Yi Futian was looking at Emperor Yi Qing with confusion. His godfather had used to tell him the same thing. He was curious why they had such high expectations for him. His father had told him that he inherited his natal spirit from his ancestors. However, it was apparent that Emperor Yi Qing and the snow ape recognized his natal spirit. I would not even dare to think about becoming emperor. Could you please just tell me who I am? Yi Futian asked in a lowered voice. Child, you have to trust yourself. You are destined to be the emperor because of your natal spirit, Emperor Yi Qing said patiently. However, Yi Futian was dejected because he had not received a clear answer. As you're not waiting for me, I believe it's time for me to leave now. You are wrong. Emperor Yi Qing now looked at Yi Futian, full of kindness. I feel sad about meeting you in such a situation. However, no one would be more appropriate than you to inherit my power. Your treasures. You are giving me all of them? Yi Futian was surprised. Yes, my natal spirit, my original spells, and everything else. Emperor Yi Qing nodded. Could you please teach my friend your martial arts techniques? He was born to be a warrior. Yi Futian was thinking about Yushang. He believed that Yushang would be perfect for those techniques. Is his surname Yu? Emperor Yi Qing asked. How did you know that? Yi Futian was surprised. If you had not been born into this world, he would have carried my inheritance. However, since you are here, you deserve all of them. He was born into this world only to help you. Emperor Yi Qing rejected his suggestion. Yi Futian felt sad about this. He believed it was unfair to Yushang. Child, there's not much time left for me, even though I want to see you grow up. Emperor Yi Qing's voice was low and sad. Yi Futian looked at him and asked, Could you please tell me what the relation is between you and me? Emperor Yi Qing shook his head. He now looked at Yi Futian with kindness and a trace of sadness. Soon, the illusory figure of Emperor Yi Qing turned into a bright light, which shot toward Yi Futian's forehead. At that moment, Yi Futian felt a piercing mental power enter his head. His body was trembling because of the anguishing pain. This is already the third time. Yi Futian was disappointed, then lost consciousness. When he woke up again, Yushang and Hua Fenglu were sitting beside him. They had both entered the statue. The snow ape and the monsters were guarding the outside. You are so lucky. Hua Fenglu looked at Yi Futian. Xia Fan had summoned someone so powerful, an arcana plain swordsman, to seize the treasures of Emperor Yi Qing. They had even released the monster tide to attack the guardians of Qingzhou City. However, all that they had done had just helped Yi Futian in the end. Yi Futian smiled wryly, yet he was still confused and depressed about what had happened. He closed his eyes and entered his life palace. There was another natal spirit now in his life palace, the Storm of Eyes. The eyes were made up of total darkness, almost like a black hole. There was horrifying mental power inside the natal spirit. This new natal spirit came as a gift rather than a result of cultivation. Yi Futian had to admit that he was lucky. Soon after, he opened his eyes. The next moment, his eyes became as dark as the Storm of Eyes. A robust mental power was filling his eyes. Hua Fenglu was surprised by this new power granted to Yi Futian. He vaguely felt the sense of an emperor. His eyes then turned back to normal. Hua Fenglu asked him, Spirit Elemental? Yes, it's Beast Mastery. Yi Futian nodded. Besides the sorcerers of the 7 elements, there were some special mandate sorcerers. For example, Hua Fenglu specialized in music spells. There were also some beast masters. In fact, all these special sorcerers were categorized as mind controllers, who attacked their opponents with the mental power of the spirit elemental. So, Emperor Yi Qing was a beast master, Hua Fenglu mumbled. And he was a powerful cultivator in martial arts, Yi Futian remembered and added. Sorcerers specializing in mental power were powerful offensively. However, they had weak defenses. I guess that was why he enhanced his techniques with martial arts cultivation. That just made him perfect. Hua Fenglu nodded. Emperor Yi Qing was the legend who had unified the whole continent. So his talents must have been incredible, incomparable. Take your time to look through the treasures you have received. Just ignore us. Hua Fenglu was happy with Yi Futian's situation. Okay. Yi Futian closed his eyes, and then pieces of memories were swarming in his mind. He saw the dragon riding on the cloud, the bird flying over the sky, and the giant ape stomping on the earth. They were so real that Futian almost felt like he could reach out and touch them. The dragon serves for my strength, the ape serves for my power, and the bird serves for my speed. I can make use of them and form my body to perfection. Futian was shocked deep inside. He had already possessed the soul of the dragon, and now he was using freedom meditation to extract the souls of the ape and the bird. Gradually, the wind, earth, and metal element powers raged around in his body, and new natal spirits began to show up in his life palace. Futian finally understood why Emperor Yi Qing had let him inherit all the treasures rather than Yusheng. He had the rarest of talents. He could actually create new natal spirits on his own. Before long, he had 2 new natal spirits in his life palace. In his life palace, he already had many natal spirits other than the original world tree, the sun, the thunder dragon, the Guqin, the storm of eyes, the bird, and the ape. It was even more impressive that the natal spirit of the bird had 2 elements, which were wind and metal. After he opened his eyes, he looked at Hua Fenglu and Yusheng with confusion. "What are you looking at?" Hua Fenglu looked back curiously. He noticed that a weird smile had shown up on Futian's face. "Professor, I just have too many natal spirits in my life palace now. The treasures I received from Emperor Yi Qing were too powerful for me." Futian blinked his eyes. Hua Fenglu was embarrassed. He only had 1 natal spirit, and it was destroyed a long time ago. He pretended to be mad at Futian. "Get out of here." Futian also started to laugh. He took a deep breath and said, "You are also lucky, Professor, to have such a lucky son-in-law." Yusheng's notion about how shameless Futian could be was reaffirmed entirely at that moment. As for Hua Fenglu, he almost wanted to kick Futian's ass right now. During the next month, Futian kept cultivating in the canyon of Mount Tianyao. The relentless monsters led by the snow ape locked down this area to make sure no one could approach Futian. Futian was practicing his skills on a bunch of demon beasts. A demon bull pounced toward Futian. However, Futian didn't even try to evade the attack. He headed straight on to the demon bull to counter the attack. While he was charging, the roar of the dragon came out of his body. He made a fist and punched the demon bull hard. That punch looked as if it was landed by the giant ape. With a loud thump, the demon bull was knocked away by that punch. Futian didn't let the demon bull go that easily. His hands reached out to clamp down on the throat of the demon bull. The attack this time changed into another form. Futian almost looked like he had wings and began flying with the movement of a bird. A demon panther also started to attack, but she missed Futian because he was too fast. She saw the counterattack coming, but it was already too late to dodge it. Futian's arms were like the wings of a bird, and his thunder-like strike left the demon panther with a deep wound on her body. The other monsters kept growling. They had been intimidated by Futian. "Now your body moves like a dragon, you are strong as an ape, and your speed is like the bird. You have made impressive progress during the last month." Hua Fenglu felt satisfied with his work. "I am still so far away from the abilities of those true divine creatures." Futian remembered the images in his mind. Hua Fenglu understood and tried to comfort him. "Your level is not high enough to fully develop the power inside your body. You are only in 2-star glory plane, and you're trying to fully seize power from those divine creatures?" Futian was still sad about this fact. He looked at the snow ape and said, "I need to leave now." "Okay. Have you decided on which beasts to take away with you? Your mental power is not strong enough for those giant creatures yet. However, you can control some beasts and monsters that are in the Dharma plane," the snow ape told him. "You're not coming with me?" Futian tried to gain her sympathy. He believed that if the snow ape agreed to follow him, he would be the most powerful mage in East Sea Prefecture. "Sorry, boy. I have to stay here. As long as I am here, no one will know that the treasures have been taken. Remember, don't let anyone know that you have inherited the treasures. Otherwise, those greedy people would." The snow ape stopped. Futian was upset, even though he understood what the snow ape meant. Futian looked at the monsters around him. He needed to stay under the radar so no one would know that he inherited the treasures by picking a monster that wasn't too flashy. Could you please call a dark wind eagle to my side? Yi Futian asked. Sure, the snow ape agreed, then called on a dark wind eagle that was in the Dharma plane. Yi Futian walked toward the dark wind eagle. He started to release the power from his eyes, which was generated by his natal spirit, the storm of eyes. The snow ape stared at the dark wind eagle to prevent the eagle from resisting. The dark wind eagle was a wind element creature, and her mental power was also of the Dharma plane level. Therefore, without assistance from the snow ape, Yi Futian would not be able to mentally control the eagle. This was the first time he had initiated the beast mastery ability with the storm of eyes. He felt as if the figure of the dark wind eagle was imprinted on his pupils. His ruthless mental power was planting his will inside the eagle to control her, and the body of that eagle was shaking in the process. Suddenly, the dark wind eagle reached her limit. She finally surrendered to the power of Yi Futian, and their souls started to resonate. Phew! Yi Futian took a deep breath. The dark wind eagle finally bowed down to him. Hua Fenglu actually knew the reason why Yi Futian had picked the dark wind eagle as his first subject. Yi Futian was still upset that Hua Jieyu had left with the black eagle. Goodbye, snow ape. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Hua Fenglu finally left. They looked at the statue of Emperor Yi Qing with a sense of attachment and gratitude. Go now. The snow ape nodded. The dark wind eagle flew into the air. The sight of Yi Futian, the snow ape, the statue, and the monsters becoming smaller until they were tiny dots. Finally, they were gone. Go escort them, the snow ape commanded. The monsters obeyed her orders. People around Mount Tianyao were frightened by this herd of monsters. They were shocked and wondered why another monster tide was coming. Chapter 41. The city of Qingzhou was a mess because of the monster tide. Buildings had fallen, and many people had died. The whole city looked gray and pitiful. The city of Qingzhou was a mess because of the monster tide. Buildings had fallen, and many people had died. The whole city looked gray and pitiful. Luckily, the monster tide did not last very long. Towards the end of the monster tide, aces from the East Sea Prefecture had come to help kill off demons and monsters. Thanks to them, the damage was not as bad as it could have been. Despite this, it would take a very long time for things to return to what it once was. There had also been consistent earthquakes in Qingzhou City since the monster tide had ended. After the people of Qingzhou Academy returned with General Qin's Dark Qilin knighthood, it was rumored that the vice chief of the East Sea Prefecture was very unhappy. Then, in a fit of rage, he removed General Qin from his position as leader of the Dark Qilin knighthood. This angered the knights, but they were suppressed by the aces from the prefecture, the Qingzhou guards who were under the orders of the city lord, and the people of the Murong Chamber of Commerce. After a bloody battle, many of the knights had been met with a sad end, and the Qingzhou city protectors, the Dark Qilin knighthood, had become a thing of the past. Then, City Lord Wei Meng was transferred out of Qingzhou City, and his place was taken by the leader of the Murong Chamber of Commerce, Murong Yunshan. Many people were displeased with this decision. Rumors were spreading throughout the city. They said that historical remains of Emperor Yi Qing had been found on Mount Tianyao, and that the continuous arrival of the East Sea Prefecture aces had proved this rumor to be true. However, no one ever made it back from Mount Tianyao with viable information. Some people only make it halfway. Some people make it near the remains but get surrounded by demons and monsters. The rumors also say that it was because of these remains that the East Sea Prefecture's Vice Chief Xia Fan started the monster tide and aligned with the city lord and the people of the Murong Chamber of Commerce to force Qingzhou Academy and Qin Shui onto Mount Tianyao. When these rumors spread, the citizens were even more upset. However, it did not matter, because the Murong Chamber of Commerce held a lot of power in the city to begin with. Now that their leader was also the city lord, no one dared to speak out against them. To make things worse, they also have the East Sea Prefecture to back them up. The most that citizens of Qingzhou City could do was to complain secretly. At the Yi family house, a black wind eagle landed to drop off 3 people and then flew up to circle in the sky. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Hua Fenglu had left the mountains after a short while because they were worried about their families. Upon their arrival, Yi Futian's heart sank at the sight of his home. The residence was torn apart with bits and pieces of the house scattered on the ground. Looking around, they could not find a single person. Father, mother. Futian ran through his home as he called out to his parents. The roof was caving in and the house was empty. Godfather. Futian called again with sadness in his voice. Still, no one answered. Shang was also running around the residence with red eyes, looking for a trace of the family. What happened? What on earth happened to them? Futian was scared, more scared than when he had jumped into the canyon. Futian. At that moment, someone screamed out his name. Futian whipped around to see a beautiful young woman run toward him. Her body flew into his arms and held on to him tightly. "You're alive, you're still alive," said the young woman. Her eyes were red as she cried into his shirt. "Feng Qingxue, where's my family? Do you know what happened to them?" asked Futian while he tried to support her. Feng Qingxue dried her tears, her face flushed red, and said with her head lowered, "Your dad and everyone else is fine. My father told me to let you know that they moved away from Qingzhou City. They wanted to tell you not to worry about them." "They didn't say where they were going?" asked Futian, now relieved. Thank God nothing had happened to them. Feng Qingxue shook her head and replied, "My father also told me not to tell anyone. Your family left secretly, but they didn't want you to worry, so they asked my father to relay the message." Futian was stunned. Then he looked up at the sky and cursed, "Yi Baichuan, you jerk." His eyes were red from crying. Being as intelligent as he was, Futian knew there was something wrong with his background. Both he and his godfather carried secrets about their pasts. Now, his family had taken advantage of the distraction of the monster tide to leave in secret. He knew it was to hide a secret that no one would ever find out. From this day on, the Yi family did not exist in the city of Qingzhou. The East Sea was huge. Where was he supposed to begin the search for his family? They obviously did not want him to find them. "Feng Qingxue, how is the city doing? Have the people from the East Sea Prefecture left yet?" asked Futian. If Xiafan was still here, he would have to be extra careful. They left, and so have those from Haiyan City. Qingzhou Academy took a really big blow. General Qin has been removed from his position, and the Dark Qilin knighthood has been dismantled. All of that is thanks to Xiafan, the City Lord Office, and the Murong Chamber of Commerce. Murong Yunshan is now the City Lord. Recently, more and more outsiders have arrived at Qingzhou City in hopes of finding Emperor Yi Qing's heirloom, but have all left empty-handed, explained Feng Qingxue all at once. General Qin has been removed? Futian was shocked. "Yeah," she nodded. Futian stood frozen. The protector of the city and leader of the Dark Qilin knighthood has been thrown out by the vice chief of the East Sea Prefecture. Who would have imagined that? Those high authority figures held absolute power and played with the lives of others. Had he not gotten lucky, he would have died on Mount Tianyao. "What do you have planned for the future? Why don't you come stay at my place?" asked Feng Qingxue with anticipation. Futian did a once-over of Feng Qingxue. At his piercing gaze, her face reddened. "That's okay. I might actually leave Qingzhou City as well," answered Futian. Feng Qingxue was dazed. Her heart skipped a beat upon hearing his reply. She asked, "Where are you going?" "To do what I have to," Futian said with a smile. "Feng Qingxue, I should get going now. You should head home, too. Say goodbye to your father for me. Take care of yourselves." Futian returned to Hua Fenglio's side. He placed him on his back, and they headed outside with Shang beside him. Feng Qingxue remained frozen in place. As she watched him leave, she shouted, "Futian." He turned back to face her. "I like you," she shouted at the top of her lungs after mustering up the courage to do so. He looked at her, and a smile appeared on his face. "I know. Who wouldn't like a person like me? Don't miss me too much." Finishing his words, he turned around once again and continued on his way. Feng Qingxue's tears fell, and she crouched down to the ground. Futian did not stop. He was afraid that if he gave in, he wouldn't be able to leave. Feng Qingxue was a beauty after all. "If I wasn't here, would you go with her?" asked Hua Fenglu, who was on Futian's back. "Why would I? I only need one fish from the sea. Fox is the only one for me." Futian answered his question matter-of-factly. At this, Hua Fenglu rolled his eyes. How did a shameless person like you get my daughter to fall for you? Looks, was all Yi Futian said. Hua Fenglu had words for him. Master, when are you going to get better? If I keep carrying you like this, people might misunderstand, asked Yi Futian in a low voice. If you don't want to carry me, then just throw me on a corner somewhere, retorted Hua Fenglu. In that battle, it took all the power he had to rekindle his Qin spirit. It also caused irreversible damage. At that time, he barely managed to keep standing. I'm sorry, father-in-law, Yi Futian apologized quickly. Only then did Hua Fenglu smile again. Where are we going now? Asked Hua Fenglu. To kill a person, answered Yi Futian. In the air above Qingzhou Academy, a black wind eagle was circling. Its sharp eyes were trained on the earth elemental pavilion below. It could not seem to find its target and continued to circle. Then, when a group of people exited the pavilion and headed for a restaurant off campus, the black wind eagle flew off after them. It did not attract the attention of the people below. As of late, things had been going great for Morongqiu. Even though the expedition to Mount Tianyao failed, he was still able to establish a good relationship with the vice chief of the East Sea Prefecture. This aided his climb up the ladder at the Morong Chamber of Commerce. He had already been unanimously chosen as the successor of the chairman's seat, and his father was now the city lord. The whole city was under his family's control. Although he understood that a lot of people disliked him, including most of his classmates, he did not care. They had no choice but to treat him with respect. The lobby of the restaurant was packed with people, many of whom were disciples of Qingzhou Academy. When Morongqiu and his people arrived, almost everyone bowed their heads with respect. This was very satisfying to Morongqiu. He proceeded to look for a place to sit with a smile on his face. After the food arrived at the table, his whole group began to converse. Junior brother Morongqiu possesses such a rare gift. You were able to reach the glory plane so quickly. You'll be in the Dharma plane in no time, and then the Arcana plane, said a disciple of the Earth Elemental Pavilion. The first 4 planes of cultivation were Awakening, Glory, Dharma, and Arcana. To reach the Dharma plane would mean you were sufficient to rise into the presbyter level and become an elder. If one were able to get a bit stronger than that, they would be able to become a pavilion lord. After all, the highest level anyone in the city of Qingzhou had reached was the Dharma plane. In the past, Hua Fenglu was known as the city's #1 ace because he was once in the Arcana plane. He was considered a top ace in all of the East Sea Prefecture. Well, of course, Morongqiu will take control of all of Qingzhou City in the future. Naturally, he will be the most powerful person in the city. Morongqing boasted about her older cousin. That's right. Don't forget about us when you have the city in the palm of your hands, junior brother, someone said as they held their cup up to toast. Morongqiu smiled elegantly and lifted his cup as well. He looked ahead as if he were in deep thought. Seems like I'm a bit of a failure when it comes to the ladies, he said. His utterance put the table in an awkward silence. It was not a secret that Morongqiu liked Hua Jieyu, but she ended up with Yi Futian. Then, when Morongqing introduced him to Feng Qingxue, everyone thought he had it in the bag. In the end, it seemed like Feng Qingxue still had feelings for Yi Futian. That bitch. Feng Qingxue is just ungrateful. She's not good enough for you. You shouldn't feel bad about it, said one of Morongqiu's junior brothers. That's right, junior brother. Look at you now. The ladies won't be able to get enough of you, consoled a senior brother. Feng Qingxue is blind. I already told her to stay away from Yi Futian, but she went back to him in the end. Now that he has been killed by the demons and monsters, she must be regretting her decision. She really missed out on you, with all that power in your hands, said Morongqing. I actually hope that he's not dead. Things will be more interesting that way, Morongqiu said with a cold demeanor. You're right. If he's not already dead, then he will be shaking in his boots when he sees you, laughed Morongqing. She then realized that the restaurant was suddenly very quiet. Many eyes were watching their little group. She furrowed her brow in confusion and looked out the door. At the lobby entrance of the restaurant stood a handsome but arrogant figure. Everything you guys said is correct. Yi Futian's voice resonated. A frivolous smile was on his face. Chapter 42, Yi Futian. Morongqiu's eyes became gloomy. He could not believe that Yi Futian had survived after jumping into the canyon full of monsters. How could the monster lord have let him go? Yi Futian. Murongchio's eyes became gloomy. He could not believe that Yi Futian had survived after jumping into the canyon full of monsters. How could the monster lord have let him go? Even the powerful swordsman, Xia Fan's uncle, who was in the Arcana plane, had died at the hands of the snow ape. In fact, many powerful mages had tried to sneak into the canyon to find Emperor Yi Qing's relics. None of them had been successful, and most of them had died. In the restaurant, other students of Qingzhou Academy were also looking at Yi Futian with confusion. The entire restaurant was in extreme silence as they watched the confrontation unfold. "How did you survive?" someone next to Murongchio asked him. Yi Futian shrugged his shoulders and said, "I share the same first name as Emperor Yi Qing. His soul told me that I was destined to inherit his treasures. I just got back from the canyon after accepting his powers." People around him thought he was insane. They believed he was acting shamelessly to show off. Treasures? Inheritance? Destiny? What was he talking about? If he actually had these treasures, why wouldn't he try to keep a low profile? Yep, Yi Futian hadn't changed his style at all. He was still the lucky boy that loved to bullshit. "You're alive, and you dared to come back to the city of Qingzhou." Murongchio still wanted him dead. "It looks like I have to kill you again." Students of Qingzhou Academy, listen to me. This guy, Yi Futian, betrayed our academy. I cannot believe he has survived all that happened. Please help me execute him as soon as possible. Murongchio sounded cold. He now knew that Yi Futian was much more powerful than he was, and he would definitely not fight against him alone. Around him, however, there were some powerful disciples from the College of Earth Element, including several mages in the Glory Plane. He believed that Yi Futian would die for sure this time. Some students came forward and prepared to attack. They were looking at Yi Futian with hatred in their eyes. Their director, Shi Zhong, had been humiliated entirely by Yi Futian and his master, Hua Fenglu. They felt so ashamed by this that they wanted to kill Yi Futian right then. "This is the second time that Murongchio has wanted to kill me. If you help him, I will consider you guys his accomplices," Yi Futian said peacefully to those who stood in front of Murongchio. "I will not show you any mercy." "Shut up, you arrogant fool." A mage from the 4-star glory plane stepped out. The earth element power around him was covering his body. Soon, the power formed into armor. He knew Yi Futian was both a mage and a warrior, so it was important to formulate a defense system. Otherwise, he would be in trouble once Yi Futian approached him in melee range. Bang! Yi Futian stomped on the ground. Then his body suddenly sprang to his opponent. He realized this guy was determined to kill him, so he had to skip the formalities and get down to business. The mage in the 4-star glory plane was forced to react. The earth element power around his body formed into sharp lances, and with a swing of his arm, all the lances rushed toward Yi Futian. There was a piercing sound that rang through the air. Yi Futian actually sped up while facing the lances. When the lances had almost reached him, he suddenly leaned his body backward. His body slid through the lances without even a scratch. Moments later, there was a blast behind him. That was the sound of the restaurant wall being destroyed by the lances. The mage was starting to become nervous. He then urged the spiritual chi in his body to resonate with the power of the universe. A shadow in the shape of a giant rhinoceros showed up on his body. "Go!" He initiated his spell. The giant rhino charged toward Yi Futian. The earth began to crack under this beast. It seemed like the rhino was going to tear Yi Futian's body into pieces. "You cannot run from this," the mage started speaking in a cold voice. He believed that at such a close range, Yi Futian was definitely going to die. However, to his surprise, Yi Futian didn't even try to run away from the attack. His body made a sound like the roar of a dragon. With thunder surrounding him, he made a fist and readied his attack. He landed his fist on the rhino when the beast reached his body. At that moment, people had the illusion that it was not Yi Futian, but a giant ape who landed that fist. The attack was so powerful and fierce that it exceeded their knowledge of power. A clamor burst out. The giant rhino was killed by the attack instantly. Now, people's minds were blown, much like the rhino. They had never witnessed a warrior who could kill a creature formed by the spell of a mage in a higher plane. This completely changed their understanding of the differences between a warrior and a sorcerer. It was too shocking to be real. However, Futian didn't stop there. His fist kept moving with authority toward the mage. It was too late for the mage to defend himself against the attack with any spells other than the armor he had formed before the fight. With a snapping sound, the earth element armor shattered. The onlookers realized it was not only the armor that shattered, though. His bones were also broken from the attack. He was knocked feet away, and his body smashed into the tables behind him. Morong Chio, just go. Shun Yu yelled. He was driving the earth element power of the universe with the perceiving ability of a 5-star glory plane mage. The earth element formed into walls. He had tried to lock Futian's body within these walls to confine his movement into a tiny space. Morong Chio ran outside the restaurant as fast as he could. He was shocked by the power Futian had just shown. Futian had defeated a mage in the 4-star glory plane with his martial arts techniques, and it was apparent that Morong Chio must run for his life. Morong Ching was even weaker than her cousin. She had no choice but to run away with him in panic. Bang! With another booming sound, Futian broke down the walls. He saw Morong Chio running away, so he tried to chase after him. However, another wall suddenly formed in front of him, blocking the exit of the restaurant. Futian turned around. He gave Xinyu a cold glance and said, "You are really pissing me off. What are you going to do about it?" Xinyu did not dare look down on Futian anymore. He had covered his body with earth element armor and prepared for the fight. He realized Futian was much stronger than a warrior who was merely in the 2-star glory plane. "You're done." Futian's hands started to glow with a golden light after he spoke. He released his mental power, and a storm of the metal element was around his arms. It almost felt like his arms turned into the golden wings of a bird. "What? How are you using that metal element power?" Xinyu was so shocked. In fact, it was not just Xinyu who was shocked. The students of Qingzhou Academy standing in the corners also could not believe it. Futian had shown so many talents in various elements, including martial arts, thunder, and fire. Now there was metal element too? Exactly how much power was he hiding? Actually, the metal element storm around his body was entirely beyond the ability of a mage in 2-star glory plane. Even for the mages in the same 2-star glory plane, there was a significant difference in the strength of power they were able to use. Moreover, Futian was a mandate sorcerer. There was no time to waste. Futian's body formed into a bolt of golden thunder that broke through the air. Soon, another wall blocked Futian's way. It didn't work at all because his arms had become razor-sharp wings that easily cut the wall into pieces. Shun Yu's face looked gloomy. He was driving the power in that space like crazy. All the remaining lances and walls were rushing at Futian. However, Futian was so fast that his body had become a golden shadow. Every attack from Shun Yu totally missed its target. When a martial arts cultivator was this overwhelming and fast, he would be lethal for a mage, because once the mage's attacks missed their opponent and the mage was forced to fight in melee range, he was already defeated. Xinyu could do nothing more but run away, but Futian didn't give him a second chance. His body flew toward Xinyu as fast as a bird, and suddenly a horrifying wound appeared on Shun Yu's chest. His face turned ghastly pale from blood loss. Futian left him alone. Morong Chio was still his primary target. He saw Morong Chio running in the direction of Qingzhou Academy and kept chasing. "We're getting a show." The students of Qingzhou Academy in the restaurant rushed out. They believed Futian was going to kill Morong Chio. Morong Chio was surprised that Futian was so fast, and the distance between them was disappearing. He was running so hard that he felt like his lungs were about to explode. There were a lot of students coming in and out the academy. Morong Chio was screaming with desperation, "Help!" People were curious as to why Morong Chio was in such a panic. They realized that Morong Chio was being chased by someone, and was that Futian? How could he be alive after jumping into the canyon? What's going on? Someone came out of the academy and tried to control the scene. It was the director of the College of Thunder Element. "Help me, Professor. He's going to kill me." Morong clutched at his last life-saving straw. He quickly hid behind the director. Futian? The director was surprised to see the student chasing after Morong Chio. Yi Futian stopped charging forward. He was still staring at Morong Chio and said, "Sorry, Professor. You may want to stay out of this. It's totally personal." Yi Futian, listen, you are lucky to have survived. Remember, this academy is a sacred place. Don't do anything stupid. The director was commanding him to stop. On my way here, I saw the whole city was destroyed by the monsters. People are crying in their houses, and this academy has been severely damaged. I believe, Professor, you know who is behind all of this, Yi Futian started saying. And what about General Qin Shuai and the Dark Kylan Knighthood? They do not deserve this. If you still believe this place is sacred, leave me alone. The director was ashamed. Xia Fan was the lord of East Sea Prefecture, and even the headmaster of Qingzhou Academy wouldn't dare question his ideas, not to mention the directors. However, now Yi Futian was accusing him in public. In fact, I believe we are not at the academy yet, Yi Futian said. The director was stirred from his resolve. Morong Chio knew that the director might not be protecting him anymore. At that moment, someone else came to his side and told him, "Just follow me." Suddenly, the student who talked to Morong Chio flew into the air, bringing Morong Chio along with him. A lot of students lifted their heads to look at them. That is Yang Yao, a student from the College of Earth Element. He is a mage of earth and wind double elements. People whispered to each other. Yi Futian. Morong Chio was now floating in the air and taunting Yi Futian. "How are you going to kill me now?" "Director, why don't you take him down?" Morong Chio then asked the director. "Just leave." The director did not want to hurt Yi Futian. In fact, he actually appreciated this boy. "I must kill Morong Chio today." Yi Futian was stubborn. This attitude reminded the director of the time this young boy had stood in the snow, confronting the authority of the academy. "I know you are good at wind element power. Even so, you cannot outrun him." The director kept trying to persuade him. Yang Yao is in the 4-star glory plane. "This is a personal matter," Yi Futian insisted. The director kept staring at Yi Futian. He could not believe that this boy was so stubborn and persistent. Could that be the arrogance of knowing nothing? Yi Futian had proven his power twice. "I guess you have to show me your real power to persuade me." The director started talking again after a few moments of silence. Students were surprised by this demand. "You are going to see something brilliant." Yi Futian laughed. Suddenly, a bright golden glow burst out of his body. As the crowd watched in admiration, 2 wings appeared on his back. He had transformed his body into the shape of a giant bird. All of a sudden, the place was silent. "I am a mandate sorcerer." Yi Futian announced his power to the audience with pride. Chapter 43. Countless pairs of eyes fell onto Yi Futian. They watched as his bright, shining life spirit was released. The rock spirit. Countless pairs of eyes fell onto Yi Futian. They watched as his bright, shining life spirit was released. The rock spirit. Was this who Yi Futian really was? A frivolous, stubborn, and prideful young man? Everyone thought they understood him well enough, but now they realized that they were still underestimating him. He has already displayed his skills in both martial and divination art cultivation, plus his gifts in the thunder and fire elements. Now he was surrounded by a crazy storm of spiritual qi. Evidently, they were wind and metal elemental. By the looks of it, he was a mandate sorcerer in at least 4 elements and cultivating in both arts. He had been so casual about possessing such a great gift. His behavior had once been considered presumptuous and arrogant, but now it was actually understated. If it weren't for Yi Futian's intent of killing Morong Chio, the people of Qingzhou Academy would have never found out how truly gifted he was. Qini arrived, running. Upon witnessing this scene, she had the urge to cry. Ever since returning from Mount Tianyao, her father had been decommissioned, and the Dark Kylan Knighthood was suppressed to the point of being abolished. After all, the enemy, Xia Fan, had returned to the East Sea Prefecture, and the city had fallen into the hands of Morong Yunshan. Morong Chio was having his way. Her father had once been the protector of the city, the one citizens put their faith in. Now who was going to get justice for him? Even the prestigious Qingzhou Academy had chosen to stay quiet. All she could do was continue to cultivate in hopes of becoming stronger and more powerful. However, there was a stubborn young man who had come to get revenge on Morongqiu all on his own. "I am a mandate sorcerer," said Futian. Chini suddenly thought back to the scene in her classroom. She remembered everything he had said. Those words had sounded so shameless before, but with what she saw now, Chini could only laugh. Although she was laughing, tears began to fall from her eyes. At that moment, the wings behind Futian flapped, and he rose into the air. Futian did not cultivate wind aviation, but he possessed the life spirit. The wind elemental rock spirit was going to help him fly. "Tell me, how should I kill you?" Futian asked Morongqiu as he watched him mercilessly. Morongqiu had once asked Futian arrogantly, "How are you going to kill me now?" Morongqiu paled and he shouted, "Yang Yao, go!" Yang Yao failed to react immediately, but was still able to use a wind spell to carry the two of them away. However, Futian's figure was gone in a flash. He soared in the skies just like a rock. His wings spread out majestically. Very quickly, he was able to catch up to Yang Yao. Futian's speed was even faster than that of Yang Yao. Wind blade. Wind elemental spiritual chi gathered around Yang Yao and formed into a sharp blade. Cutting through the air, it made its way in the direction of Futian. A sharp, piercing sound resonated. Futian's golden wings cut through the wind blade, destroying it. His beautiful golden wings carried him toward Morongqiu gracefully, just like a real rock. "Hurry!" Morongqiu shouted in a craze, after turning to see that Futian was closing in on them. With one flap of his golden wings, blood was spilled. A bloody cut appeared on Morongqiu's neck. Morongqiu's eyes widened at the sight of Futian. Then, in great fear, his shaking hands reached around his own neck. He lost all his energy, and his body began to convulse. He was only 18. These were supposed to be his best years. How could he die like this? The next moment, all the life slipped out of his body, and his limp body fell to the ground. Yang Yao was scared out of his mind. He let go of Morongqiu. He tried to make a quick escape by himself. This was not the time to talk about loyalty amongst senior and junior brothers. Bang! Morongqiu's body hit the ground. Everyone, inside and outside of the campus, were shocked beyond words. They could only continue to stare at the young man in the air. Futian looked down at the pavilion lord of the Thunder Elemental Pavilion. "Thank you, senior." "Hurry, go." The pavilion lord looked up at Futian. He nodded and began to fly away. From a distance away, several people rushed over. Leading the group was the new pavilion lord of the Earth Elemental Pavilion. He did not know what to do. He wanted to chase after Futian, but was stopped by the Thunder Elemental Pavilion Lord. Thunder and lightning suddenly appeared and blocked their path. He has not been a disciple of Qingzhou Academy for a while now. Even if his gift is like no other, you can't just let him get away with this, the Earth Elemental Pavilion Lord stated coldly. More people started to arrive. They all stared at Futian's quickly disappearing figure and could not do anything about it. They all had mixed feelings about letting him go so easily. As the most prestigious place in all of Qingzhou City, Qingzhou Academy can't even compete with a teenager, said the Thunder Pavilion Lord. His tone was peaceful, but it also contained disappointment and sadness. His beliefs had been shattered. Futian had taught him something new today. To be young and reckless, sometimes he was very envious of teenagers. They could do whatever they wanted without fear because, in their eyes, there were no rules and no limitations. The people who had just arrived did not know what to do. In some of their hearts, they felt guilt. Personal benefits, power, rigid regulations. The Thunder Pavilion Lord busted out in laughter suddenly. It was as if he was laughing at himself. He looked ahead at Qingzhou Academy and bowed to the place of rich history. Lifting his head, he spoke once again. This place is no longer what it used to be. There is no use in staying. Finally, he turned and walked away. With his back to everyone else, he lifted his hand to wave. When that young man's name spreads all over the world, you guys will understand what Qingzhou Academy missed out on. Not too long ago, he had said that he wanted to see what Futian was capable of, and he was not disappointed. A mandate sorcerer of 4 elements cultivating in martial and divination arts. A 1 in a million gift. Even so, the Thunder Pavilion Lord still felt like he had yet to witness Futian's true potential. The people of the academy just stood there, watching him as he walked away. His back was bleak, but at the same time unrestrained. Meanwhile, a black Qilin departed from within the academy and began chasing in the direction of where Futian left. In the faraway skies, Futian soared in the clouds. Not long after, a black winged eagle emerged from the clouds and began to fly beside Futian. Seated on top of it were Hua Fenglu and Yusheng. Futian came to kill Morongqiu alone, but of course, he would have a backup plan. His form changed back to normal, and he landed on top of the black wind eagle as well. Hua Fenglu and Yusheng did not ask any questions. Futian returned safely. That meant that he accomplished what he set out to do. Futian, a voice called out behind them. Futian looked back and saw a black Qilin flying towards them. Seeing that it was just a black Qilin, he did not feel the need to escape. Senior sister, Futian smiled and greeted Qin Yi on the black Qilin. Are you leaving already? She asked. After killing Morongqiu, Futian could not continue to stay in the city of Qingzhou. The only way he would be able to stay was if Hua Fenglu was not injured, but obviously that was not the case. If it were, then Futian would not have had to kill Morongqiu in such a manner. Yeah, I have to leave the city now. Take care, senior sister, said Futian. He felt bad for Qin Yi. Her father protected Qingzhou City but was decommissioned, and no one was willing to help her. One could only imagine how she felt right now. Let me send you off, she said with a gentle smile. Okay. Futian nodded. The black wind eagle and the black Qilin flew side by side, getting far away from Qingzhou Academy. The Qingzhou coast had many large vessels headed in all different directions. Right now, many people were boarding a large ship by the coast. This ship was one headed for the city of Donghai. The distance between Qingzhou City and Donghai City was quite long. Naturally, Futian couldn't fly the black wind eagle all the way there. Plus, Hua Fenglu was not in good condition and couldn't handle flying for long periods of time. Yusheng piggybacked Hua Fenglu and waited in front of the ship. Futian was having his last farewell with Qin Yi. Senior sister, I really have to go now, he said softly. All right. Remember to come back to visit me when you grow up, Qin Yi nodded. Even though she was sad, she kept a smile on her face. Okay, but you have to make sure not to forget me, said Futian. How could I forget you? Asked Qin Yi. I'm afraid that I'll grow to be too handsome and you won't be able to recognize me, he said with a sly smile. She stared at him. This rascal was still so mischievous. Goodbye. Futian turned around and waved. Futian, she called out to him. Futian turned to look at Qin Yi again. Her arms were open and she had a big smile on her face. I'll let you leave with a treat. Senior sister, you're putting me in a tight spot here. Futian sighed and walked up in between her arms, holding her curvaceous figure with his arms. Qin Yi leaned into him lightly, her smile still bright. Sometime later she spoke again. Are you not going to let go? Oh, he loosened his grip on her and smiled at her. I'm going to miss you. Qin Yi looked at him without a word and then turned around. I'm going now. She made her way to where the back Qilin was. Senior sister, you have to take care of yourself. Futian shouted. With her back to him, Qin Yi began to tear up. As her tears fell, she mounted the black Qilin and flew away, not looking back. Futian watched her as she departed and let out a sigh. He could not help her with much. He only hoped that she would be strong enough to handle everything alone. He turned around to walk towards the ship. Both Hua Fenglu and Yusheng watched him. Master, we should board the ship now, Futian said to them. Okay. Hua Fenglu nodded. On their way there he asked, how was the hug? Comfy? Futian tripped over his own 2 feet. He looked over at Hua Fenglu and attempted to explain, Master, Senior Sister Qin Yi was feeling upset about what happened with General Qin. I was only trying to console her. Okay, I understand, nodded Hua Fenglu. You have to hug someone that long to console them? Master, you have deeply misunderstood me. He finished his words and walked ahead of Yusheng. Then, he crouched down and said, Yusheng, let me carry Master. Yusheng, let's go, said Hua Fenglu. Okay. This time, Yusheng did not listen to Futian and carried Hua Fenglu onto the ship. Futian watched their backs and tried to catch up. Nice guys always end up getting hurt. Chapter 44. On the coast of city of Qingzhou, a giant ship sailed away and finally disappeared from people's sight. On the coast of city of Qingzhou, a giant ship sailed away and finally disappeared from people's sight. An old man was standing quietly there, watching the giant ship leave. Waves continued crashing on the rocks, while the wind shrieked. The sea breeze kept whistling and whipped around the old man's body. His gray hair was swinging, and so was his body. It almost looked like he would be blown away by the wind. However, he stayed immobile. Behind him, in the city of Qingzhou, some powerful sorcerers and knights mounted on beasts were heading that way. They looked at the ocean, and someone commanded, "Lock down this coast." The lord of the city ordered that Futian shall not leave this city. A ship just left for the city of Donghai. Should we check the ship? Someone asked. Old man, did you see a 16-year-old boy board that ship? A sorcerer saw the old man standing on the coast and asked him. The old man was still standing there quietly. He just stared ahead and stayed silent as if he wasn't listening. Answer him. A knight came forward and pointed his lance at the old man. The old man also ignored him. The sorcerer frowned at him, and the knight continued to threaten the old man. Are you looking for trouble? The wind was still shrieking, and sand was flying. The sorcerer mounted on the monster realized something terrifying was approaching. He suddenly noticed that the old man was condensing the power of the universe. Soon, he saw a terrible whirlpool of sand forming. It only took a moment for the vortex to descend upon them and ultimately engulf them all. The old man was still standing there quietly as if he wasn't doing anything. Please, don't kill us. All those powerful people were now begging for mercy. However, they had already lost their chance. The sandstorm had taken them all and lifted their bodies into the air. The old man also started to float with them. Please, we regret what we said. They were totally desperate. You have never seen the power of the holy bird. You should feel lucky that you can witness this power before you die, the old man said peacefully. His body soon disappeared. As soon as he left, the storm intensified and all the people trapped inside were torn apart. Futian was not worried about the people chasing after him. He knew that the prefectural administration mansion would only be informed that he left after a long while. Even if they reacted as soon as possible and locked down the coasts, they would still have no idea where he was going. Furthermore, since the people chasing after him were scattered, the resistance he encountered would not be too harsh. Meanwhile, the Black Wind Eagle was flying next to the ship, prepared to attack anyone in Futian's way. The ship he was on was enormous. There were a lot of private rooms on the ship that could house 4 people inside comfortably. Be careful, Professor. Futian helped Hua Fenglu sit down. He and Yusheng then sat across from Hua Fenglu. Professor, do you have any plans for after we get to the city of Donghai? Futian asked. It had been Hua Fenglu's idea to go to this city, so he believed Hua Fenglu must have had a plan. I don't want to talk right now. Hua Fenglu was in a grim mood. Sorry, I'm just kind of excited about seeing my fairy soon. Futian was smiling. The city of Donghai is the capital of the East Sea Prefecture. You will run into many beauties there. Hua Fenglu was making fun of Futian. Professor, please, I'm not that bad. Futian believed Hua Fenglu was doing this intentionally. Okay, I'll trust you. Hua Fenglu nodded. Yusheng, how about you? Futian turned toward Yusheng. I trust you too, Yusheng said mockingly. I need some air. Futian was embarrassed and left the room. After going up on the deck of the ship, Futian started to enjoy the sea breeze. The city of Qingzhou started to fade away from his sight. His mind was now filled with emotions. He had no idea when he would be able to come back to the city he had lived in for 16 years. Yusheng also followed him onto the deck. They gazed at the city together. That city had held so many memories for them. Yusheng, do you think your father is watching us now? Futian asked. Even if he is, he's only looking at you. Yusheng sounded a bit sad. Futian looked at Yusheng and realized that he wasn't very happy. However, he didn't know how to comfort him. Ever since they were born, Yusheng's father had always treated Futian better than Yusheng. Even though he respected his father, Yusheng was somewhat resentful. Gazing at the sea, Yi Futian started to laugh. You Shang, remember, even if someday I become the emperor of this continent as Godfather expects, I would give that crown to you if you asked me. I promise you that I will share everything with you except my cute fairy. Yu Sheng nodded to show that he understood. When he was being punished by his father as a child, Yi Futian would confront his father and secretly share snacks with Yu Sheng. At that time, he swore to himself that he would stand by Yi Futian's side no matter where they were. The sea breeze was still shrieking and whipped at the boys. No one had any idea how legendary their future would be. There were footsteps behind them. Yi Futian turned around and saw two beautiful girls coming towards them. The two girls were the same age. Both of them were very attractive, especially the girl on the left who was wearing green. She was extremely charming. They realized that Yi Futian was staring at them. The girl in green naturally nodded back at him. What's wrong with your eye? Getting fixed on beautiful girls? The girl on the right started to chuckle with a wicked sense of humor. Yi Futian also started smiling. Why would I take my eyes away off of beautiful girls like you? Don't be mad, please. Don't listen to her. The girl in green began introductions. I'm Lin Xia, and this is Xiao He, my friend. Who are you guys? I'm Yi Futian, and this is my best friend, Yu Sheng. Yi Futian didn't stop smiling. Are you also from the city of Qingzhou? I don't believe we have met before. No, we come from the city of Donghai, Lin Xia said. We heard that relics of Emperor Yi Qing showed up in the city of Qingzhou. We asked our masters to bring us here to broaden our horizons. However, people told us that the place couldn't be approached at all, so we gave up. You guys are from city of Qingzhou, so have you been there? Yes, we have, Yi Futian nodded. You're bragging. Xiao He kept chuckling. Admit it. You're just trying to attract Lin Xia's attention. Yi Futian shrugged his shoulders. Lin Xia then asked, Why are you going to the city of Donghai? We're following our professor, Yi Futian responded. Good luck to you. The best academy in this province is there, Lin Xia encouraged them. What's your class in playing? I can guess your chances. Xiao He asked Yi Futian. A mage, in the 2-star glory plane. Good for you. I believe you will go to a decent academy. Lin Xia smiled and said, Now we need to go for a walk. See you later. Yi Futian then told Yu Sheng, Let's go back. Soon, they headed back to their room. After seeing them leave, Xiao He started chuckling again. Why did you hit on these strangers, Lin Xia? Lin Xia gave her a stare. That boy is a bad one, isn't he? But he's pretty handsome. The other one is a stud. So, Lin Xia, which one do you like? You're talking nonsense. Come on, girl, we just met. Even though we just met, it's okay for you to tell me your preference, right? Lin Xia gave up. She thought for a while, then smiled. I like Yi Futian better. He's cute. Xiao He sighed in disapproval and looked at her with mockery. Lin Xia tried to stop her. Stop thinking of crazy stuff. It was just a casual conversation. I know he is talented, but he is definitely not the very best in the city of Donghai. Of course you're looking for the greatest. They left and kept chatting. Several days later, the ship finally arrived at the city of Donghai. When Yi Futian disembarked, he was awed by the prosperity of the city. Countless ships were docked at the commercial capital of the East Sea Prefecture. Due to the geographic importance of this city, it had become the gateway of the whole province. Goodbye, Yi Futian. Xiao He waved at Yi Futian, and Lin Xia was looking at them with a smile. I believe we will meet again. Yi Futian waved back. Later, he saw the girls leave with an old man. Yi Futian raised his head. He explained to Hua Fenglu, Professor, it was just some casual talk with the girls, I promise. Yu Sheng can testify for me. I'm used to it. Hua Fenglu did not take it seriously. Yu Sheng looked at Yi Futian with sympathy. The black wind eagle landed in front of them. They got on her back, and soon the eagle flew to the city of Donghai. Compared with the city of Qingzhou, this ancient city was so much more prosperous. Monsters were flying in the air all over the city, and they served as mounts for powerful cultivators. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng suddenly believed that they had made an absolutely great choice to come to this city. Lead the way, please, Professor, Yi Futian asked Hua Fenglu. Hua Fenglu took command of the Black Wind Eagle, and Yi Futian noticed that he looked earnest now, which was rare. Apparently, Getting back to the city of Donghai stirred his mind. Eventually, they arrived at their destination. From afar, they saw an immensely spectacular mansion in their sight. It was almost as grand as a royal palace. The black-winged eagle landed in front of the building. Yi Futian had never seen such a majestic building. He asked Hua Fenglu, "Professor, where are we? It almost looks like a royal palace." "It used to be a royal palace," Hua Fenglu told him. "About 300 years ago, before Emperor Yi Qing and Donghuang the Great unified the continent. This continent was torn apart by warlords that controlled separate regions. The nation of Nandu was ruled by the Nandu family. After the continent was unified, the ruler gave a new order to this world. The Nandu family toppled and were seized from the throne. This was the mansion of the Nandu family." "So, why did you bring us here?" Yi Futian was curious. "Because your future wife is living here." Hua Fenglu started laughing. Yi Futian blinked his eyes. He was surprised. "So, your wife is the daughter of this royal family? How did you manage to pursue her?" "I was handsome, boy." Hua Fenglu was confident. Yi Futian believed he was boasting again. "Professor, if I told the guards that I want to go to this place to see my girlfriend, would they kill me?" Yi Futian was joking. "You can try that," Hua Fenglu said. "I have been prohibited from entering the city of Donghai. They told me that if I did, they would destroy my natal spirit. However, it has been already destroyed." Yi Futian was silent. He started laughing again and said, "Don't worry, Professor. Someday they will beg you to come back." Chapter 45. Hua Fenglu stared at the magnificent palace. Yi Futian's words went straight to his heart. Would there be a day that they would beg him to enter? Hua Fenglu stared at the magnificent palace. Yi Futian's words went straight to his heart. Would there be a day that they would beg him to enter? His handsome face lit up with a bright smile. He said in all seriousness, "I believe you." Hua Fenglu had no confidence in himself, but he had the utmost confidence in Yi Futian. "Let's go," Hua Fenglu said lowly. No one wanted to enter that palace more than he did. The two women he loved most were in there. "Master, you did this on purpose, didn't you?" asked Yi Futian. Obviously, he was not really trying to run into the palace to look for his girlfriend. Hua Fenglu was handsome, talented, and known as the Qin Devil. Even if he was not welcomed into the palace, Yi Futian was definitely not welcomed either. Even though he knew that he was handsome, to walk in and say that the 16-year-old princess was his girlfriend as a glory plane cultivator would probably get his legs broken, and then he'd be thrown out of the palace. "I wanted to give you a little motivation," chuckled Hua Fenglu. The three of them returned to sit on the black-winged eagle. They were up in the air once again. Their clothes shook violently in the wind. Yi Futian looked down at the palace as the view got blurrier. This was going to be his #1 goal, whether it was for Hua Jieyu or Hua Fenglu. When the black-winged eagle touched land again, they were outside of another residence. This one was not as intimidating as the Nandu family, but it was obviously still the residence of nobility. After landing, they were able to see the entrance of the residence. Guards stood on watch outside, and above the doors was a plaque, "The Mu House." "Let's go," said Hua Fenglu. Yi Futian carried him towards the entrance, but was blocked by the guards. "Is there something I can help you guys with?" asked one of the guards. "Please relay a message to your master, Mu Hong. Tell him Hua Fenglu is here to see him," Hua Fenglu told the guard. The guard looked over at his colleague and nodded. One of them headed into the residence. Not long after, a young man looking to be about 17 years old arrived. He saw Hua Fenglu on Yi Futian's back and gave a look of interest. He bowed lightly and said, "Greetings, senior. I am Mu Yunqing." "I can't believe Mu Hong's child is already all grown up," smiled Hua Fenglu. "Is your father not home?" "My father is inside, preparing the house to receive your presents. If you'll please follow me," said Mu Yunqing. His arm was outstretched, inviting the trio inside. So Yi Futian carried Hua Fenglu into the home. The Mu family house was huge. Their group arrived at one of the buildings within the residence. A stern-looking middle-aged man stood there. When he saw Hua Fenglu, a look of confusion crossed his eyes. "Hua Fenglu, what has happened to you?" he asked. "My old sport, Mu Hong." "It's a long story," sighed Hua Fenglu. "Come have a seat," Mu Hong said, and a servant girl walked up with tea for everyone. A young girl beside Mu Hong sized up their little group. After everyone took their seats, Mu Hong spoke again. Hua Fenglu, you've already met Mu Yunqing. This is my daughter, Mu Yunyi. This is Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Yi Futian is my disciple, and it is because of him that I have come to you, Hua Fenglu said. What do you mean? Asked Mu Hong. You know that I have enemies in Donghai City. I don't want to drag Yi Futian into it. So, if you're willing, I was hoping he could stay here with you. You can treat him like a nephew, or even take him in as your disciple, explained Hua Fenglu. His intentions were now clear to Yi Futian. Hua Fenglu wanted to find support for Yi Futian, even if he had to beg. My father won't take just anyone under his wing. Mu Yunyi glared coldly at Yi Futian. Yunyi, watch what you say, reprimanded Mu Hong. You don't have to worry about his talent, old sport, Hua Fenglu reassured him. You had your powers disabled by the art saint. How powerful can your disciple be? Now that you're like this, you want to drag my father down as well? Said Mu Yunyi unwelcomingly. Be quiet, shouted Mu Hong sternly. Then, to Hua Fenglu he said, My daughter is undisciplined. Please do not mind her. Mu Hong picked up his cup and sipped on his tea. The room was quiet, and he did not answer to Hua Fenglu's request. Of course, Hua Fenglu knew what this meant. At that moment, Yi Futian spoke up, Master, let's be on our way now. Okay, nodded Hua Fenglu. Please excuse us now, old sport, he said to Mu Hong. Aren't you going to finish your tea first? Asked Mu Hong casually. He had no intentions of asking them to stay. Yi Futian already had Hua Fenglu on his back. Hua Fenglu smiled and shook his head. There's no need. Very well then. Mu Yunqing, Mu Yunyi, go send off Uncle Hua Fenglu, said Mu Hong. The Mu siblings nodded and followed behind Yi Futian as they made their way out. After they left, Mu Hong let out a sinister look. Disciple? If he was willing? He had no lack of disciples. Hua Fenglu's powers had already been disabled. Plus, he has made enemies of the art saint and the Nandu family. Did he really think it would be easy to find someone to back him up? Yi Futian's trio stepped out of the residence and Mu Yunqing spoke. Take care now, senior. The trio continued on their way, but from behind they could hear Mu Yunyi. Shouldn't they have known better? How shameless. They have it tough, laughed Mu Yunqing, no longer keeping up with his previous proper image. They made no attempts to hide their conversation. The words stung as they reached Yi Futian's ears. Yu Sheng had his fists clenched. Hua Fenglu felt guilty and said, I'm sorry, Yi Futian. You've suffered because of me. No, I haven't. Mu Hong is ignorant and blind. He just gave up a chance to be the master of the future emperor, Yi Futian said nonchalantly. You rascal, laughed Hua Fenglu. It looked like he was worried for no reason. With a handicapped man like me, people will only look down on you. They won't see your true potential. When you are able to control the world, they'll regret everything. Master, don't say that about yourself, Yi Futian felt terrible. He knew well and clear it was for him, and that Hua Fenglu had gone to beg Mu Hong. As the legendary Qin devil, Hua Fenglu was extremely prideful. Now that his powers had been disabled, he did not care about his enemies. If it weren't for Yi Futian, Hua Fenglu would have never returned to the city of Donghai. It's okay. I still have some friends here. Let's go find them, said Hua Fenglu. Master, I don't want you begging others for me, said Yi Futian. Coming to Donghai City was my idea. Xiafan wanted to kill you back on Mount Tianyao. Even though this city is huge, there's no way to say that we won't run into him. I can't protect you in my disabled state. I can't just let you be on your own, explained Hua Fenglu. Don't worry, this is just the plan for now. We won't have to do this after a while. Master, don't you understand? All those years ago, when your life spirit was destroyed and you were kicked out of Donghai City, none of your friends stood up for you. Now that you've returned abject, who do you think is willing to help you? Asked Yi Futian. I'll be careful and take care of myself. Don't worry about me. I didn't even die on Mount Tianyao. I won't die so easily. Hua Fenglu sighed and said, All right then. Let's go take a look around the Qin Gardens. Is that where you used to live? Yi Futian guessed. Yeah, but it's probably deserted now, nodded Hua Fenglu. They set off on the Black-Winged Eagle once again. Hua Fenglu and Yi Futian stood in front of the Qin Gardens, shocked. The residents in front of them looked lively. They noticed this even from up in the air. It was definitely not deserted. Yusheng, go find out who the new owner of the Qing Gardens is, said Hua Fenglu. Okay, answered Yusheng. He walked up to ask the guard but did not get a name. All the guard told him was that the new owner's surname was Tang. Let's leave, Hua Fenglu said. His expression changed. Yi Futian thought this was peculiar but turned to follow. What's so scary about my last name? A voice rang out behind them. Yi Futian stopped in his tracks and looked back. A woman had walked out from the Qing Gardens. She looked to be in her 30s. She was very beautiful. One could only imagine how much more beautiful she was in her youth. Hua Fenglu saw the woman and smiled bitterly. I didn't think you would be living in the Qing Gardens. The woman looked at Hua Fenglu and began to give off an icy aura. She looked like she was about to erupt in anger. Yi Futian shuddered. She couldn't be an enemy of Hua Fenglu, could she? Who did it? She asked in a cold demeanor. She was referring to Hua Fenglu's disability. Maybe she wasn't an enemy after all. Forget about that. How have you been? Hua Fenglu asked. How do you think I've been? She asked him in return. Yi Futian was confused. Could she be Hua Fenglu's wife? Didn't she live in the Nandu family palace, though? Who's he? The woman asked, looking at Yi Futian. Senior. I'm Master's disciple, Yi Futian answered. Who caused his disability? She continued to inquire. Vice Chief Xiafan of the East Sea Prefecture wanted to kill me. Master is like this now because he tried to protect me, said Yi Futian. That useless son of the Xia family? He dared to lay a hand on you? I'm going to kill him, said the woman. Stop acting crazy. Hua Fenglu stared at her. It's been so long. Can't you control your temper a little? If I hadn't been abandoned by a certain someone, would I have become like this? She asked. Yi Futian felt weak in the legs. So, it was an old lover. You still haven't married? Hua Fenglu's tone became gentler. Do you want me to marry that badly? Tang Lan retorted. Hua Fenglu did not know what to say. Come in. This used to be your home. Now that you're back, it should be returned to its rightful owner. You can live here from now on. Tang Lan's tone also lightened. No, Hua Fenglu rejected, shaking his head. Why? Afraid I'll swallow you alive? She was furious. If you had married me all those years ago, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Don't you feel like you were dragged down by that woman? Asked Tang Lan. Yi Futian burst out in cold sweat. This? Let's not talk about the past. Hua Fenglu tried to brush it off. Who else lives in the Qing Gardens? I took in 2 female disciples, she answered. Young and pretty? Asked Hua Fenglu. There is one, replied Tang Lan. Why? You like them young now? Hua Fenglu was dumbstruck. Stop with the nonsense. I just don't want your disciples to follow in your footsteps. So, it's best if I don't go in. Follow in my footsteps? At first, she seemed confused. Then, she glanced at Yi Futian and finally understood what he meant. Yi Futian was young and handsome. In a couple of years, there would be another Hua Fenglu. Even the disciple you took in resembles you. But don't worry, my disciples have higher standards than I did, said Tang Lan. Come inside. Hua Fenglu smiled bitterly. He thought to himself, with a guy like Yi Futian, it wouldn't matter how high their standards were. Don't regret it, Hua Fenglu sighed. Then, he turned to look at Yi Futian. Hey kid, behave yourself. Master, I'm really not the person you think I am. Yi Futian was completely speechless. Who was that defensive against their own disciple? Chapter 46. The Guqing Gardens had an elegant environment with pavilions, bamboo, and rocks. It was quiet and comfortable. The Guqing Gardens had an elegant environment with pavilions, bamboo, and rocks. It was quiet and comfortable. A group of people arrived in front of one of the pavilions. They saw a girl, about 20 years old, come out of the pavilion. She greeted Tang Lan. Hi, Professor Tang. Nye Bing. This is Mr. Hua and his disciple. Tang Lan made the introductions. This is my first disciple, Nye Bing. The younger ones are now cultivating in Donghai Academy. Don't worry, I won't let Yi Futian see them. Yi Futian smiled wryly. His reputation had been ruined by Hua Fenglu. Mr. Hua, Nye Bing greeted Hua Fenglu. The place you used to live in has been kept vacant. but it's clean, so you can stay there, Tang Lan told Hua Fenglu. Thank you. Hua Fenglu nodded. If you had gratitude, you would not have left me. Tang Lan still resented him because of their past. Hua Fenglu did not refute this. He responded with nothing but silence. Ms. Tang, my professor has been missing you all this time. He told me many times that he had failed someone, and he played the guqin every time this memory came back. Yi Futian spoke for Hua Fenglu. Tang Lan looked at Yi Futian with suspicion. Is that true? Of course. Yi Futian looked serious. I did not know who that person was, but today after meeting you, Ms. Tang, I totally understand that feeling. Tang Lan looked into the crystal bright eyes of the boy, and she started to believe he was telling the truth. She turned toward Hua Fenglu, and he was shaking his head, sighing. It's all just in the past. Okay, you do have some last shreds of a conscience. Tang Lan finally believed him. Yu Shang was surprised that Yi Futian was able to help Hua Fenglu gain forgiveness from his old flame. Nie Bing, go get my guqin, Tang Lan told her. Nie Bing left and soon returned with the guqin in her arms. Hua Fenglu was overcome with emotion. Thank you for repairing Duyo for me. Duyo used to be your favorite guqin. Now it's time to return it to you. Nie Bing gave it to Hua Fenglu. Hua Fenglu took the guqin and strummed the strings with his fingers. They heard a unique sound coming out of the guqin, which brought the audience into an empty and secluded world, as if it had magical powers. Wow, an artifact. Yi Futian was awed. Objects enhanced with spells were called artifacts. Yi Futian, come here. It belongs to you now. Hua Fenglu handed the guqin over to Yi Futian. Tang Lan was confused about this. She had realized that Hua Fenglu would give this disciple everything. For the guqin devil, this guqin was almost as important as his life. Yi Futian took it carefully with both hands and replied with a smile. Professor, I will not let you down. I believe you, Hua Fenglu laughed. He knew Yi Futian was genuinely talented. He just needed time to hone his power. What's your plan now? Don't think about revenge. I always wanted to destroy his natal spirit because of what he did to you. But he was just too powerful, Tang Lan said. Hua Fenglu knew who she was talking about. It was his longtime nemesis, the art saint. I did not come here for revenge. I brought Yi Futian here to attend Donghai Academy. However, since the spring term admission test has ended, I'm afraid that he will have to wait until next year. You've stayed in this city all these years. Do you know if there is anything I can do to get Yi Futian into that academy? Hua Fenglu asked Tang Lan. Tang Lan shook her head and answered, unless someone of high authority at the academy asked for him personally. Hua Fenglu frowned, looking like he was thinking hard. Professor, why do I have to attend Donghai Academy? Yi Futian asked. In the city of Qingzhou Academy is a sacred place, and the official students of Qingzhou Academy have a high social status in the city. Most of the important people of that city graduated from that academy. Even the lord of the city is supposed to show respect to Qingzhou Academy. Hua Fenglu answered his question. It's the same for Donghai Academy. However, Donghai Academy is even more remarkable. Donghai Academy is not the only academy in this city, but it is the oldest one, founded more than 300 years ago, when this continent was in severe conflict. The initial founding of this academy was intended to serve the major families in this city, and this purpose has not changed. So, you mean Donghai Academy is more than just a school? Yi Futian asked curiously. Correct. Donghai Academy is far more powerful and complex than you'd think. If you attend Donghai Academy, your safety will be better ensured, Hua Fenglu explained. Yi Futian nodded, realizing that Hua Fenglu had a more significant plan in mind. Otherwise, they would not have come here. I met your professor at Donghai Academy. Tang Lan sounded sad as if some past memory had just popped into her mind. In fact, we were about your age. Hua Fenglu was smiling. What a beautiful time it was. I was willing to devote my most precious youth to you. But soon after you met her, Tang Lan kept speaking. I made a mistake. Hua Fenglu was embarrassed. You feel guilty? Tang Lan was mad, and she being sarcastic with Hua Fenglu. To be honest, I was not as beautiful as that girl, but as far as talents and power, I was considered to be the top of my class. Why did I devote myself to the wrong man? I'm tired, Yi Futian. Help me go back to my room. Hua Fenglu tried to close his eyes. Yes, Yi Futian responded. He lifted Hua Fenglu onto his back and carried him to his room. Tang Lan still looked like she was mad at what had happened in the past, but since Hua Fenglu had lost his ability to walk, she began to sympathize and warm up to him. Yi Futian carried Hua Fenglu into the room and asked, Professor, Jieyu's mother was the princess of the Nandu family, just like my Jieyu. Is she also studying at Donghai Academy now? You need to find out for yourself. Hua Fenglu smiled. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and left Hua Fenglu to rest. He went back to Tang Lan, and she said to Yi Futian, Looks like you guys are getting along with each other. Professor was injured because of me, Yi Futian said. He was trying to protect me, reactivated his natal spirit, and suffered this irreversible injury as a result. Is there any possibility that he could be cured by someone in this city? That is nuts. Tang Lan was shocked by what Hua Fenglu had done for Yi Futian. To cure him, we would need a special mandate sorcerer who is a healing sorcerer with mental power. Besides, he would have to be more powerful than your professor. It would be almost impossible to find someone like that. There is not a single person in the city of Donghai? Yi Futian's hope was rebuilt. He would do anything he could to cure Hua Fenglu. In fact, there is. Tang Lan had thought of someone. She realized Yi Futian was looking at her with expectation, so she told him, just give up. Your professor would be happy enough that you were even thinking about how to cure him. Please, Miss Tang, tell me. Yi Futian looked stubborn. He's not going to do it. Tang Lan shook her head. Yi Futian was disappointed. He understood that Tang Lan had her reasons for not telling him. Goodbye, boy. Take care of your professor and get a good rest, Tang Lan said. Thanks, Ms. Tang. Yi Futian knew that Ms. Tang had helped them a lot by letting them stay there, and he was grateful. Professor is so lucky to have you. This is life, Tang Lan sighed. Which part of Professor attracted you to him in the first place? Yi Futian asked. Boy, he was handsome. Tang Lan answered and left, leaving Yi Futian standing there, surprised. Yusheng looked him in the face, then mumbled, No wonder why so many girls like you. You do have a pretty face. Yi Futian pretended to be mad and stared at Yusheng. However, when he turned around, he couldn't stop laughing. He was so eager to cultivate at Donghai Academy. This academy was apparently the best in all of the East Sea Prefecture. In fact, countless people came to this academy every year and tried their best to be admitted. However, only those with extraordinary talents could become students. The rest just gave up their first choice and went to the academies that were not as excellent. This was why everyone in Donghai Academy could be considered geniuses, and a virtuous cycle was formed that let this academy become even more powerful over time. The powerful sorcerers such as the Guqin Devil, Art Saint, and Tang Lan had all attended Donghai Academy. For a powerful family like Nandu, Donghai Academy had become the first and only choice for their offspring. Meanwhile, at Donghai Academy, a beautiful girl was inscribing. She was about 16 years old, and she was focused entirely on her work. This concentration shed a holy glow on her body. Hua Jieyu, someone called her. Another pretty girl had entered. She was not as gorgeous as the one inscribing, though. What's going on? Hua Jieyu paused her work and looked at the girl. Someone is inviting you to dinner. She smiled at Hua Jieyu. A guy? Hua Jieyu asked peacefully. No, it's a girl, and all she wants is to be overshadowed by your beauty at the dinner, the girl said jokingly. I'm sorry, I can't go. Hua Jieyu picked up her pen. The girl looked awkward. Why don't you even ask who he is? I can't go, Hua Jieyu insisted. The girl almost gave up. Can't you at least try this time? I promise you this is one of the greatest boys at this academy. The girl tried for the last time. I have a boyfriend, Hua Jieyu explained. The girl was surprised and asked, You're not making this up, are you? Hua Jieyu shook her head. The girl realized she was serious. She sighed. Oh my, so many boys at this academy are going to have broken hearts. Is this boy at the academy? No, Hua Jieyu answered. Is he an amazing boy? It must be really difficult to get you to fall in love, the girl said. The image of Yi Futian came into her mind. Then she suddenly started smiling. That smile was soul-capturing. It was utterly irresistible, even for the girl next to her. He's a bad boy. Hua Jieyu didn't stop smiling. That smile was so sweet. The girl could see that Hua Jieyu was definitely not lying. She looked like she was in love. Chapter 47. The moon hung high in the night sky, and the sound of Guqin resonated in the Qin gardens. The music seemed to be able to bring its listeners peace. The moon hung high in the night sky, and the sound of Guqin resonated in the Qin gardens. The music seemed to be able to bring its listeners peace. From the music, one could feel happiness and a longing for love. In front of one of the buildings at the Qin gardens, Tang Lan laid silently in a hammock, listening to the music. It brought her back to her youth and elicited memories from the past. She could not help but smile while she reminisced. "Master," a gentle voice sounded. Tang Lan opened her eyes and was met with the sight of a sweet-looking young woman underneath the moonlight. The young woman's eyes were clear and pure, but carried curiosity when she looked at Tang Lan. She had approached Tang Lan without being noticed, and what was more, she saw a smile on her master's face. Her smile was beautiful, but the young woman had never seen it before. Was it because of the music? "Tang Wan, why are you back?" Tang Lan asked. "I wanted to come back to see you, Master," Tang Wan answered softly. "Master, who is playing the Guqin? It sounds like they are trying to convey a certain feeling." "He is back. The person playing is his disciple," Tang Lan answered. She never expected Yi Futian to be on par with Hua Fenglu at such a young age. His music was able to pluck a person from reality, pulling them into the mood of the piece. Tang Wan was puzzled at first, but then remembered the person Tang Lan kept in her heart all these years. Her eyes twinkled. "The Qin devil?" "Yes. Since you're back anyway, you can show his disciple around Donghai Academy tomorrow. Help him get familiar with the environment. When he enters the academy next year, you'll be schoolmates." Tang Lan chuckled and continued, "But that rascal is good with words. Don't be tricked by his sweet talk." Tang Wan blushed. Tang Lan said the guy playing the Guqin was a sweet talker. What could he have said to Tang Lan for her to say that? "Go now. Get some more rest. From now on, you don't have to worry so much about me. Focus on cultivation," Tang Lan said gently. Of her two female disciples, she favored this younger disciple more. Tang Wan was young and beautiful, sweet and enchanting. She was very much like Tang Lan when she was a young girl. Tang Lan hoped that her beloved disciple would not end up like herself. "I understand, Master," Tang Wan replied. She turned and left the area, but did not head back to her own living space. She followed the sound of the music and arrived at the building in which Hua Fenglu and Yi Futian were staying. In front of the building, she saw a young man quietly strumming at the chords of the Guqin. He seemed to have fallen deep into the music. A smile adorned his face, which made him seem much more attractive. Tang Wan did not walk up to disturb him. Instead, she listened wordlessly from where she stood until the piece ended. The young man lifted his head, and Tang Wan gave him a warm smile. "That was beautiful. Thank you. My name is Yi Futian. Are you Ms. Tang Lan's disciple?" asked Yi Futian with a smile. "Yes. My name is Tang Wan. My master wants me to take you around Donghai Academy tomorrow. Do you want to go?" asked Tang Wan. "That sounds great," he nodded. "Then, I'll come find you tomorrow." Tang Wan smiled and was on her merry way. Yi Futian stood up, grabbed his Guqin, and entered the bamboo forest behind the building. A rustling noise came from the bamboo forest. There also seemed to be a low hum. Up ahead, Yi Futian could see the stalks of bamboo shaking from a gust of strong wind. When he walked closer to the area, he could see Yusheng seated on the ground. His body was surrounded by a dim golden light, making his already intimidating physique even scarier. At the same time, his face seemed to be slightly contorted, as if he were suffering from great pain. The low hum from before was coming from within Yusheng. It was as if a ferocious force was attacking his body from the inside. Yi Futian sat down on the ground and placed his Guqin down in front of him. He began to play again. Under the sound of music, the suffering young man seemed to have calmed down, but the scary force continued to attack. It growled and roared, almost like it was ready to devour Yusheng. After a long while, the force finally calmed down. Yusheng opened his eyes, but the look on his face was icy cold. However, when he looked over and saw Yi Futian, His gaze started to warm up. Yusheng, how long did your father say you had to cultivate this technique? Asked Yi Futian. Forever, answered Yusheng. Can't you stop? Yi Futian felt terrible. It's fine. Yusheng scratched his head and smiled. This way, I can become stronger. You dummy. Rest well, said Yi Futian. He left after picking up his guqin. However, Yusheng did not go rest. After Yi Futian left, he started to cultivate again. Yi Futian had almost been hounded to death on Mount Tianyao. Now that they were in the city of Donghai, there were even more powerful cultivators here. He had not cultivated long enough. At the plane he was in now, he was not capable of protecting Yi Futian. He had to become stronger and more powerful as quickly as possible. The next morning, Donghai City was basked in the warmth of the bright sunlight. In the Qin Gardens, Tang Lan sent people to take care of Hua Fenglu bright and early. Yi Futian felt bad for him, though, because everyone Tang Lan sent was male. Hua Fenglu tried to protest in a roundabout way. He said that there were some things that females do in better detail. To this Tang Lan replied, "There's me." Hua Fenglu could only cry on the inside. He should have known better than to come back to the Qin Gardens. This was pure revenge. Yi Futian was still laughing as he stepped out of the residence. He, along with Yusheng and Tang Wan, departed on the Black Wind Eagle. In the air, Yi Futian looked down at the large city. His feelings about the city down below were complicated. He was afraid of it, but at the same time he wanted to conquer it. Tang Wang, are there a lot of geniuses at Donghai Academy? Yi Futian asked. Yeah. All the geniuses from well-known families all across the East Sea Prefecture are usually sent to Donghai City to further their education and, of course, Donghai Academy is the first choice. For example, people say that over half of all the young mandate sorcerers in the East Sea Prefecture are gathered at Donghai Academy, Tang Wan explained. Yi Futian slowly nodded. He could understand this. It was only natural for families of mandate sorcerers to want to send their children to study at the best academy. Are you feeling stressed? Tang Wan smiled at Yi Futian. Her smile was sweet and beautiful. Stress? Yi Futian wanted to smile. Doesn't exist. Looks like you're pretty confident, chuckled Tang Wan. Yi Futian did not reply but, instead, threw her a question. By the way, have you heard of a person named Hua Jieyu at the academy? She's about your age. With Fox's looks, it would be impossible for people at the academy not to know her. At the mention of this name, Tang Wan gave Yi Futian a strange look. You aren't planning to try anything with Donghai Academy's #1 beauty, are you? Donghai Academy's #1 beauty? Yi Futian was dumbfounded. Almost immediately a huge smile spread across his face. She was actually here. Furthermore, she was more well-known than he thought. She really was a fox. Didn't she just get into Donghai Academy? Yi Futian asked curiously. Yeah, but her performance at the spring quarter entrance exams was incredible. All the higher-ups were shocked. Plus, I heard she comes from an impressive background. So, her popularity skyrocketed as soon as she entered the academy. She was the talk of the town. Also, with her looks it's only natural that she was crowned the academy's #1 beauty, Tang Wan explained. Do you have a crush on her? I think you should just forget about it. Yi Futian looked at Tang Wan. It looked like she didn't know about Hua Jieyu's background. If she did, then she would have been able to guess that Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu knew each other. Why? He asked. Hua Jieyu has countless suitors at the academy, but even the most popular guys have all been turned down. So, I don't think you have a chance. Tang Wan gave him a light smile. I get it. Yi Futian's smile got even bigger. Do you know why she turns all of them down? Probably because she's too prideful, said Tang Wan. It's because she already has someone she likes, he said. Who? Tang Wan was curious. Me, answered Yi Futian, smiling at Tang Wan. She smirked. Master said you were good with words. Turns out they were for bluffing. Yi Futian was speechless in response to her comment. Then, thinking about Tang Lan, said he felt a bit upset. After dropping off the trio, the Black Wind Eagle was off again. Donghai Academy was majestic. The main doors were open, allowing access to anyone and everyone. In all of the East Sea Prefecture, no one dared to cause trouble at Donghai Academy, so the academy never had to worry about preventing intrusions. Students came and went. The youngest was around the age of 13 or 14, and the oldest was not over 20. Everyone looked upbeat. The campus was vibrant. "There are so many pretty girls here," said Futian as they entered. Hearing his very first comment about Donghai Academy, Tang Wan felt many pairs of judging eyes on them. It was embarrassing. As people walked past them, they could not help but stare. Futian was handsome, Tang Wan was beautiful, and Yusheng looked strong and intimidating. Naturally, this trio would attract a lot of attention. At this time, a pair of eyes landed on Futian and his friends. The corners of her mouth lifted into a smug smile. "It's him," said a young woman around the age of 16. "Mu Yunny, is he someone you know?" asked a classmate of hers. Futian was heading in their direction. His eyes did a quick sweep and saw the Mu siblings from yesterday amongst a group of people. It was hard to tell whether or not they were smiling at him. "Can I help you with something?" asked Futian. The siblings had walked up to him. When Mu Yunny saw how confident Futian looked, she was reminded of how pitiful he had looked to her the day before. She snickered at him. "Found someone else to back you up?" "What's it to you?" he asked with a smile. "Nothing. I'm just asking," she laughed. Then the group brushed past Futian and continued on their way. Right after walking past Futian, Mu Yunny told the person next to her, "That guy is the Qin Devil's disciple, but the Qin Devil is now handicapped. He even had the nerve to come to my house and beg my father to take in his disciple. Isn't that such a joke?" Futian heard her words and stopped in his tracks once again. He turned to Tang Wan and jostled his shoulders. "What happens if I beat someone up at Donghai Academy?" Chapter 48. Tang Wan looked at Futian with curiosity. Why would he pick a fight even before being admitted to the academy? Tang Wan looked at Futian with curiosity. Why would he pick a fight even before being admitted to the academy? However, Mu Yunny was very rude. If it had been her own master who was insulted, she wouldn't have taken it either. Students are not allowed to bully each other at Donghai Academy, but friendly competition is encouraged. Therefore, any fight voluntarily initiated by both parties of students will not be interfered with by the academy administrators. However, the parties in competition must make sure they have full control of their violence, which means no casualties allowed, Tang Wan mumbled to Futian. "Since you're not a student of this academy, if you insult the students here you will probably get your ass kicked." Futian felt awkward. Why didn't Tang Wan believe in him? The group of people around Mu Yunny stopped walking when they overheard Futian and Tang Wan's conversation. Mu Yunny gave Futian a glance in confusion. Someone started telling her, "Mu Yunny, this guy wants to kick your ass." Mu Yunny mocked Futian. "Why are you agitated? Am I wrong? Who was there at my house, begging my dad to accept him? Why don't you just beg me, and maybe I'll be nice and persuade my dad to give you a place?" Futian looked at Mu Yunny and said, "I'm mad now." "So what?" Mu Yunny was still smiling at him. People around her were also laughing. Mad? Did it mean anything? "So," Futian yelled, "Yusheng, I'm ready." Yusheng clenched his fists and stepped forward. At that moment, Tang Wan felt that this big guy had become a beast. His body exuded a sense of danger. "You are a 3-star glory plane warrior. Don't tell me you're afraid to fight," Futian said to Mu Yunny. "Yunny, I'll take him," a guy next to her said. "I will challenge you all," Yusheng announced. Tang Wan was shocked. Even she knew that Yusheng was definitely stronger, but he was still a bit overconfident. He was challenging 6 Donghai Academy students who were elite amongst their peers. Some of them might even be mandate sorcerers. Futian wasn't worried at all. Yusheng had been practicing techniques inherited from his father since he reached the 7th plane of awakening. Additionally, he had exceptional talent. Therefore, his power could not be measured merely by plane. He knew what Yusheng was trying to do. If he challenged only one student and other people got involved, then it was no longer a friendly competition. They were new to this place, so they still had to comply with the rules. Yusheng was very smart by challenging all those students. Mu Yunny and her brother looked embarrassed. The people who came to their house begging their father to accept them were now challenging all of them. "How can I reject you, since you're asking for it?" Mu Yunqing didn't take Yusheng seriously. However, he still had absolute confidence. He was only 17 years old, but already a 4-star Glory Plane Mandate sorcerer. He was indeed one of the top students at Donghai Academy. The moment he agreed to fight, Yusheng stomped on the ground, and his body shot toward Mu Yunqing. He had endured this family long enough, since Hua Fenglu was rejected and humiliated yesterday. He believed it was now time to teach them a lesson. The ground fissured, and Yusheng's body was covered with a dark golden glow, as if he was wearing solid armor. He was much taller than the average person, and with the armor, he almost looked like a knight sent by God. This boy is so. Tang Wan was shocked. Yusheng had not even reached Mu Yunqing yet, and Tang Wan had already perceived the real power in his body. Not only Tang Wan, but other people being challenged obviously sensed Yusheng's power. Two people stepped forward, and both of them started to condense elemental power into spells. One of them created a chain that appeared from the ground to shackle Yusheng's body, and another one shot a sharp golden arrow in his eyes. Yusheng blocked the attacks by merely putting his arms in front of his body. The golden arrow broke into pieces the moment it reached his arms, and the chain was easily torn apart. Yusheng had almost reached their bodies when they started to flee from Yusheng's range of melee attack. Their speed was breakneck, because both of them were powerful mages who also cultivated martial arts techniques. Unfortunately for them, Yusheng was faster. They saw a golden giant blocking their way. They were frightened because they had never seen anyone who could corner them in a fight like Yusheng did. He was so fast that they were defeated before they had fully employed the power of their attacks. Bang! Yusheng's arms swept onto them. They were knocked back to the ground, and their bodies were smashed. Yusheng kept charging forward towards Mu Yunyi. The ground was shaking with his steps. At that moment, Mu Yunyi's face turned deadly pale. She apparently had just realized this strong guy was way more powerful than she was. "Just go. I'll take him," Mu Yunqing told his sister. Mu Yunyi had to obey. She ran as Mu Yunqing started to attack Yusheng. She made sure she was in a safe place and started watching them fight. She believed her brother could take care of that crazy big guy, and then they could beat up Futian together. Other students of Donghai Academy were attracted to this place by the fight. The moment they saw Yusheng, they wondered why they had never met this guy before. They believed he was also a student of Donghai Academy, because he was mighty. Mu Yunqing unleashed the natal spirit he had inherited from his father. The natal spirit was a golden eagle. A golden eagle was a powerful monster that consisted of both gold and wind elements of power. It was similar to the Yi Futian's divine bird. However, it was weaker. After the natal spirit was unleashed, wings appeared behind his body. His whole body was now floating in the air, and the horrifying power of gold and wind elements were condensing around him. The power then formed into sharp lances that were pointed at Yusheng. "Go!" Mu Yunqing's wings shook, and the lances suddenly started rushing at Yusheng, piercing the air. With enhancement from his wind element, the lances were much faster than expected. Yusheng didn't try to dodge the attacks at all. He directly swung his arms toward the lances. People were shocked at how it was possible for a warrior to destroy the spells with martial arts techniques. The moment Yusheng's arms made contact with the lances, a golden shadow enveloped his body. The golden shadow soon turned into whirlpools and began to engulf all the spiritual qi of the universe. The lances were quickly absorbed by the whirlpools, and after the lances were gone, barbs grew out of Yusheng's arms. Mu Yunqing didn't give up on his attacks. He held the sharpest lance by himself and charged toward Yusheng. His body was as fast as thunder, and people started to worry about Yusheng. Yusheng swung his arms again. However, this time the barbs detached from his arms and shot toward Mu Yunqing. Mu Yunqing blocked the barbs by closing his wings to entirely cover his body. However, this movement also blocked his own sight. When he opened up the arms again, Yusheng was almost in melee range. Mu Yunqing could do nothing but run away from the momentum of Yusheng. Yusheng definitely would not let him go that easily. He stomped hard on the ground, and it began to crack under him. His body suddenly rushed toward Mu Yunqing. People witnessed Mu Yunqing being approached by a golden light. "Be careful." Mu Yunyi tried to alert her brother. It was too late. Mu Yunqing was shocked to find himself caught by Yusheng. Yusheng's arms were clamping on his foot. He couldn't fight against what happened next. With a sudden pull, he was smashed to the ground. With a loud thump, Mu Yunqing's body hit the ground. He laid there, entirely immobilized. What a beast! The audience was shocked by this absolute power. Was he really a warrior? Yushang's power had transformed their attitudes toward martial arts cultivators. They had never seen a warrior who could trounce a mandate sorcerer. Yushang kept stepping forward. People around Mu Yunyi moved out of his way because they were too frightened to fight against this guy. Mu Yunqing had already shown them that Yushang was overwhelming. What are you doing? Mu Yunyi was overcome with fear when she saw Yushang walking toward her. She was trying to run away by unleashing her natal spirit, which was also a golden eagle. That little resistance did not cause any trouble for Yushang. He easily grabbed Mu Yunyi by the arm. She did not dare attack him since he was now as ferocious as a beast. The next moment she was being pulled to her brother. "Let me go," she screamed. Yushang smashed her to the ground next to her brother. They were both now lying on the ground, severely injured. "Now you know that your father does not deserve to be his professor." Yushang was humiliating them to return the humiliation they had suffered yesterday. Hua Fenglu had brought them to their house, and this family had rejected them. They had been destined to taste revenge because of Yushang's bad temper. Yushang's fury was gone. He was no longer a beast, just a big boy. He quietly walked back to Futian. It took a long while for Mu Yunqing and his sister to stand up again. They were staring at Futian and Yushang with resentment. "I'll remember you." Mu Yunyi gnashed his teeth in anger. "Go ahead, tell your father that you've been beaten by us." Futian kept humiliating them. Mu Yunyi was so angry. However, there was nothing she could do. It would be a shame if they had to go back and tell their father about the fight. Mu Yunqing and his sister were crestfallen. Tang Wan looked at Futian and believed he was talking like that intentionally. There were a lot of people watching, so these guys would definitely not tell their father what had happened. "Looks like you have to go." Tang Wan forced out a smile. These guys had beat up students on the first day they came to the school. It was impossible for them to stay here any longer. "You told me that professors at Donghai Academy don't care whether we fight." Futian was confused. "They won't, but those you just beat have classmates who do care," Tang Wan said. "It's okay. I still need to find my girlfriend." Futian ignored her warning. Tang Wan followed him and asked in a lowered voice, "Who is your girlfriend? Don't tell me it's Hua Jieyu." "How did you know that?" Futian responded. Tang Wan was surprised and stopped talking. Chapter 49. Donghai Academy was enormous. After exploring more of the academy, the architecture on campus really opened Futian's eyes. The buildings were erected on ascending stairs. To see the building at the very top of the stairs, one would have to tilt their head toward the sky. A magnificent view indeed. Donghai Academy was enormous. After exploring more of the academy, the architecture on campus really opened Futian's eyes. The buildings were erected on ascending stairs. To see the building at the very top of the stairs, one would have to tilt their head toward the sky. A magnificent view indeed. Donghai Academy consists of 7 schools. The schools of the Emperor's Star, Ruinous Star, Power Star, Flirting Star, Treasury Star, Finance Star, and Minister Star. That group from before was from School of the Flirting Star, and your girlfriend is from the School of the Emperor's Star, explained Tang Wan. Her eyes were full of distrust when she used the word girlfriend. Back in Qingzhou Academy, the schools were divided by occupation. "Does Donghai Academy do that?" asked Futian. "No. Each of the 7 schools consists of cultivators from different classes. Each school has their own powerful figures backing them up. It's all really complicated. While they help develop the schools, these powerful figures are also trying to increase their own powers." Tang Wan lowered her voice and explained to Futian. "So complicated," said Futian. "Yeah," nodded Tang Wan. "Because things are this way, the competition between the schools is very rigorous, and they pick fights with each other all the time. But within the schools, everyone is very united. So, when Yushang picked that fight with the group from the School of the Flirting Star, it was the equivalent of picking a fight with their whole school. I personally think it's best for you both to leave for the time being." Futian smiled but did not say anything. Tang Wan continued, "Plus, Hua Jieyu was handpicked by the officials of the Emperor's Star School as soon as she entered the academy. So, She's not among the ordinary student pool anymore. She cultivates up at the Emperor's Star Building. You wouldn't be able to go up there even if she was your girlfriend. She certainly is incredible, Futian muttered to himself. He turned around and saw the crowd following from afar. Everyone saw what had happened between them and the students from the Flirting Star School and knew that group would never let them go so easily. So, now they followed Futian and his friends in anticipation of what would happen next. If I leave now, would I lose face? Futian asked for Tang Wan's opinion. She stared at him. How was he still in the mood to joke around? She had no idea what he was thinking. Just as they were speaking, a group of people approached looking almighty. Mu Yunqing and Mu Yunyi, who had just been defeated by Yushang, were also among them. The way they looked at Futian and Yushang was not friendly at all. They could not believe that he really chose to stick around. He really was not afraid to die. Futian realized that his opponents had him and his friends surrounded. He looked to Mu Yunyi and said, "And here I was, wondering how arrogant you guys were. Is this all you've got?" Mu Yunyi could not say anything to that, but no matter what, they had to have their revenge. The group moved in closer to Futian, determined and ferocious. Futian asked Tang Wan, "Can I reject their challenge?" Tang Wan rolled her eyes. He would not leave when she told him to, and now that he has beaten these people up, he wanted to turn down their challenge? There was no way they were going to let him go. "Take care of yourself," Tang Wan said weakly. She then took several steps back without a word. Futian stared at her, eyes wide, jaw open. Where was the loyalty? Different types of spiritual qi flowed crazily. The group of these people closed in on Yushang carefully. "Yushang, make a move," said Futian. As soon as he spoke, Yushang charged forward wildly. Several of the more powerful cultivators surrounded Yushang. Their sorcery erupted all at once. Vines thicker than his arm curled around Yushang's body, entangling his arms and legs. This was earth elemental sorcery. Soon, his entire body was buried beneath the vines. Ice seal. A gush of cold air rolled in and further buried Yushang and the vines in a layer of ice. Boom. The loud sound had come from Yushang's right foot. His ice-covered foot took a large step forward, and the spell was broken. Above his violent figure appeared a dim golden light, and he continued to charge forward at the opposing group. "Disperse," ordered the leader of the group. Immediately, a wind spell was cast over the whole group, aiding them in a speedy getaway. Then, the spell formed a bubble and encapsulated Yushang. Futian squinted his eyes at the scene. It was very obvious that the group benefited from having cultivators of different elements work together. This made them stronger in battle. The Mu siblings led a few people in Futian's direction. Their hatred of him surpassed that of Yushang, who was the one who had actually defeated them in battle. Two people charged at Futian as their spiritual qi went haywire. From one of their bodies, the roar of a tiger was emitted, and his spiritual qi created a golden tiger. The person's speed also increased to that of a tiger. He pounced on Futian with an outstretched hand. The hand is slightly curved, as if to mimic a tiger's paw. This person was a metal elemental cultivator of martial and divination arts. He was using metal elemental spiritual qi to fight in close range. "Third level of the glory plane," said Futian. He could feel his opponent's aura. Futian remained unmoved as a ferocious earth elemental force erupted from his body. Faintly, people were able to see a giant ape appear on Futian's body. Born from the collection of spiritual qi, the ape possessed an inhumane amount of strength. Even though both animals had been formed from spiritual qi, Futian's giant ape was obviously more intimidating than the tiger demon. As his opponent got closer, Futian stuck out his arm. With one loud growl of the giant ape, the image of the tiger exploded. Following that, the giant hand of the ape demon wrapped around the opponent's neck and picked him up off the ground. A second later, he was smashed into the ground. The loud crash mimicked that of the Mu siblings' hearts. Futian smiled at the two and proceeded to race towards them. At the same time, the second person had also approached Futian without hesitation, was knocked out by a single punch. Mu Yunqing and Mu Yunyi released their life spirits and were lifted into the air. Even though they had been injured during the previous fight, they were still capable of battle. At this moment, A bright light shone from Futian's back as he ran. The wings of the rock carried him up into the air as well. At the speed of lightning, he flashed before the siblings. The body of a dragon, strength of an ape, and the agility of a rock. A mandate sorcerer with a rock spirit. People were amazed as they witnessed this scene. It was rare to meet a mandate sorcerer, but even more rare to meet a mandate sorcerer with a rock spirit. Different life spirits were able to bring the mandate sorcerer different levels of power. For example, both the rock and the golden eagle were wind and metal bi-elemental life spirits, but the power from the rock brought Futian more power, making it super easy to defeat the golden eagle. Furthermore, life spirits grew along with the mandate sorcerers. Strong life spirits would only get stronger with time. Tang Wan was dumbfounded. No wonder Futian was so arrogant. Turns out he had every right to be. Watch out, warned Mu Yunqing. By the time he completed his warning, Futian had already arrived in front of him. Mu Yunqing did not look too good. He proceeded to rush toward Futian even though he knew his life spirit could not compare to that of Futian, but he was in a higher plane. He did not believe he would lose to Futian. The two orbs of golden light clashed in the air. The people below watched as the two continued their close-range combat. How can he be so strong? People questioned Futian's powers as they watched him fight a cultivator of a higher level than himself. He even had the upper hand. Soon, Mu Yunqing was struck by Futian's fist and lost his balance. In the next second, Futian had already placed his foot on his body, slamming Mu Yunqing directly into the ground. This was too violent. Mu Yunni began to run away again when she noticed Futian's attention shifted to her. This time was no different from her battle with Yusheng. The only exception was that this time was more direct than the last. One punch and she was off. The Mu siblings were cruelly defeated twice in a day. This may leave a deep emotional scar on the both of them. Many people could not bear to look at Mu Yunni. She was a pretty girl after all. Futian and Yusheng should have taken it easy on her. Back on Yusheng's side, there were also multiple people lying on the ground. Yusheng was too wild, just like the god of war. Had it not been for the alliance of different elemental sorcerers, no one would have been able to compete with Yusheng, not even the two 5-starred glory plane cultivators. In a flash, Futian attacked a wind elemental sorcerer in the air. Very quickly, the sorcerer was pushed far away. It was pitiful. The school of the flirting star is screwed, everyone thought to themselves. They had obviously underestimated Futian and Yusheng's powers. The only ones standing now were the two 5-starred glory plane cultivators. However, after Futian joined Yusheng was like a beast who had just broken free. In one quick sweep, the whole lot was lying on the ground. They all looked so ferocious when they arrived, but now, pitiful, was the only word to describe them. Many people pitied the school of the flirting star. This was incredibly humiliating for them. Who were these two anyway? They were way too violent. A black wind eagle swooped down from the skies and landed by Futian. Let's go, Yusheng. The two walked to the eagle. Tang Wan rolled her eyes at Futian. He didn't know when to make an escape. My girlfriend will come looking for you. When she does, bring her to the Qin Gardens, Futian whispered in Tang Wan's ear. Then, they mounted the black wind eagle and ascended into the vast sky. He wasn't really dumb enough to walk into the school of the Emperor's star screaming for his girlfriend. Remember, my name is Futian. Futian screamed. His words were heard by everyone down below. To the students of the flirting star school, his words were a form of mockery. Tang Wan thought of the words Futian had left her with. A strange look crossed her eyes. Could this have been his true intention? Huajie will come looking for me, she mumbled to herself. At the thought of the beautiful girl, she shook her head lightly. She must have been overthinking. Futian is always joking around. Maybe this was also a joke. In the air, Futian watched as Donghai Academy got smaller and smaller. He then muttered under his breath, Fox, this was the only way I could think of to let you know. I'm here. Chapter 50. The news that students from the School of the Flirting Star were defeated soon spread around the Donghai Academy like wildfire. If it had merely been friendly competition within the academy, people wouldn't have reacted so strongly. However, in this fight, two students who were known as geniuses at this academy, were entirely crushed by two unknown boys below their planes. This was huge news. The news that students from the School of the Flirting Star were defeated soon spread around the Donghai Academy like wildfire. If it had merely been friendly competition within the academy, people wouldn't have reacted so strongly. However, in this fight, two students who were known as geniuses at this academy were entirely crushed by two unknown boys below their planes. This was huge news. Besides, the audience may have somewhat embellished the details of the fight. They had told other students that one boy was a stud with explosive power like a monster. They claimed that it was impossible to find someone more talented than this strong guy in Donghai Academy, and in the future, he was going to be a legend. Still, a lot of prodigies at this academy didn't buy it. They considered the other boy a freak. He was a mandate sorcerer, specializing in both sorcery and martial arts. His natal spirit was a divine bird. What was even more impressive was that both his speed and his strength were at the top level. He had easily toppled Mu Yunqing, who was actually 2 planes higher than him. Plus, this boy was really arrogant. When he left, he had announced that people should remember his name, Futian. People started to discuss their origin, and some of them came to Tangwan because she knew these boys. Students in the School of the Emperor's Star were also discussing. In fact, those truly powerful students didn't care at all. They had always believed that they were too talented to be compared to others. They had considered the friendly competition that had happened at the academy small. However, there were some among them who enjoyed gossiping about these small-time fights. Xu Yuyin was one of them. She was a lively girl who enjoyed making fun of people. On the top floor of the School of the Emperor's Star, Xu Yuyin entered the room, and she saw another beautiful girl standing beside the window, looking down at the scenery below. That was one of the spots where people were able to enjoy the full view of Donghai Academy. Hua Jieyu, my heart trembles even when I just see you standing there. Xu Yuyin started with a compliment. Hua Jieyu turned to her, smiled and said, no more party invitations. I'm not going anywhere. I know, my goddess. Can't we just chat? Xu Yuyin knew she had been misunderstood. Did you know that something funny happened yesterday? Some students from the School of the Flirting Star were beaten up by outsiders, and more amazingly, the outsiders were in lower planes. Is it possible that some other academy in the city of Donghai sent these guys to intentionally provoke us? Xu Yuyin started to talk about the exciting fight yesterday. I don't know, Hua Jieyu answered. She seemed not to be interested at all. People said both of them were really cute. One was strong and wild as a beast, and the other one was particularly handsome. It was also said that a lot of girls witnessing the fight were hopelessly attracted to the boys. They fought over who was more handsome and charming, Xu Yuyin went on. So, which one do you prefer? Hua Jieyu smiled and asked. I wasn't there. The handsome boy seemed to be really arrogant. He claimed that we should remember his name when he left. Xu Yuyin laughed. Did he truly believe that he was more talented than all the geniuses at this academy? You seem to be curious enough about it. Hua Jieyu made fun of her. And you're not curious at all. You know nothing but cultivation, Xu Yuyin refuted. Okay. I know you're not interested at all. See you. When she turned around to leave, she was mumbling, Futian. This name is arrogant enough to be remembered. Hua Jieyu heard the name, and her body trembled with shock. She stopped Xu Yuyin and asked, what was that name again? Xu Yuyin looked at her and said, Futian. It's the name of the handsome one. She was confused when Hua Jieyu heard the name and suddenly started laughing. This was the first time Xu Yuyin had seen such bright laughter on her face. She asked, what's wrong with you? Hua Jieyu was laughing too hard to stop at that moment. She didn't answer the question. Come on, don't tell me you're attracted to him just because of his name. Xu Yuyin was really curious. No, I'm not. Hua Jieyu finally stopped laughing. She then asked, were there only 2 boys in the fight? They came with a student from the School of the Minister's Star, Tangwan, Xu Yuyin told her. Okay, girl, thanks, Hua Jieyu responded. See you later. After Xu Yuyin left, Hua Jieyu was still smiling. She looked so cute now and mumbled, no wonder people said he was a bad boy. Then she summoned the wind to carry her and jumped out the window. The way she landed was almost like an angel had descended to the world. Tangwan was busy after Futian left. because quite a lot of people had asked her about Futian and Yusheng. These boys entirely lit up the curiosity of students at this academy. What made it even more awkward for her was that some girls who were attracted to these boys came to her and asked her to invite the boys on dates. She didn't take these jobs because she couldn't just go to the Guqin garden and tell the boys to go on a date. It would be so embarrassing. Tangwan, someone's looking for you. Tangwan was upset. It was so troublesome to have to answer questions about the boys again and again. Could you please just ignore your curiosity? Tangwan complained. However, the person calling her said this time was not only about curiosity. Who is it? Tangwan asked. Just go and check. Tangwan peeked outside. She saw a gorgeous girl waiting for her quietly outside the door. Tangwan was suddenly reminded of what Futian had said the day before. She now had a weird feeling that this girl was special. Come on. He wasn't joking. Hello. I'm Hua Jieyu. She smiled and introduced herself. Tangwan was absolutely confident in her own beauty. However, she still felt a bit overshadowed when she saw the girl standing outside. I'm Tangwan. Could you please bring me to the boy? Hua Jieyu asked politely. Tangwan definitely understood who she was talking about. She nodded and said, Follow me. Thanks. Hua Jieyu followed Tangwan. People wondered why these girls were walking together because they didn't know each other before today. Do you know that guy? Tangwan was so curious that she finally asked. Yep. The image of Futian came into Hua Jieyu's mind, and she started smiling again. So he wasn't lying to me yesterday, Tangwan mumbled. What did he say? Hua Jieyu asked her. Tangwan looked at her for a while and said, He told me that you're his girlfriend. This guy. Hua Jieyu flushed. She was shy. Tangwan finally realized that Futian made such a scene yesterday only to let Hua Jieyu know that he was already at the academy looking for her. What a sly boy. In fact, she wondered if the students of Donghai Academy knew what had happened here. How many hearts would be totally broken? Nope, I do not admit that, Hua Jieyu tried to deny. However, her face was so red. How could Tangwan believe her? When they entered the garden, they ran into Tanglan. Greetings, Professor, Tangwan said. Tanglan was staring at Hua Jieyu. Naturally, Hua Jieyu reminded her of someone that had meant a lot in her life. Greetings, Ms. Tang. Hua Jieyu also greeted. Girl, you look exactly like her when she was young. Tanglan was amazed. Hua Jieyu knew that she was talking about her mother. She had spoken a lot with Tangwan on the way here, and she knew who Tanglan was. Tangwan also knew that Hua Jieyu was the daughter of Hua Fenglu, whose wife was her rival for the affections of Hua Fenglu. She had doubted whether she should bring Hua Jieyu to this place. She felt as if she had made a mistake. Professor, Tangwan faltered. It's not your fault, girl. Hua Jieyu, go to your father, Tanglan sighed. Thanks, Ms. Tang. Hua Jieyu walked into the garden with Tangwan and Tanglan following her. In front of the door, Hua Fenglu was sunbathing, and Futian was playing the guqin. When they saw Hua Jieyu, Futian stopped playing, and Hua Fenglu started to smile with kindness. Dad, Hua Jieyu couldn't help crying. Tangwan had told her that her father was severely injured. The sadness of seeing her father like this entirely drove away the happiness of their reunion. Hey girl, don't cry. Hua Jieyu hugged his daughter. However, he had even started crying himself. Futian stood by their side quietly, watching the scene of the reunion. Tanglan asked Tangwan, how did she know they were here? Tangwan briefly explained what had happened. Tanglan was surprised by the crazy thing Futian had done. She then turned to Tangwan and warned her, this boy is such a troublemaker. No wonder Hua Fenglu told me to keep an eye on him. Stay away from him, girl. What are you talking about, Professor? Tangwan was confused. Beautiful girls are just dangerous. Both of these girls are gorgeous. Hopefully, this boy will not make the same mistake as his professor did. Tanglan sighed. She believed that Hua Fenglu had fallen into such a situation because of that woman. Now, Hua Jieyu looked exactly like that woman when she was young, but somehow even more beautiful. Tanglan was afraid that several years later, when she became an adult, Futian would run into troubles because of this beautiful girl, just like his professor had. No matter what, there was such a substantial coincidence between these two generations. Chapter 51. After crying for quite a while, Hua Jieyu finally looked up at her father. Her eyes were red and bloodshot as she asked, "Father, what on earth happened after I left? How did things end up like this?" After crying for quite a while, Hua Jieyu finally looked up at her father. Her eyes were red and bloodshot as she asked, "Father, what on earth happened after I left? How did things end up like this?" "Silly girl, it's all over now. Look, I'm sitting here safe and sound," Hua Fenglu consoled her gently. Hua Jieyu stood up and turned to look at Yi Futian. "What happened?" "Fox, it's my fault for not taking good care of Master. After you left, a monster tide washed over the city of Qingzhou. There were people who wanted to kill me, and Master ended up like this because he was trying to protect me," said Yi Futian. He still blamed himself for what had happened. Then, he remembered that Xia Fan was right here in Donghai City and reminded himself that he had to get his revenge. It's not Yi Futian's fault. At the time, if he weren't so lucky, he would have been forced to his death on Mount Tianyao. You know I have a bad temper. Obviously, I wanted to get revenge for him, but I was useless. I didn't manage to kill the enemy, but instead harmed myself in the process," smiled as he spoke. He was seemingly unbothered by it all. "Is this true?" Hua Jieyu asked Yi Futian. He nodded lightly. Her tears fell once again. She walked up to Yi Futian with her arms outstretched and pulled him into her arms. Hua Jieyu rested her head on Yi Futian and said, "Who allowed you to put yourself in danger? What would I do if you had died?" Hua Jieyu's voice shook as she cried. The thought of her father being handicapped and Yi Futian almost dying after she had left them made her even more frightened. Yi Futian felt the warmth flood his body as she gently embraced him. He reached out his hands and wrapped them around her as well. He swore to himself to never let her cry like this again. Tang Wan stood not too far away. She shuddered as she witnessed the scene in front of her. It was true. The goddess of Donghai Academy had already given her heart to someone. If the students of Donghai Academy found out, many of them would impulsively want to kill Yi Futian. Tang Wan knew there were quite a few of the geniuses at school who failed in their attempts to get closer to Hua Jieyu. "At that time, I didn't get to see you again yet. Of course, I couldn't die. You promised to compensate me," Yi Futian said to Hua Jieyu with a gentle voice. She lifted her head at him. She stared for a while, then left his embrace. "I already did." "What?" Yi Futian blinked in disbelief. "That was it? What else were you expecting?" Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian. "Then, just let me hold you for a little longer," Yi Futian requested as he took a step forward. Hua Jieyu stepped away from his advance and replied, "Don't try to change the subject. Who did this to my father?" Hua Jieyu knew Yi Futian was trying to cheer her up. He seemed to have a natural ability to do so. She was always happy when he was by her side. During the 3 months in which they spent every day together, the days went by in endless bickering. However, at the same time, he unknowingly made his way into her heart. "Can you trust me to handle it? I will get revenge. As for Master's condition, I will most definitely find a way to heal him," said Yi Futian. This was something he had to take care of personally. He did not want Hua Jieyu to get involved. "Hua Jieyu, just let Yi Futian handle it. It's perfect motivation for him." Hua Fenglu agreed with what Yi Futian had said. Hua Jieyu looked at both men and said, "Then, you have to promise me that you'll succeed." "If I don't succeed in this, how would I be able to marry you?" asked Yi Futian. "Who says that I will marry you?" Hua Jieyu blushed as she stared shyly at Yi Futian. "Can you lovebirds tone it down a little? It would be fine if it was just me, but there are other people here," said Hua Fenglu. Hua Jieyu turned around and realized that Tang Lan and Tang Wan were still in the room. Her red cheeks got even redder. Yi Futian, on the other hand, did not seem to mind. "They'll get used to it," he said. "Master, should we leave?" whispered Tang Wan. Yi Futian was too shameless. "He's worse than his master," Tang Lan said weakly. Afterward, the two of them left, not wanting to disturb the group. "Father, I want to stay here and take care of you," said Hua Jieyu. Sure, she felt better after crying and joking around with Yi Futian, but it would be impossible for her to recover from this sadness completely. "Silly girl, you still have to cultivate. I will be fine here. Yi Futian and Ms. Tang Lan are here to take care of me. After seeing you, I feel so much better already," chuckled Hua Fenglu. Then I'll stay for today. You can't make me leave, said Hua Jieyu. All right, stay. I know you haven't seen Yi Futian in a while, laughed Hua Fenglu. I don't want to see him, said Hua Jieyu. Really now? Hua Fenglu looked at his daughter and could only laugh. Of course. Hua Jieyu nodded. How sad, sighed Yi Futian. And to think that I've been thinking of you every day and turning down advances from different girls. Looks like I'll have to rethink those opportunities now. You wouldn't dare. Hua Jieyu whipped around to glare at Yi Futian. Then, did you miss me? Yi Futian chuckled at her. Father, has he been flirting with other girls? She asked her father. Yi Futian blinked. Hua Fenglu wanted to laugh as he glanced at Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked so desperate that Hua Fenglu could only laugh. He kept to himself, Hua Fenglu answered. Yi Futian let out a sigh of relief. Then yeah, I missed you every now and then, whispered Hua Jieyu ever so lightly, but Yi Futian heard her anyway. Seeing the timid expression on Hua Jieyu's face, Yi Futian felt that she was someone worth giving up others for. I'm going to go cultivate, said Yusheng. He could no longer listen to this. He walked towards the bamboo forest behind the building. Did they really have to act all lovey-dovey every time they saw each other? Hua Fenglu and the couple chuckled at Yusheng's words. Yi Futian called out to him, Yusheng, there are so many beautiful girls in Donghai City. If you find someone you like, I wouldn't mind being your wingman. Father said I can't be in a relationship, Yusheng said, not even turning his head to answer Yi Futian. But your father isn't here, so whatever I say goes. Yi Futian shouted. Yusheng had already disappeared around the corner. Only 3 people remained standing in front of the building. Under the sunlight, the sadness melted away, replaced with warmth. At this moment, an elderly man approached from the outside of the Qin Gardens. The powerful, icy force he gave off seemed to cause the temperature within the Qin Gardens to drop a couple degrees as he stepped inside. A figure appeared and stood in front of the elder. It was Tang Lan. Realizing who was standing in front of her, Tang Lan froze for a moment. Then, with a cold demeanor, she asked, What are you doing here? Our young miss has been in there for quite some time now. Who did you guys bring her here to see? Asked the elder with an equally cold demeanor. You were stalking her? Asked Tang Lan. This isn't stalking, the elder said. He took a step forward and he was gone. His speed faster than the speed of light, presumptuous, yelled Tang Lan. The whole Qin Gardens was able to hear her. Hua Fenglu and Yi Futian were alerted by the noise. They looked up and saw 2 figures descending from the skies, quick and forceful as lightning. Hua Fenglu. The elder's gaze fell on Hua Fenglu. You dare to step foot in the city of Donghai? Nandu Ku. Hua Fenglu looked at the elder. You were following me? Asked Hua Jieyu. Young miss, you are a person of utmost importance. The family would never feel at ease if you were to step out alone. Within Donghai Academy, I would not dare to meddle in your activities. However, as soon as you step off the academy premises, I will be there to protect your safety, explained Nandu Ku. Nandu Ku, I am now a powerless person. I just wanted to come back to Donghai City for a visit. Can't you guys let me be? Asked Hua Fenglu. Nandu Ku looked puzzled. The Qin devil was now powerless? Since you're already powerless, then I can let you go about your business. The family already gave in and allowed young miss to accompany you for 3 years. However, now that she has made it past the initial process of cultivation and has stepped into the critical period, the family doesn't wish for anyone or anything to distract her, said Nandu Ku. I'm just going to spend a little time with my father, then head back to Donghai Academy, said Hua Jiyu coldly. Young miss, please don't put me in a difficult position. All those years ago, the family already agreed to your stubborn requests. If you keep acting this way, then your father will definitely not be allowed to stay in the city of Donghai, said Nandu. You guys wouldn't dare. Hua Jieyu was furious. Hua Jieyu, you should go back. Hua Fenglu opened his mouth to speak. Father. The strong aura around Hua Jieyu dissipated as she turned to speak to her father. Hua Fenglu gave a warm and gentle smile. Sweetie, I'm fine here. Go back to cultivate at the academy and don't worry about me. Hua Jieyu felt terrible. She gave Nandu Ku another cold glare. You guys dare to treat my father this way? Aren't you afraid that I'll retaliate once I complete my cultivation? Young miss, these things were decided by the family. I am not clear on the details. If you can recover the Nandu family's glory, I'm sure that they will be willing to grant your every wish, said Nandu-ku. Fine. That day will come, replied Hua Jieyu. She then turned to Hua Fenglu and said, Father, I'm going now. Go, said Hua Fenglu, still smiling. Then, Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian. Their eyes met with longing, and without a word, Hua Jieyu turned to leave the Qin Gardens. Nandu-ku did not leave with her. After she left, he looked at Hua Fenglu and gave him a warning. You are clear that the family was not unwilling to accept you all those years ago, but it was you that could not become part of the family. But yet, you choose to reach for the stars and cause things to end up like this. You're lucky that young miss is extremely gifted. Her gift is a perfect combination of you and her mother. Therefore, the family will not allow anyone to get in the way of her cultivation. Hua Fenglu did not spare Nandu-ku a glance. The elder then turned to Yi Futian, who was standing beside Hua Fenglu, and asked, And who is he? My disciple Yi Futian, answered Hua Fenglu. You brought your disciple with you? Are you setting all your hopes on him? Nandu-ku laughed at Hua Fenglu. That's some fantasy. You lost to him in the past. I bet now even his disciples are stronger than yours. When he was finally done, Nandu-ku turned to leave. Watching his departing figure, Hua Fenglu said, One day, you will remember his name. I look forward to that day. Nandu-ku left after his last words, disappearing from the Qin Gardens. Chapter 52. Yi Futian kept silent while watching all this happen, but deep inside, he was not as calm as he looked. Yi Futian kept silent while watching all this happen, but deep inside, he was not as calm as he looked. It took so much effort to meet his fairy again, and she had to leave soon after this reunion. It was understandable that he felt sad. You don't like this feeling, do you? Hua Fenglu perceived his gloom and asked him. Yi Futian nodded. Why shouldn't I be sad? Then just keep training and grow stronger. Hua Fenglu closed his eyes. He was also pissed off because Nandu-ku had told him that his life was hopeless. He could do nothing but put all his hope in Yi Futian. Although, he wasn't desperate, because he knew how talented Yi Futian was. With the inheritance from Emperor Yi Qing, as long as he kept cultivating, people in the city of Donghai and the Nandu family would eventually bow down to his power. Therefore, he was trying to get Yi Futian accepted into Donghai Academy, and it would be even better if one of the higher-ups of the academy picked him as a disciple personally. He needed a safe and promising environment for him to grow in. Yi Futian didn't respond to Hua Fenglu, but he felt hot-blooded. He needed to be strong enough to protect his professor and girlfriend. The only time Yi Futian went out was to buy inscribing pens and scrolls. Both scroll inscribing and guqin practice served as cultivation for him. They enhanced his mental power and ability in spiritual chi perception, which was critical for the development of a mage. As for martial arts techniques, he kept improving on the treasures Emperor Yi Qing had given him. With enough time, his body would be as invincible as the divine dragon and the snow ape. One day, Tang Wan came to their place. I have good news for you guys, Tang Wan smiled. What is it? Yi Futian was curious. Someone from the School of the Finance Star told me that you have been admitted, Tang Wan said. Yi Futian was confused and didn't believe it. I guess some supervisor in that school heard about the fight. I think he must have heard about it from a student. Otherwise, they would have been looking for you guys even sooner, Tang Wan elaborated. The talents Yi Futian and Yu Shang had demonstrated during that fight were obviously more than enough for them to be admitted. Unfortunately, there was no professor or supervisor in the audience. Wow, we just benefited from kicking someone's ass, Yu Shang mumbled. Yi Futian was also smiling. He was so happy that once he was admitted into Donghai Academy, it would be much easier to spend time with Hua Jieyu. What are you talking about? Hua Fenglu was doubtful about this admission. It is uncommon for a school in Donghai Academy to make an exception for applicants. What did they do? Mr. Hua, you don't know what happened? The first time I brought them to Donghai Academy, they messed with some students from the School of the Flirting Star, because one of them, Mu Yunni, was being rude. These boys totally kicked their asses. This is how your daughter knew Yi Futian was here and asked me to bring her to you, Tang Wan explained. Hua Fenglu finally understood what had happened. The last time Hua Jieyu had come here, they were in such a rush that he didn't have time to ask for the details. Hua Fenglu gave Yi Futian a glance. He was a little bit mad that this boy had not told him about the fight. Just go. Remember to take care of yourself, Hua Fenglu said. All right, Professor. Enjoy your private time with Ms. Tang after we are gone, Yi Futian teased him. Screw you. Hua Fenglu was embarrassed. Bye, Professor. Yi Futian was still somewhat worried about Hua Fenglu. He was too injured to live alone. Don't worry, I'll take care of him. Tang Lan came in at this time. She knew that Yi Futian was worried, so she was trying to comfort him. Thank you so much, Yi Futian said. Now he was settled. The Black Wind Eagle arrived and landed next to them. Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Tang Wan got on her back. Then she soon took off into the air. Yi Futian waved to Hua Fenglu, apparently reluctant to leave. Good luck, boy. Your new journey has just begun. Hua Fenglu was smiling. Looks like he's almost like a son to you. Why do you believe in him so much? Tang Lan was curious. Trust me, someday Donghai Academy will be proud of having such a student. Hua Fenglu was confident. Tang Lan was surprised and a bit confused. She believed that the confidence Hua Fenglu held for Yi Futian was much stronger than she could have imagined. Within each of the 7 schools at Donghai Academy, there were students of various classes for the purpose of diversity. However, there were also specific characteristics for each of them. It was all about the people who were supporting the schools. Students from the School of the Finance Star were known for great martial arts techniques. This was why the supervisor of this school had made an exception to admit Yi Futian and Yu Shang without a test. According to those who had witnessed the fight, both of them were incredibly talented at martial arts, especially Yu Shang. The admission of Yi Futian and Yu Shang didn't quite cause a sensation at Donghai Academy because only a few students had witnessed the fight, not to mention that most students just knew their names, but had never seen them. Besides, it had been a while since the fight took place. Tang Wan led them to the School of the Finance Star. They were well accommodated and brought around to tour the school. However, the supervisor who accepted them had not arranged a meeting with the boys. It was possible that he still wanted to give them some time to prove themselves first. Students in the School of the Finance Star lived in a separate area that consisted of dorms specifically assigned to them. In fact, the environment seemed to be better than that of Qingzhou Academy. Who are you? Someone passing by was curious about these new students. They had never met Yi Futian and Yu Shang before. I'm Yi Futian, and this is my best friend, Yu Shang. Yi Futian was smiling. Yi Futian. This name sounds familiar, the boy mumbled, and soon he remembered who they were. He quickly disappeared, and word started to spread in the School of the Finance Star that the students who kicked the asses of the students from the School of the Flirting Star had been admitted to this school. The word spread so quickly that suddenly, a lot of people were gathered around them. Is this guy Yi Futian? Really, a 2-star Glory Plane student? Yu Sheng looks exactly how people said. He's such a big guy. Is he merely a martial arts cultivator, or he is actually hiding some powerful natal spirit? Wow, they're so cute. Some girls were also gossiping. The students were curious about everything since they were so young. Is there a library at this school? Yi Futian asked Tang Wan. Tang Wan shook her head. There is only one library at Donghai Academy, and it's located right in the center of the campus. The entry is free to every student, but no checkouts are allowed. You may only browse the books and scrolls inside. Yi Futian understood why checkout was prohibited. There were just so many students at this academy that books might be lost once checked out. Let's go there, Yi Futian said. He had already reached the 2-star Glory Plane, but the spells he could initiate were still mostly basic. It was a huge waste of his talents. He believed that he was not supposed to give up sorcery cultivation even though his martial arts inheritance from Emperor Yi Qing was so powerful. A combination of both would definitely make him stronger. Sure, Tang Wan nodded. She was surprised that he was not just a pretty boy like he looked and was in fact quite diligent. The first place he had wanted to go to was the library. The scale of the library at Donghai Academy was much larger than that of the one at Qingzhou Academy. Besides, there was no limit for the students. Any student at this academy would be allowed to browse all the collections in this library. Donghai Academy was very generous about this. When Yi Futian entered the library, he was shocked by the comprehensiveness of the collection. There were books on general subjects like martial arts techniques, swords techniques, elemental spells, and even some very rare books on mental spells. He even found books about music spells, matrices, and scroll inscription. He totally understood why Hua Fenglu had insisted he study at this academy. During the following several days, Yi Futian spent all his time making his way through the entire collection. Meanwhile, the news that Yi Futian had been admitted to the School of the Finance Star finally spread all around the academy, including the School of the Flirting Star. They started looking for him everywhere, and finally, they found him in the library. Yi Futian was reading books quietly when a group of angry people came up to him. Mu Yunqing spoke to him in rage. "Long time no see, Yi Futian. What's up?" Yi Futian didn't even raise his head. "Since you're now admitted into this academy, I guess it's time for us to get even about what happened last time." Mu Yunqing sounded really mad. "Are you challenging me?" Yi Futian looked at him with contempt. However, Mu Yunqing was not planning to fight by himself. "Someone from the School of the Flirting Star will represent me. Who is it, and what plane is he in?" Yi Futian asked. Mu Yunqing realized that other people were looking at him, and he faltered. "Are you still going to fight me together like you did last time?" Yi Futian was laughing. He was now a student at this academy, so people who fought him had to abide by the rules, which was one-on-one. Mu Yunqing was extremely embarrassed. He didn't say anything, and the group left crestfallen again. This incident soon spread around the academy. Students started to make fun of Mu Yunqing. They now considered him to be a total coward. Several days later, it was announced that Jing Yang, a student from the School of the Flirting Star, had openly issued a letter of challenge to Yi Futian. It caused a sensation at the academy. He was a 3-star glory plane mandate sorcerer, a true prodigy. He had been personally admitted directly by the supervisor of the School of the Flirting Star as a disciple. Usually, he didn't care about friendly competition, but now to save the reputation of his school, he challenged Yi Futian publicly. However, the response from Yi Futian left people totally speechless. "Sorry, I have no time for this." This was such a lame excuse to turn down the challenge. Students in the School of the Flirting Star accused him of being a real coward. Jing Yang, however, was not surprised. He told people that Yi Futian was just SOSO. Yi Futian wasn't disturbed by these comments at all. He still spent all his time on reading and cultivating, as usual. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel? Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.